Jian Jian Jian. Chapter R. 56 Jian Jian Jian. The green dark Jian-skinned creature flaps its wings and soars down towards me. Its red demonic eyes are shining through the mist. With the face of a rabid dog mixed with a mutant goblin, its jagged white teeth shine in contrast against the hazy green dungeon background. I've never seen a creature like this. It is a gargoyle. My eyes dart across its status, trying to piece together any extra information it'll give me. At first glance, it looks quick and agile, but its stats show a different story. The monster seems to be mostly a defense type with high magic and HP Zen increasing skills, body hardening, and lifesteal. I smirk at the sight of this. If it does what I think it does, I'm in for a treat. I haven't gotten a useful skill in ages. Come to think of it, if I waited on the Archie T floor in the Vice region for a little longer, or gone back to check things out after I fully recovered, I could have had this skill for myself a lot sooner. Gritting my teeth but show a wide smile through my clenched jaw, I swing my blade up in the air, releasing a dense black wave of energy before anyone else can get a shot out. This one's mine! A loud screech fills the skies as my blade of mana collides with the gargoyle, less than a second later. It doesn't have much time at all to react, but the distance between us is still pretty far. On reflex, its body hardening skill activates, and all of its mana shielding moves to the exact harden point as well. White mana residue and gray body hardening cover its cross and lower body in a thin line. That gray isn't the same color as my hardening. It seems this creature must have an odd variation. The rest of its body is completely unguarded, with every bit of energy focused on blocking my attack. It puts up a great defense in the blink of an eye. After a flash of white light and a quick buzzing sound, the outline of the winged monster flying through the air comes out from behind the fireball of mana residue and broken body hardening. Shards of stone, Zan-like material fall into the pale green abyss below. With it, one of the monster's legs covered in crimson blood spins downward. With it, the screech for the wounded creature echoes throughout the dungeon, and I sense more monsters approaching from both above and below. It brought company. Gritting my teeth and aiming for the gargoyle trailing blood in the sky, I let off another shot. The same thing happens. It twists and turns away, this time avoiding my strike entirely. I am over Sishimi Eater's away. Even if my attacks are fast, it has plenty of time to move. This isn't a low Zan level monster after all. Looking back and forth at my teammates as the creature's backup approaches, I grip my sword tighter. I might have to get a little serious. I activate my stats and boosting buffs and zero in on the twisting and weaving monster in the sky. It is trying to get away, hiding behind white stone pillars covered in lush green vines. My teammates jump into action too, just in time, as half a dozen mobs identical to the first come rushing out of the pale fog. Water, ice, and stone form as we all jump from the white stone pillar forward into the endless dungeon. I air Zan step high into the air, following the monster that survived 2 of my attacks. It won't be so lucky on my third. The towering structures of marbled stone pass me on both sides, and my teammates follow below as monsters emerge from the green foggy cloud on all sides. Smiling as I get closer and closer, I release an attack that would easily have split the Blue Ogre King in 2. I charge up Lounson MP of my newly upgraded fire and imbued mana. Overkill. But letting out a full power slash is something I haven't done yet with this new power. I'd like to see how powerful I've really become. Plus, this shifty gargoyle is getting on my nerves. As the bulk wave of magic comes out of my sword, the loud sound of buzzing mana erupts and hums through the dungeon. I can see the air quiver around it and the stone pillars nearby vibrate and shake just from being near it. It is faster, stronger, and more deadly than anything I've ever produced before. The gargoyle is less than Shimi Eaters above me. It is desperately trying to get away, but never stood a chance. It is sliced in 2 without a hint of resistance, letting the bulk blade glide far off into the dungeon behind it. I watch it soar off into the distance, slicing through a few tall white pillars that grow high into the sky. More importantly, I lunge forward to be showered in the incinerated shielding and body hardening of the now Zan deceased gargoyle. I see blue text appear in my mind's eye as it falls through the air. It is a satisfying sight. one I haven't seen in quite a while. Use absorption skill. Lifesteal special grade? Yes. No, honestly. A little too satisfying. I don't remember the last time I got a skill this easily. I quickly choose yes as the dark green corpse whizzes by my head and falls into the abyss below. I'm sure if we kill enough of these monsters, some kind of unique item will drop. However, I'm not diving down to try and catch that thing. It is skill is enough of a reward for me. I smirk, opening up my status to see my new skill at the bottom of the list. Then open it up to check the specifics. Lifesteal info. Lifesteal info. Lifesteal allows the user to take HP from opponents once physical contact is made. The effectiveness of the user's ability to steal HP decreases if the maximum HP bar of their opponent is higher than their own. It is much more efficient to steal HP from weaker enemies. Special grade perk. HP may be consumed from direct contact with an opponent's mana shielding or skill's aura. Efficiency is reduced by Baifenjaba Wu without physical contact. An opponent's HP can only be brought down to Baifenja without physical contact. Grade, special grade, upgrade. I close my status with a smirk and turn back to my teammates, watching them decapitate, shatter, and explode their enemies to bits in a light show of blue, white, and green magic. I whisper under my breath while Erdzan's stepping back down to meet them. Too easy. This is way too easy, Dan Shrakrak. My inner thoughts are interrupted by the distinct crunch of stones scraping on stone. It sounds like massive boulders are colliding and breaking behind me. Not at all what I'd expect while high in the sky. I turn my head immediately to see dozens of marbled Zan-white pillars, all tilting my way. It feels like the entire dungeon is falling toward me. In reality, there is a chain reaction of pillars, crashing and falling into each other in reaction to my powerful attack. The tops of these enormous structures are impossible to see. Some break off into pieces, and the sky begins to fill with falling white cylindrical stones. It is a beautiful sight, but a terrifying one too. Our time in this dungeon has been short, but it seems we've already overstayed our welcome. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter R. Wu Qi. Jian Jian Jian. The attack I sent out a moment ago was a bit too strong for this delicate dungeon to handle. The white marble pillars of stone come crashing down towards us, breaking into massive pieces, and filling the green sky with an incoming barrage of white Zan-colored stone. I create a layer of pink mana shielding around my body, and Erdzan step down towards my team as they all begin to activate their powers as well. A dome. We'll make a dome. I hear Fisher yelling at us as we all form together in a tighter circle, standing on floating earth magic from Abby's skill. Ice, rock, and water starts to form all around us as we work together to create an impenetrable mana and imbued defense in mere seconds. As the pillars of rocks come crashing down, I contribute with a layer of rock, but my main focus is using my all-Zan seeing eye to gaze into the sky through our dome. For easily a kilometer in the air, more and more pillars are breaking and adding to the avalanche coming down from the sky above. I've started a chain reaction that doesn't look like it is going to stop until they all come crashing down. The thick layer of floating earth magic is steady beneath our feet. I grit my teeth and wait for the first layer of stone to hit our dome of shielding. As it gets closer, I use telekinesis and mana manipulation to slow its fall and liquefy it as best I can. Unfortunately, there is way too much mass coming down toward us to move at all. A loud, crushing thud hits the top of the dome, splitting the pillar into fragments and falling to the green abyss around the shield on all sides. One down, and too many to go. Seconds after, another loud crunching and cracking sound rattles the entire shield and shakes the ground we stand on. More and more pillars come falling down. I make sure to soften the blows as best I can with every passing impact. These are just large pieces of dungeon mass after all. They're not supercharged Ultra-Zan dense mana like our shielding. The only issue is the weight, size, and sheer amount of these falling death pillars. Over and over, for nearly Woof and Zhongyut straight, we're bombarded by rock. Everyone is breathing heavily and holding on to their shielding for dear life. I'm most likely the only one that can sense an end in sight. Everyone else is just biding their time and hoping for the falling stone to stop soon. Eventually, that end comes. The last pillar falls and breaks in two, falling down to the pale void and knocking other stone columns down on the way with it. The dungeon goes down for quite a while. Almost as far down as it goes up, actually. Many pillars, and still breaking and falling into each other far below. The echoes of stone colliding sound out through the entire pocket world we stand in. The collisions against our dome fade to nothing, and not a single pillar remains above us in the sky. I speak up. It is over. They've all fallen. Through the heavy breathing and bright glowing mana, everyone slowly releases their collective shielding, and we're left standing on a single floating platform of combined magic. I peer out into the dungeon to see nothing but a pale green, empty sky. Lydia chuckles. Fisher starts to laugh. Then Ari, Abby, and Maria all join in too. The white sand-haired mage speaks up after we share a light-hearted chuckle over the absurdity we just witnessed. You learn something new every day. I didn't know a reaction that massive was even possible, to tell you the truth. She smiles and looks over at me. That is one powerful shot you've got there. You've taken on a ranked Xanup monster, haven't you? Control like that doesn't come easily. I nod slowly. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what this labyrinth has in store for us. She grins, then turns toward the direction of the boss room. Well, one floor at a time. There is a long pause, then she speaks up again. It seems like most of the monsters were taken out by the pillar's fall, but they will all be spawning back in soon enough. I activate my enemy detection skill to confirm most of the monsters really are gone. Lydia continues. We'll need one person to stay behind and guard the exit portal. This Dunagon should be breaking in just a few hours. None of the Solaran forces can handle watching it. Fisher speaks next. I'm not staying. He crosses his arms and looks over to me. Then his teammate. Neither of you are either. It is clear we need to handle the highest floors. He looks over to the archer, healer, and blonde Xan-haired ice mage. One of you needs to guard this floor. Ari shrugs and replies, I don't have an element summoning skill. It is impossible for me to stay up in the sky like this. I think to myself as Abby and Maria turn to each other discussing the matter. We never witnessed the gargoyles use the life steal skill, but the best way to counteract it would be a healing skill as well. Abby would be the perfect fit for this dungeon. She has an easy enough time staying up in the air on her summoned earth magic, and I saw her take out a gargoyle at close range with a single swing from her daggers. She could collect a lot of loot and mana crystals, too. Abby, you'd be the perfect fit. Just don't let these monsters get too close. They can steal HP even without touching you. Both of the girls turn towards me, understanding that it is the safest bet. With her restore skill, even mutants won't be able to suck the life from her. Theoretically. The green Xan-haired healer speaks up. Sounds good to me. I'll do my part, you all do yours. We work out logistics and say our goodbyes for about senior minutes while hovering back over to the spinning exit portal. Lydia explains that the circle of mana leads to the Shujio TA's floor. Once that floor collapses, the dormant boss room will be skipped, and the Arshi Miao T will be next. Abby needs to fend off monsters until the Arshi Miao T floor fully breaks. No amount of killing the boss will speed this up. The labyrinth is a ticking time bomb. Almost nothing can stop it now. Once this floor breaks, all hunters inside will be transported back into the Solaran shielding stairway underground. You may read and enter the labyrinth to help your teammate on the floor above once this happens. Meanwhile, the remaining hunters will race to the top to clear the final boss before the entire labyrinth breaks, releasing elite-level monsters into the city. On that note, we leave. Abby guards the first portal as we make our way to the gargoyles' boss room. It takes just under an hour, but we make it to the back of the dungeon to find a floating gray portal. Without wasting any time, the wool of us jump through to face the boss. The room we're transported into is like a miniature version of the pale green dungeon itself. It is filled with high marble stone pillars and twisting vines growing up their sides. As soon as the level Sipabastasu boss appears, it is sliced to pieces and riddled with holes by Wu Elite's Foldzan-powered shots in a matter of milliseconds. The poor creature never stood a chance. There is a miniature collapse of stone columns just like in the dungeon, but it ends quickly as transfer magic brings us up to the Arsha RND floor. As my eyes adjust, the dry, cracked orange stone ground under my feet comes into my line of sight, and an earthy herbal aroma fills my nose. The air is dry, makes me lick my lips, and the artificial dungeon sun shines down on us as I look out over a magnificent canyon. Dust clouds are visible in the distance, notifying us that monsters must be approaching already. I activate my inspect, appraisal, and enemy detection skills to lock onto the closest one. Sibai-mi, LV Subadu. Active items: Lizard Tyrant's Armor Set, Junliaosen Sibai Defense, Lizard Tyrant's Heavy Axe, Junliaosen by Strength, Lizard Tyrant's Platinum Amulet, Jun Yi-Ten Babai Mental Strength Active. Skills: Body Hardening Special Grade, Extreme Strength Hibernation 20 Denzen. Zen Chapter R, Wuba Zen. An enormous brown skinned lizard wearing thick, shining silver armor approaches in a cloud of dust from the back side of the dungeon. On all fours, the mindless beast charges forward, waving a red tongue back and forth while letting out grunts and hisses. Thick mana shielding surrounds its body on all sides. It has a skill I've never seen before. Of course, it is one I want, but I'm not drawn to it immediately like the last creature we faced. It seems my teammates are more triggered and happy than me on this floor, especially the blonde, Zan-haired mage. Maria lunges forward, glowing bright blue and taking a swing with her sword smiling ear to ear. This one's mine. Before the Tzan meter Zen long lizard can even get within range, it is hit point blank with a powerful incoming wall of ice. I watch its black crystals of body hardening activate, and the monster's aura glow gold. But in a matter of seconds, it is already over. The incoming blue and white light encapsulates the lizard's mana, shielding in a layer of ice. It squeezes in tighter and tighter until a buzz of white light from the fractured shielding explodes outward in all directions, and the feral beast comes to a halt. Frozen solid, not moving a muscle, the lizard tyrant stands in front of us now in the form of a light blue statue. Maria sends out another wave of energy, and the work of art explodes into a million tiny little fragments of ice that glimmer and shine while falling to the floor under the heat waves of the artificial dungeon sun. She cheerfully jumps in the air as we follow after her. All right, another level. A few more monsters appear as we continue onward. They are all between levels Sipatin and Sijodiun. Each of us sends out attacks, either splitting them in two or shattering them with just the touch of a finger. That is only Lydia's battle style. I still haven't seen her put in any effort at all today. After defeating one of the rather easy Zan-to-Zan kill lizard tyrants myself, a familiar text screen pops up. Use absorption skill. Hibernation see hibernation special grade. Yes, no. While choosing yes, I whisper under my breath. This is getting too easy. I check my status, in a particularly good mood about the special grade perk on my absorption skill, automatically upgrading this one. Hibernation info. Hibernation allows the user to fall into a deep slumber and cure any curse, disease, or illness given enough time. Hibernation costs a set amount of MP upfront, and the user will not require food, water, or excess mana until the process is complete. If awoken before hibernation is complete, progress will be Baifunji by negated. The effectiveness of hibernation is greatly decreased if a curse or disease inflicted on the user comes from a being of significantly greater mana control or level. It may take significantly more MP to complete a difficult request. The user's defenses will decrease by Baifunji Dushizyo during hibernation. The user's defenses will decrease by Baifunji Wusher for Shars following hibernation. These deeds and buffs may not be completely removed by any skill below the mythic rank special grade perk. Hibernation time is decreased by Baifunji Wusher, and upfront MP cost is reduced by Baifunji Senchu. Post-hibernation deads and buffs may be reduced by up to Baifunji Wushers with specified MP cost depending on the severity of the ailment cured. Grade, special grade. Upgrade. I scrunched my eyebrows as I read this description. It seems to be another healing skill, but useless if I already have lifesteal. Self-Zan regeneration and HP potions should be more than enough for post-Dant battle trauma, too. With a shrug, I close my status and continue moving forward with my team. It never hurts to have another interesting skill in my arsenal for any unexpected issues. We come to the first major cliff that leads down into the Orange Canyon below. There is a water source down below, allowing for more plant life to grow in the deeper regions of the dungeon. Eri turns to Maria and speaks up, so I assume it is either you or me. Who is guarding this dungeon from the impending break? She smiles. I'll do it. I'd like to see what kind of loot these creatures drop after a few dozen more kills. There has been nothing yet, but I'm feeling lucky. I nod and interject. They should drop a solid mental strength buffing amulet if you kill enough. It is definitely worth farming for. She gives me a firm nod. Great. Plus, these creatures have a natural weakness to the cold. It'll be easy enough, even if sure attack at once. I'll be nearing level Wubai by the end of today. Ari turns to me, then back to Maria. So, it is settled. We should keep moving. Again, we go over logistics and Maria heads back to guard the gate. The still of us remaining head off down into the canyon and keep killing lizard tyrants as they show up sporadically. I sense some of them lying dormant at the backsides of the dungeon. There is a high chance they're hibernating, but we don't have much time to check it out. Deeper and deeper, we travel until we make it to the swirling gray portal at the furthest portion of the canyon. It is located underneath a massive overhang that blocks out the sun, and two mutant lizard tyrants levels, Sibai Joshiel and Sibai Josharmiautand, waiting for us. Fisher and Eri take them out with ease as Lydia and I follow behind. The anticipation of what is to come is building, but I still have a while to wait. Everything in this dungeon feels so weak. In reality, I've just grown very strong. When am I going to get a good fight? I murmur to myself as we're transported into the boss room, and the level Wubailin Sisausher humanoid, Zan-looking lizardman with dark brown skin, shining silver armor, and two enormous glowing red axes eyes us down. Orange stone walls create an incredible arena for a fight with a ranked Zan-up beast, but I can't help but feel irritated and bored by the sight of it. I could take this monster out in a single slash air and Fisher lunge, forward as I stand back and watch with Lydia. The white Zan-haired mage chuckles and leans in toward me. I feel the same way. Not even worth drawing your sword, right? I swallow hard, then reply while blue and white light begins to flash as the two hunters take on a ranked Zan-up boss of the Arsharar Nandi floor. No, unfortunately, it is not. Just under a minute passes, and the mutant creature falls to the boss room floor, dissolving and dropping a glistening silver armor set. Eri gladly accepts it and puts the new gear on. I appraise the silver armor as we're transported to the next floor. Lizard Tyrant King's armor set. Zheng Sen defense. Zheng Yitian Wubai mental strength. The white transfer magic fades, and under my boots, I feel the earth shift and make odd scratching sounds. Once my full vision comes back, the black Zian-colored gravel beneath my feet glimmers with a metallic shine. I look up, and all I see is an endless void of a very light gray sky. It is almost completely white, and the flat ground stretches out for kilometers ahead. The end is further than the naked eye can see. Taking a step forward, the metal crunching under my boots fills my ears. My Sen teammates step forward as well, making the same twitchy reactions as the sound of 1,000 tiny forks scraping across dinner plates fills everyone's ears. What is this place? The ground begins to vibrate. Less than century eaters in front of us, the metal fragments on the ground start to twist and turn, then float slowly up into the air. At first, it looks like a silver and black bubble. The ball of metallic shards lifts from the ground, contrasting with the gray sky and glimmering. As it shifts and spins to mold into a different shape, it floats higher into the air, pulling more metal with it, sporting arms and legs, now standing over Wumi Eater's tall. The metal fragments look like tiny silver bugs as they shift and move around, forming a humanoid body holding what looks like a long, sharpened, shining sword. A shadowy face with faded features continuously shifting and moving appears. It is trying to mimic the eye and mouth formations it sees on us as it creeps closer. The slow creep speeds up. Then, it lets out an ear and shattering metallic roar, It starts to run straight toward us, leaving thousands of tiny fragments behind, while scooping new ones up with every passing step to reforming its lost mass. I power up my stats and boosting skills and grip my sword, then use Inspect and Appraisal. LV, Sijiawu, active items, Metal Warrior Core, bonded active skills. None, Sundristing. Jian. Chapter R, Wuju Jinjian. A level Sijiawu Metal Warrior stands over Wumi, Eater's Tall, made completely out of the shards that cover the dungeon's floor. Its only active item is a bonded core, so my first assumption is that this monster is similar to the rock golems we faced not too long ago. If that core is destroyed, it will most likely just Reedzan form until the mana within it completely disperses. As it runs closer, a white light starts to shine from its chest, and I activate my All-Zan Seeing Eye. Sure enough, it is the core. My guess is spot on. The growing light of Ares' bow begins to match the luminosity of the core covered in metal fragments that charges toward us. I ready my blade, but know my teammate is getting ready to take the shot, so I wait. Harry is powerful enough to take this monster on alone, I'm sure of it. Once less than shimmy eaters away, the glimmering white arrow flies forward at the metal creature. Surprisingly, there is no mana barrier at all around the warrior's frame. It only keeps a protective layer around its core. The creature uses scraps from the dungeon to Reedzan form its body, so there is no need to conserve anything else. The twanging sound that two magnets make when they collide rings in my ears as Ares' spirit arrow makes contact with the white glowing core of the charging beast. It cracks open and expels an enormous amount of energy, sending scrap metal flying in all directions. I grit my teeth and throw up a barrier of pink mana to block the debris. The bonded core of the mutant golem we faced before was only defeated once its MP was completely expanded. The readings I'm picking up after this first blast are impressive. It looks like that may happen soon. The core of this warrior is already carrying a Sen-RD less mana than it did moments ago. Aerie fires off a second shot without wavering for a second. The crisp arrow glides into the white ball of energy that skill comes charging our way at an alarming rate. Metallic sounds echo through my eardrums again. Another wave of intense energy shakes the ground, shooting more shrapnel our way. Fractions of a second later, the archer fires off a third and final shot. This time around, the core completely explodes with it. The heat from the blast melts a large amount of the floating metal as it flies in the air. Lydia and Fisher put up walls of ice and water. My shielding is already raised. I watch Aerie start to glow light white, similar to his arrow's color, but surrounding his entire upper body. He still turns his back to the blast. However, as the shards of metal come rocketing toward his Neverdzan heavy armor, they slow down and stop before hitting him directly. The pieces of glimmering black ore fall to the ground and bounce off in other directions, just like the mana barrier of a combat magic user. The remains of the metal monster fall to our feet in a wave of debris, but they all sink back into the floor within seconds. The Dunagon falls silent again, only allowing for the sound of our feet scraping on metal to be the sole sound filling our minds while powering down the shielding. Fisher turns with his arms crossed. 3 shots. Not bad. Not bad at all. Lydia walks over next, nodding with a smile. 3 shots. And you put up a solid tier Yimi Anna shielding. I could sense it from here, with no elemental skill either. That is pretty impressive. The archer stands up straight with a look of satisfaction as he eyes his open status. Yeah, that was my first time trying it out. The fractured core of the metal warrior rolls to our feet, then starts to dissolve. Not even a mana crystal is left behind. All of the pure energy from this monster just floats into the air and returns back to the labyrinth. Aerie speaks up again, looking out into the dungeon. I'd like to test this new shielding ability out a bit more. I think I'll be able to master it, given a few hours guarding this Dunagon. I nod, finally speaking up. Great, you'll guard the Arshasen RD floor. My eyes dart along the horizon in front of us, and I see another metal warrior forming about Ibaimi Eaters away. Lydia speaks, turning her gaze from the newly forming monster back to the archer. They never hunt in groups. 2 at a time is the most I've ever seen from these metal warriors. You're more than capable enough to guard this gate. Master that shielding in the time being, then help us out once this floor collapses. I'm sure you can take on the Arsha CT too. Eri gives her a firm nod. The Ice Mage turns back to me and Fisher. Let's head out. We don't have much time. Fisher runs forward at the metal monster as Eri begins to walk back toward the exit gate. I watch crescents of blue light come from the water welder's sword as he takes the warrior out in 2 shots. A dazzling explosion of silver and white light follows. We venture off into the dungeon and continue to defeat about a dozen of these odd creatures on our way to the boss room. Fisher does most of the hunting, but I attempt to defeat a few as well, by one Zen shooting them with a half-death-powered strike or draining their MP dry with Plunderer. They seem to just dissolve into thin air, dropping no items of mana crystals no matter how many of them we kill. Lydia makes a comment on this as we approach the far side of the dungeon. There has never been any drops with these metal warriors. Unfortunately, good levels though. Fisher jumps into the conversation as the spinning gray boss room comes into full view. They sure are. I gained 10 levels in the last Centrifugal Utes. That is more than I've gained in months. He smirks, still glowing blue. Come on, let's face this boss. We all jump through the gray boss room portal that ominously spins on the flat ground of this empty Black Dan floor dungeon. White transfer magic brings us to a room with a layout I was not expecting to see. The floor feels the same as the one we just left. The only difference is the fragments of material are as white as snow. I look up to see the sky. It is completely black. The boss room is very disorienting. I blink a few times while looking around and kicking up some of the white fragments on the floor. It feels like the ground and sky have been completely flipped. Metal scraping on metal still scratches at my ears as we all take a few steps forward, but the ominous dark void above us makes me want to look away and stare down at the ground out of instinct. As I do, the white metal shards begin to rumble and vibrate, just like in the Dunagon outside when a warrior forms. Lydia's voice hits my ears from the right side, and I sense Fisher powering up his long blue sword on my left. Get ready, it is a mutant. I've never seen a warrior's boss room quite like this. The shards of white metal start to float away from me as I look up to watch them all form into a massive ball. It is like a wave of white water sucking the floor out from under us. We jump in the air, using elemental magic to hover and stand our ground. The white ball, contrasting against the black horizon, shapes into a humanoid warrior with a long, sharp white sword. It is the exact opposite of the monsters that form in the dungeon, and it feels at least twice as strong. The creature's chest glows bright with Zen cores, 2 of which shine with normal pure white mana, while the center core pulses jet Zen black. Dark swirling mana Zen imbued energy leaks out of it, exuding great power similar to the blue ogre I recently faced. The magnificent metal creature stands over Tsimi Eaters tall. It forms a constantly shifting pair of eyes and a jagged mouth to let out a metallic roar. Halled Wu R Wu active items. Ranked Din Up, Metal Warrior Core, Bonded, Metal Warrior Core, Bonded, Metal Warrior Core, Bonded active skills. None tune. I grip my sword and activate my stats and boosting skills as I read its status. This is a ranked Dan Up Metal Warrior. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Arlurin Zan Zan Zan. Shimmering fragments that make up the white ranked Zan Up Metal Warrior's body reflect off each other as the ground beneath my feet gets sucked away. A black void surrounds the entire boss room, and a dreadful monster's metallic screeches ring through my ears. I try to concentrate and look for a weakness. I'm sure I can defeat it with brute force, but figuring out how a ranked up golem like this works may help me win further fights. It is best I study every new opponent like they're deadly to me. Its body ripples like waves and its facial features shift constantly to keep shape. Fisher is the first to jump into action. He throws an attack at the shimmering white titan. A thin blue wave of energy clashes with the monster's white sword, then slices right through almost instantly to head at its torso. The mana holding its fragmented body together is much weaker than that closer to the center. With a long crash, the attack collides with all 3 cores at once. At first, I was expecting this attack to instantly end our boss room battle. I even activated my All-Dzian Seeing Eye to watch how the mana blade would leave the metal warrior in shambles. This ranked Dzian-up boss seems a bit tougher than I initially gave it credit for. The blue slash of water magic cracks the two white cores on both sides of its chest, but stops instantly once it reaches the middle black orb. My eyes widen while watching the swirling black aura completely absorb every drop of MP from Fisher's strike. The water wielder lets out another attack just after with visible frustration, but Swift practiced precision. He mutters under his breath, "No way." That was almost my full power. The second crescent of light blue mana cracks through the white warrior's sword, shattering its blade and full arm to pieces as it heads straight for the cores. There is another flash of light, and I witness the same result. More damage to the two outer cores is visible, but the middle black core seems unaffected. It absorbs the entire shot without a hint of resistance. The boss keeps moving forward as its jagged mouth opens wide to let out a screech. The two cracked, bonded spheres in the creature's lower chest begin to glow brighter as they heal themselves completely with the absorbed mana from Fisher's strike. There is another frustrated grunt from the blue Zan-haired swordsman as he drinks an MP potion and starts to move away from Lydia and me to face the beast at closer range. I've got this. Let me figure out how this monster operates. Then, one of you can step in if my mana control really isn't up to par. Lydia crosses her arms, looking up at the monster then, back to the swordsman. 2 minutes. Then we step in for the kill. These golem types aren't easy to without rapid mana regeneration or a teammate. He turns while charging up his blade. Got it. Watch close. I'll have some fun with this warrior. It is not every day I get to face a ranked Zanup boss. I power down my sword and let him fight his battle. The monster looks interesting, but we all know he'll be guarding the next dungeon. If he wants to have some fun with this boss, it is all his. It may be the strongest opponent he'll get to face today. 2. Take each other on. Blue slashes against a glowing black core in a sea of white metal shards. The outer cores are destroyed over and over again, but the metal warrior keeps absorbing every one of the water wilder's strikes, with the miniature black hole in the center of its chest. Fisher fights harder, drinking more MP potions, but never releasing enough shots at once to truly damage the boss before it can regenerate entirely. It reminds me of the first half of my battle against the Blue Ogre King. The only difference is, it has a clear weakness for a fraction of a second. Every time the metal monster regenerates its outer cores, the strength of the shielding around the middle black life source flickers. The impenetrable swirling black mass of mana dilutes its power by nearly 500 seizure, sharing MP with the other two cores, momentarily mending them. Fisher completely destroys them every time with ease, expelling 500 E-Bai of their mana. The only way to heal each one is with the help of an outside source. The ranked Zanup core. It happens Wu times in a row, in a time frame of under a minute and a half. Even with the naked eye, I can see that shimmering onyx black core. It peeks through as the mana around it thins. Fisher lets out 2 more shots to obliterate the dual cores, but fails to slash the Sen RD in time after Reedzen upping his MP again. He can see it too, but is too stubborn to ask for help. Or, based on the wide grin across his face, maybe he just doesn't want us to prematurely ruin his fun. Lydia turns to me. That is Liangfenzhong Utes. Enough wasting time. Would you like to take a crack at it? Or shall I? While watching the black core glimmer again, I charge my sword. I'll handle it. I'd like to see this monster close up too. Erzen stepping forward as white metal fragments fly around the air. I aim my blade in for a clear shot. Fisher shows me a smirk as I approach, and the white warrior shifts its gaze toward me. The blue Zan-haired swordsman yells out, "You see its center core, right? Try aiming for it after my next attack." This was already my plan. I nod without saying a word, just putting up a wall of pink mana shielding to block the glistening white sword made of tiny fragments that comes falling down toward me. It explodes into pieces as it collides with my shield. At the same time, Fisher lets out 2 more shots, one after another at the creature's chest. Mana and metal fragments fly off in every direction. The beast lets out a high Zan-pitched shriek as its sword, body, and 2 cores are all destroyed in fractions of a second. The final core is exposed, and its shifting face shows an expression of confusion as it struggles to re-Zan form. Meanwhile, I let out a jet and black flaming blade of energy straight toward the shining core that matches its dark hue. My mana blade blends in with the sky as it effortlessly glides through the monster's midsection and slices its main core in two. I air Zen step forward, absorbing the MP in the air as it's expelled from the consolidated black aura. I'm giving this beast no options for regenerating. A ranked Zen-up boss like this wouldn't be defeated just from a broken core. It must have more tricks up its sleeve, but there is no reason to find out what they are. The white and black swirling candle Zan's smoke, Zan-like energy flows into me. The closer I get, the easier it is to fully absorb with my plunderer skill. In a matter of seconds, the boss's final cries cease and all of the white shards drop back down to the floor. The boss room is flat and motionless again. Silence fills my ears. Level up, all 10 of us glide downward, powering down our skills to examine the debris left over from the brawl. In the sea of white shards, a fist Dan-sized glossy black sphere rolls to a halt. I appraise it. Ranked Dan-up Metal Warrior Core, bonded. Then a second text screen pops up next to it as well. Use Advanced Mana Manipulation Advanced perk. Temporary minion enter desired level. Lean Zan Sibai Jiu. Yes, no. I grin and bend down to pick up the item, but Lydia warns me to step. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I pause, looking back at her with my hand centimeters from the black ball. Why not Zan? The floor beneath my feet begins to rumble, and the remnants of black mana and imbued aura flicker around the monster's core. The white Zan-haired mage jumps up in the air, using ice magic to hover off the ground. It is always a pain when ranked Zan-up golems drop their cores. She rolls her eyes, motioning for us to follow her up in the air. Fisher yells out as the dark core starts sucking in fragments of matter from the floor. The white shards start to disappear at an alarming rate. W. Zan what? How? I even leveled up. I thought we killed that thing. Lydia responds as the black hole speeds up its absorption rate, taking more and more of this boss room's mass into it. We did. It is just being a bit difficult to kill, even after death. My gaze tightens on the growing circle of darkness, dragging dungeon mass into it as all 10 of us hover in mid-Zan air. The advanced mana manipulation perk screen still floats in front of my vision with blue text. Well, 2 can play at that game. I choose yes. Zan, chapter Arlu Yao Zan. I choose yes. As the fragments of white dungeon mass collapse in on themselves, being dragged into the core at a very fast rate, I activate my temporary minion perk, attempting to take control of the deceased boss. It takes a moment to activate as I enter a lower level. Just by Finja Archer under the max will be much easier to handle. Level Sibai. Threads of white and pink light attach the black hole of mana to my fingertips. Just like the times before when I used this skill, I begin to gain full control of the deceased creature's body. Even so, the swirling black core has already absorbed more than half of the floor in the dungeon. We all float high above the ground as the swirling mass and light flash constantly below. A few seconds pass, and I gain full control. My mind's eye can see exactly what the Metal Warrior sees as it stores dungeon mass in its core. It seems it didn't get to fully exploit this feature when we battled. But I'm curious to see how it works in the near future. I could stop the chaos, but decide to keep up the show. Fisher and Lydia probably have enough questions already. There is no need to give them any more. Plus, absorbing every last white metal fragment may come in handy if I want to summon this creature again. I knew something felt off about this material. It is not normal dungeon mass, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Our main mission is still to get to the top of this labyrinth. Not much else matters right now, so it is a question for another day. Simultaneously, the blinding white transfer magic of the boss room activates, bringing the 10 of us up to floor Arshasi, item storage. Not wanting to miss out on the potential loot of a ranked gen-up mutant boss like this, I place the bonded core into my item storage. My mana threads snap and dissolve the moment it enters my pocket world. Then, the white transfer magic fades. My black boots sink into the ground as the familiar sensation of hot sand under my feet and the glimmering rays of sunshine beat down overhead. I take in a deep breath and the smell of salt water and fish fills my nose. The crash of a nearby wave makes me raise my eyes to see an ocean in front of us for as far out onto the horizon as I can see. I turn around to be surprised by the sight of an ocean off in that direction, too. To my left and right, the waves of a deep blue sea fill my vision once again. Lush green palm trees grow high in the sky to give off a bit of shade, and smaller plant life grows below it. We all relax knowing that the boss room fight is over, but I can't help but realize the new problem we're facing. I whisper to myself, "This is a desert island," Fisher replies with a laugh, pointing his blade into the deep blue water. "Yeah, there is more too. Plenty of islands for as far as the eye can see." He is right. There is dozens of them way off in the distance, similar to the one we stand on now. Every few hundred meters, a small golden desert island with a patch of palm trees pops up. In between each of them, there is deep blue water and calm rolling waves. It is a beautiful sight. The only thing that bugs me is how silent it is. With rolling waves, golden sand, and lush green trees, it is like this is a string of paradise islands. A vacation resort even. It is a nice thought, but I know this isn't true. We're in a labyrinth. Lydia turns to me as I activate my Aldzan seeing eye and search the dungeon for a boss room portal. We've already spent nearly Sensaushur hours climbing. There isn't any more time to waste. I nod, locating the boss room's precise resting point, as the white sand-haired mage speaks again. We should get moving now. I nod, pointing my gaze off into the distance past the countless islands. She summons ice and jumps into the air, motioning for me to follow. Meanwhile, much closer to us, the sea nearby begins to bubble and swell. The water of the shoreline rises, making me snap out of my dungeon scanning process and Erdzan step upwards to avoid the incoming flow of water. Lydia and I float about shimi eaters off the ground, but the water mage stays down below, letting the crashing waves hit his ankles. Fisher yells as he backs up toward the exit portal. "I got this. You two keep climbing. Guard duty is up to me." My appraisal and inspect skills pick up the reading of the creature that is causing this ocean swell. LV Wuding Sea active items. Shell Armor of the Island Crab, Zhong Liaotian Qibai Wusha defense active skills. Body hardening special grade. The sand caves in, and the water explodes into the air to come crashing down, flooding the entire island as an enormous red and orange crab bursts out from the ocean floor. It is a newly ranked Xana monster. Its long, clawed arms and legs grip the sandy shore of the island, pulling it forward as Lydia and I float higher into the air upon Fisher's request. Looking the crab up and down, I can tell it's deadly. The monster's defenses and shielding are much more powerful than the base Jian level metal warriors on the floor below, but it is decided to play in the water. This is Fisher's element. I grin as I watch the blue Zan-haired swordsman glow bright, and the water that floods the island begins to rise into the air and surround him. It spins and blends with his glowing magic, creating a whirlpool of energy to form in the air around his body and sword. A bright flash of light and the twang of mana on mana clashing fills the entire island as we leave the two to have their duel. Stepping on air and ice, Lydia and I, the final duo, run off to find the boss room portal. Meanwhile, pincers, fly, and shells are cracked. I sense the crab's level reading disappear on my radar before we even make it to the next island. He took the ranked Den Up crab out and under Sensaushur It's. I smirk, turning back around, now fully confident in the water mage's abilities, to see a stern look on Lydia's face. "What is wrong?" She pauses as we continue to run through the air on platforms of ice and wind, just century eaters or so over the open ocean. The woman doesn't respond until we pass the first island. Nothing. This is all just new territory for me. I haven't trained in many dungeons more powerful than this. We could be walking right into a death sentence for all I know. I nod, sensing another massive crab break through the ocean floor below us, but ignore it. One dungeon at a time. We'll face the Arshawu TH floor and see who is most capable of moving on. I just hope it is me. I'm looking forward to a good fight. I smirk and push off the air while activating my stats and boosting skills to move even faster. She responds, with a light blue pulse of her own as we speed up towards the back of the dungeon. She responds, "You're right, one dungeon at a time." Zan Zan Zan, Chapter RUR Zan Zan Zan. We Island, hop above the massive crab creatures that explode from the sand below, devouring every bit of sandy beach, one after another. The string of islands slowly sinks into the ocean floor as we move forward. The orange and red culprits all range from level Sich J Juwu to Wooding Wu. I send an occasional flaming shot down, but Lydia doesn't bother. I kill Sen in total, but unfortunately don't gain any levels. I'm sure if I stuck around and farmed here for an hour or two, I'd be able to reach level Wubai in no time. There are only Sil levels left. Surely I'll make it there soon. After another half an hour of flying passes, we make it to the final island. A lone boss room portal sits on the sandy shore next to a single palm tree. The deep blue ocean gently crashes and ripples behind it. Like clockwork, as a mutant crab erupts from the ground below, we jump through, letting the creature throw a fit by itself and destroy the island. Transfer magic flashes and brings us to a nearly identical island. The only difference is, behind us there aren't any remains of fallen sandy shores. It is a deep ocean on all sides. A small sandy beach devoid of life is all we get. The sand stretches out on all sides of Arshmi eaters or so, and the ocean waves crash onto the shoreline. I shift my feet in the golden ground, preparing for something to attack. While gripping my sword, my gaze moves around the island, and I power up my stats and boosting skills. It is best not to be overconfident, like Lydia said earlier. Everything beyond this point will be uncharted territory for her and myself. The unstable ground starts to shake and churn under our feet. This is definitely the time to make some distance between us and the incoming threat. The white, Zan-haired ice wielder and I both leap into the air as more sand crumbles away beneath our feet. By the time we make it up Shimi Eater's half of the small island has sunken into the ocean's depths. A dark red-colored crab waves its pincers and long legs in our direction in its place. It is a level Wuti scenting king crab. I glow red, and Lydia glows light blue. She actually draws one of her blades this time. The hunter is finally starting to get serious. With 2 downward swings, the dungeon boss doesn't even get a moment to think. It is sliced in half with blades of ice and fire in a matter of seconds. It does show some resilience, as its shielding and body hardening activates. White light shines bright, but its hell shatters still, failing to stop either of our incoming strikes in the end. The boss room of the Arsha CTA's floor is completed in under Shemale Seacons. Level up. We glide down to the sandy beach to collect a massive pink mana crystal and a fragment thick red glowing shell. It is a piece of the crab's shell with an impressive Junsenti fence buff. I'd like to have it, but considering I stole the last mutant boss's core without asking, letting Lydia keep this one doesn't bother me. The mage holds onto it as we're transferred to the next floor. Her voice can be heard through the bright white transfer magic. Floor Arshawu. We're getting into the real dangerous territory now. The association usually only lets teams of Sen SEs and Bidzan rank hunters farm on floors above this level. Prepare for the worst. Anything can happen. My heart starts racing with both nerves and excitement. The white light fades and my feet hit the hard dungeon floor. It feels chalky and flat, hard to grip with my sandy boots. Taking a deep breath in, I can feel the air is dry, but the temperature is cool. It is silent. Way too silent. The ground beneath our feet is gray. It feels like hard rock, but it is so artificially smooth it is eerie. That is not the most off-Zan-putting part of this mysterious dungeon. Looking up at the sky, it is nearly the same color as the floor, just a shade or two lighter. The horizon line slices the land and the sky into 2 halves, creating a perfectly even cutoff. There isn't a hill, plant, or rock in sight. It is just a completely flat gray plain. I gulp, taking a step forward and hearing the sandy crunch echo indefinitely. Lydia steps forward too, with both hands on her blades fastened to her waist. She whispers, "I've never witnessed anything like this." I nod in agreement. The Titan's domain I was trapped in and trained in for months on end gives off a similar feel. However, there is a huge difference between them. This dungeon may have a flat floor of a single shade and a sky that nearly matches, but it clearly goes on in all directions for as far as the eye can see. From here, it almost seems like there is no end. I activate my perception skills and stretch them out as far as they can go. Nearly sure kilometers in, I pinpoint the dungeon's boss room. Easy enough. The odd part is, I don't see or sense a single monster in this entire search. Taking another step forward, the pressure in the back of my head that I'm very familiar with starts scratching at my telepathy link. Someone or something is trying to talk to me. I'm guessing I know exactly who it is. Gritting my teeth, keeping all my perception skills activated, I allow the nagging voice to enter my mind. The archdemon formed the dungeon in Dry Rock speaks loud and clear directly into my mind. I stop mid-zen stride listening to the creature speak. You've come much faster than I expected, and have grown a lot stronger too. Maybe this won't be boring after all, I reply instantly, turning my head in all directions, unable to sense it at all. Where are you, Zan? It cuts me off. Our battle shall commence soon on the Arshadu TH floor. I'll see you there. Its voice cuts off with no link to reply. My eyes dart around the boss room frantically, scanning every angle as far out as I can sense, but still nothing shows. The moment these words cut off, from the corner of my eye, I see black and purple magic begin to swirl around in the shape of a teleportation portal. It is on my left side, closest to Lydia. My eyes open wide and I turn to it with my blade raised, watching a Senzan metered and tall black suit of armor walk out, making the ground shake with every step. Its entire frame gives off a black aura, similar in color to the warp portal it leaves. Once both feet hit the gray stone floor with a thud, the portal disappears. Surprisingly, the floor doesn't crack or fracture one bit. The black armored knight status finally shows up in my mind's eye. LV, U, R, U, active items. Armor set of the Demonic Guard by Finjajungi by Arsha Defense. Long Sword of the Demonic Guard by Finjajungi by Yishuwu Strength. Amulet of the Demonic Guard. Finjajung by Yisha Mental Strength active skills. Dungeon Walker Swordsmanship Howarty. It is an impressive item and skill set, but the one thing that bugs me is how it and the Archdemon possibly escaped my perception skills earlier. Unless this monster came from another floor. It managed to slip under the radar and away from even my Aldzan seeing eye. Even now, as it lifts its long black sword with a matching ominous aura, the magic power coming off it is mixed with something very odd, something that feels like it shouldn't even exist. It is a sensation that I've only felt a few times before. The feeling of energy and matter being there and not there at the same time. Like the Titan's invisible readings on my enemy detection radar? Or possibly that ominous void of space out in the desert behind the city of Solara. Whatever it is, it doesn't feel right. Zanzin chapter Arliusen Zanzin Zem something feels very wrong. The jets and black magic circling the knight's equally dark armor send shivers down my spine for a fraction of a second. The more I try to use my perception skills and figure out what it is, the more it evades my Aldzan seeing eye. This energy feels like it shouldn't even exist. Whatever it is not made of mana. The other half of my mind can't stop thinking about the message I just received from the archdemon supposedly running this whole labyrinth. Just one more floor, and I'll be able to face the opponent I've been fantasizing about fighting for days. With a smirk, I release a blade of energy at the armored knight as it charges toward us with its blade at the ready. Lydia unleashes both of her katanas and lets two shimmering white crescents of ice fly beside mine. The 3 charged mana blades head straight at the monster's armor. The shimming black fire attack heads straight for its chest plate, while Lydia's strike curves inwards at the weak points in its upper leg and lower torso. Surprisingly, the black armored knight lunges downward, changing the trajectory of my attack to a non-Zan vital spot. My black blade collides with its right shoulder, and to my amazement, sparks fly. It almost looks like metal on metal. It has been a long time since I've seen anything like this. On impact, the moment the shielding around my shot collides with its black energy, a light show of white and yellow sparks erupts into the air. The popping and buzzing noise of mana being released into the atmosphere fills the room. That mana is mine. The edges of my attacks look as if they're melting away while passing through the hard mental armor of the knight with relative ease. With a loud clang, its whole right arm falls to the floor, and my energy blade curves upward into the sky. There isn't anything in the armor. It is completely hollow. My gaze follows my own attack in awe as it continues popping and buzzing while slowly melting away high up in the dungeon sky. The black energy of this odd creature is able to erode and destroy any concentrated mana attacks. Not very fast, but the fact that it is able to use an unknown source of energy like this is definitely alarming. There is no sign of a hidden buff or special skill in its status. It doesn't matter right now. As my attack damages its right arm, the knight lunges to the opposite side right into Lydia's incoming crescents of ice. Just like my attack, lights and colored sparks fly, but the bulk of the strike pierces all the way through its intended target. More loud clangs of armor sound as the black-armored knight falls to the gray floor in pieces. Ice residue creeps over all of the armor, and a chain reaction of sparks flies as it spreads. Both Lydia's remaining shots and the residue left behind disappear into the air in just a few seconds. The black sand-colored aura starts to disappear from the enemy, too, leaving a dark, sliced, tin-up suit of armor on the dungeon floor, less than shumi eaters away from us. I stare at it with a blank yet curious expression, then speak up while blinking a few times. Did Xannet jump into your line of fire? Or was I seeing things just now? We both slowly walk forward, still glowing in full battle mode, she replies. It did. Our footsteps echo while we draw closer, and the wisps of black aura completely vanish into thin air. There isn't a trace of this monster's essence left, but cold slash through armor and a sword on the floor. Using appraisal, it all registers as non-Xan buffed gear. It is all just normal armor now. Lydia speaks up again. It negated both of our hides and concentration mana attacks. I've never seen anything like that. Her eyes are wide, showing emotion I've never seen on the white Xan-haired mage's face before. I turn around, scanning the entire dungeon again, but nothing shows up. According to my senses, there isn't a single other being present on this floor but us. I highly doubt this is the truth. We wait for over 7分钟 Yutes, and finally, the armor begins to dissolve. It drops a mana crystal, but also a tiny black gem smaller than my fingernail. It doesn't register in any of my skills and gives off no magic power. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, I wouldn't believe there was anything here at all. The rock doesn't glimmer or shine, and there isn't even a hint of transparency to it. It is dull and black, but is cut in the shape of a factory diamond. I lean over and pick it up, bringing the odd stone to eye level. Looking deep into the gem, it still just seems like an ordinary rock. The only odd thing about it is I can't sense inside. There is a mini pocket of space that is invisible to me no matter how hard I focus. About Shirwumel's econs pass, and I let out a sigh, throwing the gem into my item storage. Lydia yells out as my mesmerization with the stone finally finishes. There is another. Get ready. A swirling purple and black dungeon walker portal shows up, and an identical knight comes running out with its sword raised. It is on my far side, closer to the mage. She lets 2 shots fly from a close range, and they collide with the armored knight's torso, sending sparks of white and yellow lights flying in the air. Her blades of mana dissolve after they slice through, and the knight falls before it can even attempt to take another step forward. She murmurs under her breath, running over to the fallen knight. So fascinating. I follow, and she turns back to me as I do. You're eager to move to the next floor, right? Lydia turns to the pile of metal scraps. Then back to me. I'd like to fight as many of these knights as possible. This is a unique dungeon. There isn't a single one like it in that I'm aware of. If Jan, I cut her off. No need to explain. I was planning to move to the next floor whether you liked it or not. However, I'm curious about these creatures too. The armor starts to dissolve and it drops a mana crystal along with that tiny black gem again. Lydia picks it up, stares at it for a moment, then activates her ice magic while tossing it up in the air. My eyes open wide as sparks fly and a yellow and white fire burns bright for Liao Miao's econ straight above her open palm. It sucks in all of the ice magic she produces, then completely disappears. The stone leaves nothing at all in its place. Both of us watch in awe. Then Lydia speaks again. I'll find out everything I can, but time is not on our side. We have less than Laun Saoshir hours to clear this break. I give her a firm nod. It was easier than I thought to convince her to let me go alone. Although this dungeon seems rich with rare resources, the final room is the only destination on my mind. Understood, she replies. The director has full confidence in your squad, especially you. If we fail, hundreds of thousands die. I smile, turning away towards the exit. I'll clear the final room by any means necessary. Focus on guarding this floor and collecting those gems. Another black and purple portal forms, and I, and step away, leaving Lydia to farm the abnormal dungeon and guard the Arshawu TH floor from its impending break finally. I'm off to face the final floor alone. Jian. Chapter R. Liu Si Jian. I leave Lydia behind as she battles the jets and black suit of armor that spawned in moments ago. It dives for her directly, ignoring me as I and step away in the direction of the dungeon's far side. Oddly enough, over the next half an hour, there isn't a single monster that comes onto my radar. Not a single one even spawns a portal below to try and fight me. I just fly through the sky in silence, letting the eerie silence of the grades and colored world aid in my building anticipation for the boss that is to come. I continuously try to read Zen open the link from earlier, but the archdemon's presence is nowhere to be found. I'm itching to try out my new increased power. Even with these unique night creatures appearing, a single attack slices through them like butter. This final challenge better be worth it. Slowly letting the grin of excitement grow on my face, the final glowing portal of the night's boss room comes into view. I let out a satisfied chuckle while gliding down to the floor and stepping through without a second thought. Once I defeat this room, I'll be one step away from taking on that demon. The white transfer magic takes me in and fades all the same as I activate all my battle skills in preparation for a fight. Once my vision returns, it feels and looks like I've been transported back to the start point of the original dungeon. There is no difference at all. A gray floor and gray sky surround me. Plus, the absence of any boss makes me even more confused. With a step forward, I grip my blade and take a deep breath. All I have to do is wait. It'll come. Pushing my perception skill to its limit and absorbing the MP in the air, all I hear is my own heart beating in my ears while my eyes scan the room over and over again. Despite its similarities to the endless dungeon I just left, this place seems to have a barrier Zan-like cutoff around Tea-by-Me eaters away from me. I couldn't tell at first. The walls just looked like the sky from the Arshawut TH floor. I'm standing in a massive gray cube, staring outwards. I feel a gust of wind hit the back of my neck. Instantly, I jump high up in the air while expanding a flat rectangular shield of pink mana behind me. Explosions of white light and sparks follow as my shielding is melted. A wavering black crescent of energy tears through it with ease. Under close examination, the blade that cuts my shielding isn't slicing through in a conventional manner at all. It is destroying the mana itself as it collides with my shield. The two masses of opposite matter collide, completely destroying each other in a magnificent blast. My gaze shifts from this display as I lock onto the menace that sent this shot. LV Wu Celine active items. Armor set of the final demonic guard. By Finja Zheng, E by Arshawu, defense. Long sword of the final demonic guard. By Finja Zheng, E by Arshar, strength. Amulet of the final demonic guard. By Finja Zheng, E by Yishijiu. Mental strength active skills, dungeon walker swordsmanship, combat magic, advanced demonic energy manipulation. This knight is nearly a full head taller than the ones back in the dungeon, and it exudes much more of that glowing black energy. Easily Wu times as much. Its final kill catches my eye as it lets off another shot directly my way. Demonic energy! A wave of undetectable black mass soars toward me, but I dungeon walk to the floor to dodge and point my sword forward, erupting into dark flames of my own. Not wanting to give it another chance to attack, I let out a destructive blow. It matches my attack with blinding speed, and both of our attacks collide. I dungeon walk up in the air above it to let out another attack, while the exploration of sparks and swirling black energy fills the battlefield below. Like a black hole, the reaction sucks in pure mana from my strike, The two attacks that collide cancel each other out. It all fades into nothingness as the magical flaming debris dissipates. Meanwhile, my second attack is on a crash course for the knight's unguarded chest plate. With incredible agility and reaction time faster than any beast I've faced in my life, the black helmet turns toward me and it lunges out of the way while forming a purple dungeon walker portal of its own. Not having an upgraded skill like my ability may be its fatal flaw. The milliseconds of lag time between summoning a portal and jumping through are more than enough for me to land a shot on the guard's left forearm. Yellow and white sparks glint in the air as it slips through the portal and becomes completely invisible. I grin, watching the left hand of the creature hit the solid gray floor with a clang while covered in popping magic reactions to the remaining energy surrounding it. Seconds later, it all dissolves, and a cold black metal glove sits on the dungeon floor. The room is silent once again, deathly silent. I stay high up in the air, using wind magic to keep myself about shimi eaters off the ground, and slowly spinning to scan the room in all directions. Over a full minute passes. The monster doesn't show up. I grit my teeth and glide down to the floor, muttering under my breath. I don't have time for this. Nothing again for the full Shoemouse econs. I glide to the floor. It is just silent. Come on out. The guard only attacked me last time when it had a clear advantage and the element of surprise from behind. If that is what it needs to spawn back in again, then that is what I'll give it. However, it won't be able to dodge my attack this time around. I'm sure of it. I smirk. The moment my feet tap the light sand-colored ground, I spin and release a shot from my charged sword. I couldn't sense a thing, but nonetheless, my predictions are spot on. The obsidian sand-colored guard emerges from its swirling portal and releases an energy blade of its own, not waiting for a second. As it is released from the guardian's sword, the black energy is so close to the ground that it begins to react with the mana in the dungeon floor. A white and yellow light forms underneath it as a half metered and deep hole trails the knight's demonic attack. It is eroding mass. From the boss room, I dungeon walk above it to shoot off another attack, then dungeon walk to its opposite side to let out a Sen RD over and over. Before our first attacks even collide, I send Simi Ore flying at it from all directions. It has no time to think and nowhere to hide. They all make contact at a single point. With an explosive crackle, it looks and sounds like a house full of fireworks all ignited at once. The violent popping sounds and expelled mana and flames are mind-boggling. I smile ear to ear while Erdzan stepping backward to watch the attacks hit the knight straight on from every angle. It attempts to portal out, but the lag time doesn't allow it to do so at this range. Black armor flies, and the eruption of energy explodes over Shuumi eaters in the air before quickly dying down and collapsing on itself, disappearing into nothingness. In less than CS econs, the entire reaction ceases to exist, and not a single drop of mana or swirling black magic is left behind. The lifeless armor falls to the floor. Level up, that is level C JoJo. Just Emi War. I dungeon walk over to the now most definitely lifeless knight. The colliding shots cracked the floor and made a small crater, but it is not nearly as deep as expected, possibly half a meter to a meter at its deepest point. My eyes lock onto the center of the armor as I slowly walk over, and it dissolves before my eyes. Use absorption skill, combat magic, advanced demonic energy manipulation. Yes. No blue text. Hovers above the remains of the knight. With a grin, I choose yes without a moment of hesitation. The knights from the dungeon below were covered in this energy, despite not having the actual skill to wield it. Something isn't quite adding up here. My thoughts are interrupted as the loot finally drops. With a light Zan-sounding clink, a large mana crystal, along with a black rock over 10 times the size of the previous drops, are all that remain. The black stone has flat crystal Zan-like edges. Unlike the rocks in the knight's dungeon, this one gives off a faint black aura. My eyes fill with curiosity as I place the crystal and stone into my item storage very carefully. My heart pounds faster and faster with excitement as I wait for the transfer magic to take me up to the final dark hallway. I'll have to talk to Ember about this new demonic power. I'm sure he has some valuable insight. It may be of great aid while facing the final floor. Zan Zan Zan, Chapter 25, Zan Zan Zan. My vision begins to fill with the familiar white light of transfer magic, bringing me to the next floor. So many questions fill my mind as a black hallway comes into view, and my feet fall onto the hard rocky ground. I defeated that knight with ease, but it is only because my mana control is on par with monsters much higher than my own level. With my armor buffs and an array of skills, that level gap can be raised even more. It was using demonic energy, not magic. It is odd attacks were able to destroy mine completely despite the overwhelming strength difference. If it had even a moment to think and dodge, my strikes were somewhat useless. It is time to get some answers. Item storage. The white spinning portal of my spatial magic lets Ember walk out. It is a tight fit in this narrow cave, but heading straight into the final boss room without a plan would be far too reckless. He takes a step forward and immediately opens our link. You've gained a lot of mana control. I take it those stones were all absorbed. Our levels have risen as well. Just one more before the rank up. Ember pauses, then looks me up and down warily. What trouble have you gotten yourself into now? He stares straight at me, not moving a muscle. It seems like he is looking right through, I respond. What do you mean? I already told you we were headed for a labyrinth. The trouble hasn't even started yet. I turn and point toward the end of the hallway at the swirling black portal. It is oversaturated with energy, but not nearly as bad as some of the violent eruptions of mana I've seen from some boss rooms. This one is calm and waiting patiently for the floors below to collapse before releasing its magic on the world. In the meantime, it is inviting anyone in who wants to try their hand at battle. Ember nods slowly, looking at the portal, then back to me. I don't mean the labyrinth. I mean the demonic energy around you. I haven't felt an aura like this in ages. The black Dan-scaled dragon tightens its gaze and gives me a curious glance, but I can see genuine concern in his eyes. I reply, demonic energy. Is it that dangerous? I haven't even used that skill yet. How can you even tell it is around me? I can't sense a thing. I stomp my foot on the ground. I only got it moments ago on the Arshawut TH floor. There were huge black knights covered in it. A toothy grin comes my way, this time with much more excitement. The Guardians. So it is a skill? You're not channeling it through your core? A sigh of relief follows as I nod. Ember continues. That makes much more sense. A demonic energy manipulation skill? Interesting. I thought we'd at least rank up before having to deal with power like this. I tighten my gaze too. Well, we are, and we don't have much time to spare either. Tell me what I need to know before facing the Archdemon. Will I be able to use this ability against it? It seems like I'm going to need to use every dirty trick I can get my hands on. Ember pulses red, activating his plunderer skill momentarily, then responds. You should know, demonic energy is the opposite of mana. If one essence touches the other in a fully active state, the two energies would cancel each other out. Demonic energy destroys magic at the cost of its own mass. Magic attracts demonic energy. The two are always bound to meet, but chaos is unleashed when they collide. Both destroy each other entirely. I nod, thinking about every attack the Black Knight sent out. They all disappeared after a ball of sparks ate up any mana in its path. Ember carries on. Most monsters are incapable of using this power. It is undetectable to them. Archdemons and other ranked Danup demonic monsters that serve directly under the king are the only beings capable of wielding it. Even so, with an advanced manipulation skill, using it incorrectly can still easily be fatal. He stares into the portal, then turns to me. I raise an eyebrow at his mention of a king. Ember continues as I listen curiously. Even with your greater demon's core, it is not a safe power to use. If you have any active magic skills present while manipulating demonic energy, an unstoppable chain reaction could occur within you. Extensive training is necessary to use both in unison. I advise against trying out that skill until you comprehend what you're dealing with. I think to myself for a moment before responding. This is both an amazing power beyond belief and also very disappointing. It all adds up. Mostly, there is just one thing I don't want to gloss over. Ember said it in such a nonchalant manner, but it may be even more important than this new skill? The king? Who is the king? Like, a demon king? No one at the association has ever talked about a king. Wouldn't that be the #1 priority to take this monster out? I stare at Ember wide-eyed, then let out a sigh after a moment of pause. Then again, they hardly ever leak information to the public anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if they were hiding this too. Ember nods. I'm not sure what humans plan to do this time around. It has been over wuxia years since I last got word of a plan. Usually, the king stays out of worldly matters. An archdemon serves directly under them. So if you want to find out any more information, you'll have to find out from the source. A labyrinth of this size is definitely farming a considerable amount of mana resources. It being destroyed moments before a full collapse will most likely raise some questions. He hesitates, then stares at me. Collapses like these are never randomly mid-Dan sentence. The black swirling portal at the back of the room pulses with a wave of mana. It feels similar to the wave of energy I felt outside. When one of the floors collapsed before we entered, I grit my teeth and turn toward the mass of spinning darkness. This is it. If I want to learn more, we'll have to jump through. With a grin, I step forward and motion for Ember to follow. He finishes his sentence. Collapses like these aren't random. A labyrinth master of this magnitude won't go down easily, and I can tell this one is not a young one. There is no time for fun. Do not let your guard down for a second. I nod. You're right. There is no turning back now. We both go all out from the start. Got it! No holding back. This isn't a training session. It is a mission that needs to be completed. There are many lives on the line outside. It is all up to me. I come face to face with the final entrance, then speak again. I just need the final strike. That is the only rule. It is time to rank up and obtain another core. We both jump through. The swirling black portal fades to white. The further I step through, the faster the darkness fades away, bringing us to the final boss room. However, once through, the whiteness doesn't fade. My lungs fill with cold air while I take my first deep breath. I activate my fire magic and feel Ember do the same as he transports in behind me. The flames around my body melt white snow away as I take in the view. The sky is crystal clear and bright blue, without a cloud in sight. There is a range of tall mountains off in the distance that all line up in the outer edge of a semi-Dan circle. They're all almost entirely covered in snow, and the open half of the circle faces me. Leading up to this inviting mountains and covered landscape, there is a kilometers-long stretch of powered white snow. The air is still, not blowing any frozen precipitation around. Ember and I release clouds of steam that slowly float high into the sky as the cold reacts with our fire magic residue. It is completely silent. Dan. Chapter R. Lo Dan. There isn't a single snowflake out of place in this vast whiteness. It is a pure, solid white. I'm not even sure if I could make out that the structures in the distance as mountains unless portions of their cliff edges showed dark stone pointing up into the sky. The sizzle of water being evaporated into steam is the only sound that reaches my ears. Everything else here is eerily silent. Well, it is actually not that eerie, more like peaceful silence. I'm just on edge because I know what is waiting for me. With each step forward, the snow beneath my feet continues to melt. I do find a glossy blue floor now far below to place my feet. It feels like ice but doesn't immediately sizzle away like the snow. This layer takes a few seconds to melt from my fire residue, so I'm able to walk across it. Using mana manipulation and wind magic to guide my steps. Slipping around isn't an issue. After a few seconds, I Erdzan step into the sky and Ember follows. My prescription skills are on full blast, but nothing is showing up on my radar yet again. Why do these ranked Dan-up opponents always make me wait? I hear a reply as I hop on his back, and we begin soaring toward the back of the boss room. Stay alert. It could be lurking anywhere. Even if it has been watching you this whole time, I doubt it'd show its face the moment we enter its lair. I stay silent and follow the wise dragon's advice. We glide over the flatter portion of the landscape with ease, then arrive at a section of rolling hills. Beyond these, there is a wide, shallow crater of blue ice, with little to no snow at all, leading up to the base of the curved mountain range in the back. The moment we cross over into the new section of dungeon, I feel a pulse of mana come out from the mountain. It is pure, crisp, and cold. This is nothing at all like I'd expect from a demon. Gritting my teeth, I stare forward and concentrate. The top of the mountain begins to glow light blue, filling the sky with its magical essence. It flashes, sending out another pulse mere seconds after the first. Ember comes to a halt, hovering in mid-Zan air a distance away from the mountain. As the flash of white and blue light stops, a transparent, shimmering circle of energy has formed behind the mountain's peak. It is enormous and gives off a mana signature that I've never felt before. It is mostly mana, but there is something about this ring that feels very off-putting. I can see the sky behind it, and the curved edges glimmer with silver and white light even after the flash, but have become much dimmer now. Ember's voice echoes in my mind. The Archdemon's battle partner has come to greet us. I clench my jaw and grip my sword. You were right. As these words transfer over our link, we're interrupted. A loud metallic twang and cracking noise come from the ring in the sky. It flashes silver, blue, and white again, sending out a final pulse much more bright and intense. This is followed by a deafening screech that distorts into a vicious roar. All I can see is snow from all the nearby mountains fall from their high points and tumble down in a mass avalanche. Ember reflexively flaps his wings, bringing us high into the air away from any future debris from the snowfall. Simultaneously, my enemy detection, inspect, and appraisal skills finally latch onto something. 750 LV 608 active items. Tier 3 dragon scales 正144 mental strength 正90 magic resistance platinum amulet of frost 正137 mental strength 正90 ice magic active skills plunderer legendary grade combat magic advanced ice summoning buffs ice dragon spawn hidden ability ultimate ice defense hidden ability severed to enormous white wings emerge from the flash of light. With each flap, they move large amounts of wind to push the remaining snow off the top of the furthest mountains. Although I'm nearly a kilometer away, I can tell the creature that teleports into the dungeon is monstrous in size, possibly over twice as large as Ember. Its jagged white teeth glimmer brighter than the snow, and its royal blue eyes glow darker than the ice bowl below, with a twisting pointed tail and dark underbelly a similar hue to its eyes. The white Zan-scaled dragon comes into full view and lets out another roar while hovering above the mountain. I whisper under my breath, "It looks like we get a warm-up round." Ember replies to my mumbles through the link in a calm voice, but with an undertone of anger. An ice dragon. It sent its partner to test our strength. Their souls are linked just like ours, so don't think for a second that monster will go down easy. The monster in question stretches its wings after the second roar, then finally locks eyes on us. It begins to flap its wings and fly toward us with impressive speed. I switch into full battle mode, thinking about its status for possible strengths and weaknesses. There are a few things that differ from theirs and Ember's. Firstly, its plunderer skill is a rank lower. It is still higher than mine at a legendary grade, but one under Ember's who has a mythic grade skill. Its combat magic skill is straightforward, a clear difference. Ice and fire are clear opposites. Luckily, fire Zan-based attacks are very effective against ice. Although both dragons generally have high magic resistance, there is still a clear advantage here. Next, this dragon doesn't have a telepathy skill. I'm positive the body double for its master had one, so it can communicate, but only if directly talked to interesting. Lastly, its buffs. These must be an innate hidden ability, or a gifted one after the ranked Zan-up process. We'll find out soon enough. Either way, the fight is getting started, I reply. Let's do this. I activate all my stat Zan boosting skills to their fullest capacity while reaching into my item storage to pull out my dagger. Ember glows beneath me, and I feel the heat of his flames growing hotter as dark flames build up inside of him. Wu by me. The enormous white Zan-scaled dragon swoops downward, gaining speed while soaring less than century meters from the side of the mountain before hitting our eye level. It begins to glow light blue. The closer it travels, the brighter it shines. Senpai me. Dark flames surround my right side carrying a sword, and the same colored aura leaks from Ember's mouth, ready to release a wave of high Zan-powered fire magic at a moment's notice. My left side is surrounded by wind magic, aided by my mana manipulation skill, giving it a sharper and more concise edge. Ibai Wushimi. I'm not just looking at the dragon through my perception skills anymore. Its features are crystal clear and even more menacing than I expected up close, with glossy white scales and claws bigger than my entire torso. This ranked Zan-up dragon is quite possibly the largest monster I've ever seen. Definitely the strongest. My entire body glows in a golden white light as it is surrounded by flames and dark red swirling magic. A long trail of fire and steam falls behind us. I stand on Ember's back with my eyes locked forward, preparing to let out a devastating blow, then dungeon walk us away to fire another or find cover, depending on how this attack lands. The incoming ice dragon's eyes tighten as particles of ice leave its mouth, waiting to be let out in a violent explosion as well. Wushimi, it is time. I swing my sword and dagger across my body while Ember opens his mouth wide. Two supercharged crescents of white and black mana, Zan-imbued light twist together and head straight toward the glowing white dragon. Beneath these mana blades, a thick, dark crimson cylinder of flames erupts from the black Zan-scaled dragon and follows the same path toward our enemy. The air around us ripples with intensity. The buzzing sound of mana and hissing sound of steam are all drowned out by what I hear next. The frost dragon's screech returns as it releases its counterattack of blinding white and blue light. The intensity of its blast is overwhelming. So much mana in such a small space. Liun M. Zan Zan Zant. Chapter R. Liu Ti Zan Zan Zan. The attacks of fire and mana Zan-imbued ice collide, shaking the entire boss room. Shockwaves of pure mana pulse from the collision, as a wall of ice is summoned many times larger than the dragon I shot at. An adjacent wall of flames is produced as embers. Fire spreads over the blast radius. My wind and fire attacks hit straight on and ring out in an ear-Zan-shattering collision. They pause in mid-Zan air, letting out the head-Zan spinning reverberations. Followed by the sound of a loud crack, we swoop upwards to avoid the blast. But I watch with my all-Zan-seeing eye in anticipation while thick sheet of ice fractures. At its contact point, splintering ice, fire, wind, mana, and intense plumes of steam fill the air in all directions for at least Ibai-me eaters. As the thick wall of ice splits in two, Ember and I aim for the sky, charging up another attack as the summoned blue and white shield falls to the floor in pieces. Following very close behind is the uninjured frost dragon, grinning wide with its teeth-leaking ice magic. The creature's royal blue eyes are locked on us, and it is shortening the distance gap fast. Our first attack may have broken through its first layer of defenses, but the fiery blades were completely destroyed before they managed to even hit its scales and mana shielding. It is a RVEV, and our combined mana control seems to be about the equivalent of our opponent, even with an elemental advantage. We're facing a superior monster. Finally, I smirk and speak through our link. We'll have to outsmart it and land a heavy hit early in this battle. To the sky. Don't slow down even for a second. Prepare to release an attack on my cue. Still moving upward, Ember responds. Understood. Another flap of his wings increases our upward velocity, and the crackling dark red aura around us grows. We break through the clouds of debris and begin soaring into the sky, only going faster and not looking back. A screech sounds from beneath us, and I grip my weapons even tighter, channeling mana from the surrounding air into them, preparing for an attack of equal power to the one we just released. The fast approaching dragon breaks through the cloud line less than a second later with its claws reaching up at us. Its mouth is glowing brighter blue, ready to fire an offensive attack this time around. We fly higher and higher. With each flap of the white dragon's wings, it gets closer and closer to us. Ember may be more agile, but out in the open air his wingspan is less than half of the boss dragon's, so we're losing ground fast. The air is getting thinner and the sky is turning into a blue void of cool, calm air. It is silent up here, just like when we first entered this boss room. Not even our enemy is making a sound. It is just keeping its eyes locked on us like it is stalking prey. Every fraction of a second that passes, meters of distance between us are being lost. The monster will inevitably catch us soon. However, this is exactly what I hoped for. It is almost time. We rocket up into the air so fast that the mountains below start to disappear. The glowing beast is less than 10 wingspans away now. Just a little longer. Then, I feel it release an icy blast pointed right at us. This one is much more concentrated than its last display by far. With the mana density less spread out, I believe an attack like this would be very close to fatal if it hit us. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Dungeon Walker. I teleport both of us below the Frost Dragon, to the point in space where we were flying upward just moments ago. Ember flaps his wings, and we keep rocketing forward. Now, instead of being chased, we're the chasers. An eruption of deep blue glowing ice in the shape of a deadly spear shoots into the air, lighting up the sky and slicing through the empty space we just left. I open my link while swinging my sword and dagger across my body. Now, let's take this monster out of the sky. Ember breaths a dark, crimson wave of flames while my blades of mana circle around it, making for a devastating attack. It collides with the underbelly of the boss monster and tears through its mana shielding, just like it did the barrier of ice earlier. Not easily, but still does a considerable amount of damage. My blades dig deep into its exposed scales, and its entire body is engulfed in Ember's flames. Its upward momentum doesn't allow the creature to stop, turn, or dodge. It doesn't have more than a fraction of a second to do so in the first place. But by the sound of its murderous roar, I can tell it probably won't fall from just one attack. I let out a laugh as Ember swoops down outside of the blast radius. Any sound I make is drowned out by screeches and metallic ringing noises that continue to echo in my ears and through the entire floor around us. That did some serious damage. Glowing blue eyes shine through the swirling debris of magic and matter thrown around from the vast. Then, the entire white, Dan-scaled dragon erupts from the clouds of residue. 2 large gashes are visible on its underside, and burn marks are apparent on its wings from Ember's fire magic. Using ice and mana control of its own, our opponent has managed to put the flames out and temporarily cover its wounds with ice. It barely lost any blood, but it is definitely injured. This is a good start. The anger on its face is clear as day, and as it flaps its wings and shoots toward us, I can tell exactly what it is thinking without telepathy. No more messing around. You're dead now. I concentrate on the fight ahead. One solid attack landed. Now it is time to keep this momentum. Dungeon Walker. We teleport to the white dragon's back and let out another attack. Dungeon Walker. Then, as it is hit from the sky, we release another from below. Dungeon Walker. Again, a dual attack hits the dragon and tears through its shielding and mana-resistant scales, leaving gashes and burns all over. It just roars and follows our lead. The dragon gets quicker to react every time. It is studying our fighting style, but is hit with a devastating blow before it can counter. Dungeon Walker. We teleport to its opposite side again and release a wave of fire and wind magic just the last few. However, this time is different. Instead of flailing in pain or trying to helplessly dodge, the dragon stays still and begins to glow white and silver. A layer of shimmering metallic sand-colored ice covers its entire body in an instant. If my Ald-Zan seeing eye wasn't activated, it'd be near impossible to comprehend what just happened. Our flames collide with its white scales covered in glimmering silver icy armor, then explode on impact into a black and red ball of flames. I dungeon walk backward as the glimmering silver and white dragon turns around to look at us with a new lighter-colored, more refined aura. There isn't a single new scratch on it after that attack. I whisper under my breath. That is one of its hidden abilities, Ultimate Ice Defense. Zenzenzan, Chapter Arlioba Zenzenzan. My blades summoned from fire and wind explode into magnificent balls of man, Zen imbued flames. The white and black blades intertwine with Ember's magic and cover the silver dragon outer shell completely. It stays silent, unharmed by the blast, and waiting for us might make another move. My best guess is it is plotting to finally counter when we do. The dragon studied our movements, flight patterns, and attack styles while taking damage just to get the upper hand. I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Bring it on, yelling out into the magic clouds of debris as we soar upward. The shimmering dragon follows, closing the distance just like before. Our full Zan-powered attacks can't even make a scratch on its new armor. So I'll have to try a much more unconventional way to bring down more of its health. The moment it erupts from the clouds below, I expand my perception range and activate one of my newest abilities, Life Steal. A pulse of mana with a green hue comes emanating from my body, and I feel the life force of the approaching Drogon grow stronger and stronger the closer it gets. The shimmering green energy of my mana collides with the monster's white aura. I instantly feel the hint of a refreshing sensation come over my full body. From this range, it is hardly taking in Wu HP a second at most, but that is still something. I smirk as the approaching creature roars and sends a wave of offensive ice magic my way in the shape of a long spear. Dungeon Walker. We teleport away from its clutches, and I do the same thing again by allowing the enemy to come just within range. I suck a small portion of its HP away from it each time. It is growing weaker for every teleportation we use up, but not by much. Ember and I both send off attacks to counter its fury. This gives me a fraction of a second more time to drain HP before teleporting away. The only way to do a considerable amount of damage would be to get up closer. But every time I try to teleport a little further into range, the faster an ice attack blasts at me, or we narrowly avoid the massive claws of the enraged beast. The boss monster is getting very frustrated, but its eyes never leave our position. Despite its roars of anger, it stays in full battle mode, only improving with each and every one of my teleports. By the time another dozen more attacks pass, it is guessing over half of my transport points before I even move there. Despite this, I've drained another 100 or so of its HP. All I need is time, and this battle is as good as won. As long as we stay out of range and keep up this pace, the fight will be over before the collapse gets anywhere close to the final floor. I charge up my blades and Ember flaps his wings, preparing another dual strike to distract it. We blip to the opposite side of the shimmering beast, but the voice that enters my mind catches me completely off guard. No more playing around. It is time to get serious. In an instant, the sky turns dark, and a shadowy figure teleports in between me and the Frost Dragon, using a purple and black portal to do so. Before I can even think to teleport away or stop swinging my blades, the wave of flames already flies forward. I watch the figure raise its hand and block my 2 shots and Ember's fire with ease. Through the explosion of flames and excess mana, a pair of long red horns emerge on top of the dark, tan-skinned archdemon's body. It is no more than centimeters tall, but there is so much power emanating from its small frame, the creature seems even larger than the dragon glaring at me from behind it. The demon stares forward with a wide smile, bulging muscles, and a dreadful dark aura. It looks identical to the body double it sent to me back in Dry Rock. The only difference is that this real body seems as though it is leaking with power just begging to be used. The air around its exposed chest and legs wavers, and the loud hum of mana fills the area even though its mana shielding isn't active yet. The blindingly white eyes with tiny black pupils look more cold and ruthless than any creature I've ever witnessed or imagined. This is the result of harnessing mana from the Solaran Labyrinth for years. This is a real archdemon, LV Liurin Ba active items. Archdemon's Amulet of Protection, 140%. Defense, 110%. Strength, Crimson Ring of Truth, 135%. Mental Strength, 120%. Perception, Obsidian Ring of Deception, 120%. Speed, 100% agility. Archdemon's Core, 100% all stats active skills. Telepathy, Legendary Grade, Body Double Special Grade, Dungeon Walker buffs. Enrage hidden ability, the Silver Frost Dragon, begins to glow brightly again behind the demon and lights up the sky. Our chances of victory in this fight just fell from within possibilities down into the slim to none range. The overwhelming power before us is over double our own combined mana control. and the growing white light is only increasing that gap. 3 portals of white spatial magic appear over the dragon's head as it lets out a roar. Out of each one, smaller white Zen-scaled lizard creatures with wings materialize from thin air. They're over Wu-Mi eaters long and have the same royal blue eyes and dark underbelly to match their summoner. I comment to Ember through our link. It is the second buff, a summoning spell just like the Blue Ogre King we faced. Using Inspect, I see LV. We well, above each of their heads while they flap their wings and begin to glow blue with their own ice magic. This may have been a plan to deter us from trying, or a way to move me away from its source with this life steal skill, or they're just summoning back up for fun to crush us into the ground with a single attack. We're outmatched and out of time, but I can't help but smile with wide eyes. It may seem like all hope is lost, and it is time to run, but that is far from the case. Without realizing it, our opponent just gave us the perfect opportunity to get on equal ground. I eye the 3-winged lizards as they slither out from their portals, and the white light fades the Wu of them stare across a wushu Zen meter gap in the air at the R of us. All the debris from our explosions has drifted down to the ground, and we're left in a standstill, waiting for the other to make their move first. The archdemon summons a purple portal and lands on top of the silver dragon's head, motioning for the underlings to move forward. They do, and I hear the monster's voice in my inner ear again. You have a few more skills than I gave you credit for. It seems I'll actually have to join to show you our true power. The demon's toothy grin matches its bonded dragon. The cold, demonic eyes of both creatures stare into our souls. Knowing we don't stand a chance now, I take a deep breath and continue charging my blades with a straight face. The underlings fly closer, and I calmly wait. It feels like hours go by in these last few seconds before the final duel. My heart rate speeds up, and my grip on both weapons tightens. Finally, it is time. I shift my gaze to the sky as the first ice lizard spawn comes diving in to attack us head-zen on. Both Ember and I let out a full Zen-powered blow, slicing the creature in two and showering the battlefield with remains to announce the labyrinth's boss room fight has begun. Level up, level up, level up to rank up. Yes, no Sujin Zan Zan. Chapter R. Lu Zhujiu Zan Zan Zan. It is time to rank up. A glowing blue text floats in front of my eyes after Sen level Zan up notifications. Bring me well past the level Wu Bai threshold. Rank up yes. No. High choose. Yes time. Feels as if it temporarily stops around me the moment I make this decision. The 2 other ice lizards still come at us from above on both sides, but so much slower than before. My breathing is loud in my ears, and my perception of magic around me only gets more heightened the longer I'm exposed to this odd flow state. As my gaze shifts over my surroundings, a white glow starts to shine below me, and I feel Ember's scales begin to shift and vibrate. Looking down, the black Zan-scaled dragon glows white too, and my body begins to react. The base of his back I'm standing on begins to expand. The scales grow larger. The white light feels warm. It is pure energy expands in my chest, distributing itself evenly throughout my entire body. I take a deep breath in and my eyes open wide. It feels like the first real breath I've ever taken. The air tastes sweet, and the world around me looks even more crystal clear than I already thought it was. It is like my all-Zan seeing eye is activated at all times, not just the hint of passive control I had before. The efficiency of my mana usage just drastically increased, and I didn't absorb a single MP. This explains how Lydia kept up with me earlier. She didn't absorb the same amount of MP as me, she was just ranked up. Odds are, the Ice Mage probably hasn't absorbed much more than Fisher. My mana control easily doubled in a matter of seconds. I check my status and see a single change under the buffs section. Ha! Buffs Rising Emperor's domain hidden ability. Ha! I take a closer look. The Rising Emperor's domain hidden ability info. This is a hidden passive ability for a spellcaster with the traits of an emperor in the making. The Rising Emperor's domain allows the caster to share skills in their status with any party member who has sworn their loyalty. A copy of the exact skill shared will appear in the party member's status. If this member betrays the caster or leaves the domain's range, the skills will be deleted from their status, and invisible domain expands around my body. I have no control over how far it pushes out, but my reach seems to be just over Shimi Eater's. This has the potential to be an incredibly powerful skill. The grin on my face starts to grow wider as I activate Appraisal, to see the new buffs Ember has received in addition to his mana control increase. T buffs. Ultimate Fire Defensed, Hidden Ability Crimson Aura of Attack, Hidden Ability Su Ti. I skim the details as I steady myself on his moving back. The black Xian-scaled dragon has grown in size by almost Baifinji Bai. Ember is over Shuumi Eaters, and his scales have become even darker. The crimson shine in his eyes is more radiant, and the blood Xian red underbelly emanates strength. His new buffs add to the significance of this change. He has just received a similar ability to the frost dragon we're facing, but one more compatible with his flames. The Crimson Arua buff seems to be a perk, like my Berserker skill, just a ranked Dan-up version. The glowing sensation in my chest starts to fade, and the one around the growing dragon stops too. Reality speeds up, and the incoming ice lizards shriek as they're blinded by the white flash of light, followed by 2 slashes from my blades, and an eruption of dense black flames from Ember's mouth. Level up, level up, level up, level up. They're incinerated in seconds, and we reach level Wudao Du. A shock wave of energy from our rank up bursts out like the pulse of a floor breaking, and I can't help but let out a laugh while pointing my sword forward at the demon and dragon in front of us. We hover nearly a kilometer over the highest mountain in the boss room and radiate with energy that rattles these collapsing labyrinth walls. The archdemon stares forward, and it is the first time I get the sense of any true emotion on its face. It is surprised. No, it is in fear. No, it is excited. A shimmering silver sword materializes into its hands, and the red Zen-tinted dark Zen-skinned menace jumps off of the dragon's back heading straight for us. In response, I do the same. It pushes itself forward by creating small mana Zen shielding layers under its feel, and using them as footholds to walk through the sky in a similar fashion to my wind Zen-powered air Zen steps. As the two of us run up at each other, both dragons swoop down. Ember's black scales start to glow red, orange, and yellow as he activates his defensive buff, looking like a bubbling pit of lava. His entire body is covered in a thick coat of armor, glowing even brighter than the silver dragon diving his way. Then, I watch the fire dragon's crimson eyes pulse, and his claws shine with the same dark red aura. His attack buff has been activated too. Ember is a much more cautious fighter than I am. He clearly has a strengthened advantage if he is facing his opponent straight on. I won't have to worry about him one bit. I'll focus on the real danger in front of me. With all my stats and boosting skills on full blast, my vision tunnels, and all I see is the demonic presence glaring back at me with its sword raised. Just moments ago, I was completely outmatched. Now, this is an opponent for me to finally use all my new skills and strengths to their full potential. I swing both my dagger and sword across my body, while the archdemon brings down its silver sword. Coated in layers of aura and shielding, the 3 blades let out an echoing twang as they come to a halt over a meter away from each other. Both release white explosions of energy and attempt to break through the other's thick defenses. The corners of the demon's mouth curl, and so do mine. It speaks through our link as the shockwaves of energy fill the room. So, you really are the one they've all been talking about, aren't you? I grit my teeth and push my blades further toward the buzzing energy and light. Then reply, the one who has been talking about. The archdemon tightens its gaze and follows my lead, pushing its own sword closer and tearing through a portion of the pink mana shielding, letting elemental magic leak out. It replies, it doesn't matter who. Word is, a stray demon and dragon have been challenging labyrinths and stealing the abilities of those within. However, you're a human, bonded with a fire dragon. I erupt into black flames, pushing my weapons and even more. They're less than half a meter away from touching now. The energy pulsing out from in between is on a magnitude greater than anything I've ever experienced before. It seems rumors of our existence somehow made it out here. If I want more information, I'll have to rile up this boss and keep him talking. I reply with a smirk. So what if it is? After I'm done with you, I'll face the king. I let out a wave of intimidation and pushed my blades even closer. The demon's eyes opened wide, horrified by my statement and momentarily caught off guard. I thrust my dagger and sword forward again, and they collide with its long silver sword to create a clang that distorts the air around us. The final battle in the labyrinth has begun. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Artsy Sheen. Jian Jian Jian. After our blades collide, we're both sent flying back as energy is expelled. A series of attacks follow at blindingly fast speeds. Air Jian stepping through the sky. All that can be seen from a distance are flashes of red, black, and white light colliding as pulses of energy come out from the impossibly loud metallic clangs. We both go into full battle mode. Each of us is solely focused on destroying the other completely at any moment of weakness. Every time I gain a tiny bit of ground, the archdemon slips through on a side where I'm unprotected. The same goes for it. Each attack it throws leaves fractions of a second of leeway for me to dungeon walk in and block it. One slip Zan up with be the end for either of us. The monster's senses are on par, if not greater than mine. It is able to manipulate its mana shielding faster than I can swing, while I'm able to blip away faster than it can attack. The only way for either of us to land a hit is to get in close and risk getting hit ourselves. It is a perfectly even match Den up. Our battle styles are very similar, too. Rigid and rational movements driven by hunger and greed for any room to strike. The archdemon speaks up again as our endless clash of metal on metal continues. If you're unable to land a scratch on me, you have no hope of stopping the great collapse. It grins, letting out a pulse of new red magic that covers its body. Without teleporting, the monster moves over to me with blinding speed and eyes that seem to stare straight through my soul. After just Arshamouth econs of numerous blocks, it seems like it's activating a trump card and already going in for the kill. The devious creature's silver sword comes down at me with nearly untraceable speed. I block it with both my weapons at the last second, but am pushed downward under the pressure of its attack. It speaks again as I realize it activated its Enrage hidden ability. This is where this new power is coming from. A human has never challenged this labyrinth's top floor since it was created. I've had to travel to the nearby linked dungeons for my fun. It grins while pushing me down toward the mountain below. I'm clearly overpowered, but can teleport away if I wish. However, it is spilling good information now that I'd rather not miss out on. I let the archdemon push my blades back as we fall through the sky. It continues to speak through our link in a deep echoing voice. As my first and only challenger, I have to say your power is commendable. Unfortunately, a human can never truly surpass a demon in its element. It pulses darker red, showing off even more power. We fall past the two dragons as they clash. Fire and ice explosions fill the sky, lighting up the face of the demon that angrily stares into my eyes. A full second passes and I feel it activate another skill. It pushes its sword forward with a powerful thrust, sending me down toward the base of the mountain and slicing into my side, drawing blood. At this rate, it'll take less than Semmouse econs to hit the center of the shallow area, Zan like Floorember and I flew over earlier. I smirk, activating my self-regeneration and lifesteal skills as we both fall. The demon continues as I watch two exact copies of itself emerge from the monster's back. I'll show you the full power of an archdemon and make you pay for your foolish remark against the king. You have no right to challenge the creator, the one true demonic emperor that will conquer this world like it has many others. The beings that emerge from its back separate, and I watch two body doubles at level Wu Bai Ci Wu, each detaching from its main body, carrying the exact same long silver sword. The two of them dive forward in front of the archdemon's main body and swing their swords down at me as the ground gets closer and closer. I finally reply, content with the information I've gathered. Bring it on. My feet collide with the icy floor beside the mountain's base, creating an impact crater tens of meters wide, while blocking the two silver swords with my own weapons. The main demon's body comes plummeting through, and I dungeon walk backward to avoid its deadly red glowing strike. Breathing heavily, I stare down the Sen Crimson demons now century eaters away as the ice chunks from our impact settles. Their Liu glowing white eyes lock onto me, and I stare back. I can easily take out its doubles if I have a second or two alone. But focusing on one of them now would leave me wide open for a fatal blow. Activating my item storage, I let the golem core from the dungeon break and the metal warrior core from the floor, Arshasen boss room, fall to the ground. I regen active my mana manipulation perk on both of them and allow both to respawn at level Wupei. I clench my jaw as thousands of MP leave my body, but regain it instantly with my plunderer skill. The black core of the metal warrior starts to pour shards of white metal from its abyss and form the monstrosity I fought earlier. The shimmering clear core of the stone golem lies on the ground, vibrating violently. The floor shatters, and rock from deep underground forms around it to build up into a gray stone golem, the same color as the exposed stone of the bare mountain in front of us. Dense pink strings of mana are visible coming off my fingertips as I manipulate my minions to move forward. They're covered in shielding and are constantly being replenished from the source. The two demon-bodied doubles run forward at them and leave the middle of the battlefield open for the main fighters to clash. The archdemon snarls and lunges forward at me with blinding speed. I smirk and push myself forward to match it. All Liu of us clash at once, while both dragons collide in the sky. A series of dungeon walker portals and teleportations follow as we chase each other around the battlefield. One slip Zan up from either of us will result in a fatal blow that finishes this battle. Clash after clash only leads to minor arm, leg, and flesh wounds that I heal with self-Zan regeneration and lifesteal. My mana sources are nearly unlimited, so I never need to worry about this. The demon is faster and stronger than me by about Bifender's Censure, with its new hidden ability activated. But the lag time between our teleports gives me just enough time to block and counter while landing quite a few hits of my own. The rock, golem, and metal warrior are putting up a good match against their opponents. Even when their cores are shattered, the influx of MP heals them back to Bifenjibai. A distraction is all they need to be right now, so it is perfect. Just Senchamelth Econs pass, but it feels like hours. In such a short time, I've received over Senchamal Maul wounds and landed sure of my own back on the menace. I heal my HP and MP every time, but this doesn't help my mental and physical fatigue. I've never moved this fast and exerted this much power in my life. Multiple times a second, my MP bar's full capacity is used on the golems. My shielding, as well as full power attacks and healing spells, it is invigorating and exciting. But the physical damage done to the archdemon is nowhere near enough to continue this battle style and have any hope of winning. I push through and continue to rack my brain for ideas. The base of the mountain becomes a complete and total war zone. All of the blue ice that covered it previously has melted away due to the enormous blasts and residue of my hot flames. A full minute of endless clashing continues. I heal over Liu Shimi, or Nanzan fatal wounds, and land almost our dozen of my own back on the archdemon's arms and legs, along with about 10 HP from lifesteal. It is still at over half health, and the tingling sensation of overusing mana is starting to spread to every point on my body. I won't be able to keep this up for much longer. All of my stats and boosting skills are raging like a furnace, and any sneaky tricks will take far too long to activate. A risky tactic would be to allow this monster to get me to under Bifender Shisaosha Elf and activate Final Breath. But I'd be putting myself in a vulnerable position with a limited amount of time to complete the task. The last time I activated that move, I was asleep and out of commission for many days after. I'll just have to endure another Senchamal Econs pass, and my body feels like it is being torn apart from the inside. I've burned through millions of MP in just a few minutes. I can't go on much further. Dungeon walking away isn't an option right now either. Even if I try to find Abby on another floor for a quick full restore, I imagine this archdemon would follow. It'd lead to me having to protect much more than just myself. Every one of my teammates would be in danger then. There is only one other option I can think of. It may be even riskier than the others, but my intuition is telling me this may be the only way. Plus, when else will I get to try an ability like this one out? I stop in the center of the shallow arena as the golems clash by my sides, and the dragons let out another magnificent ball of flames and ice high up in the sky above the mountain. The archdemon flies my way with increasing velocity. It grins wider and wider as I stand still and take a deep breath while deactivating all of my active and passive skills. Its voice echoes through my inner ear. A valiant battle for a human, but you see the result will only end in your failure. I have won. It swings its sword, enjoying every moment that passes as it comes closer. The demon believes in its heart that it is the winner. I stare back with a confident grin and activate my newest skill, demonic energy manipulation. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Art Siyal Zan Zan Zan. My demonic energy manipulation skill activates, and I feel all the tension and mana fatigue soreness in my body completely disappear. Actually, all feeling in my body dissipates completely. My perception of reality shifts, making the world around me move much slower than the thoughts in my brain race to piece together this new puzzle. The blue ice turns white from my point of view, and all the color is sapped from my vision. The furious, mutilated archdemon is running my way with its silver sword outstretched. But I can't see the shielding or aura surrounding it like earlier. The ground cracks beneath its feet with every step. But the calmness of the air around me is both ominous and soothing. There is no loud buzzing, no constant strain on my muscles and bones, and most importantly, no mana. My eyes shift back and forth, then down to my sword and dagger in my hands. They're both dull, not glowing. And after what Ember warned me of, I don't dare channel any magic into them. Now that I think about it, I don't think I'd be able to channel mana into them if I tried. Not while this skill is activated, at least. Both of the golem cores I was manipulating moments ago fall to the floor, and the matter surrounding them crumbles as well. The archdemon still approaches fast, now half the distance away from when I first activated my skill. A shiver runs down my spine. Then I feel an instant shift in my perception again. My mind is being thrown for a loop over and over as I try to comprehend what is happening. The long black line on my arm pulses with a black outer glow, and a veil of brighter light filters my vision. The greater demon's core that bonded with me after defeating a labyrinth guardian activates fully for the first time, and I see the world around me in a new light. Or, well, a new shade of darkness. In the air of this boss room, tiny particles of black energy float in thin, nearly imperceivable wisps of smoke Zan-like waves. Less than Bifengi of the air contains what I can only guess is demonic energy. Not only can I see it, I can feel it. The moment I focus on pulling the matter in, silently drifting clouds of dark matter swirl toward me. I hold both my dull, lifeless weapons and let the skill take over. The streams of black matter that hit my back feel like someone dumped boiling water on me. I tighten the grip on my sword and dagger while clenching my jaw and bearing the pain. It flows through my veins and gives the sensation of searing my body from the inside out. The hot flames in my veins make their way toward my chest. It is heading to the source that draws them in. It all collides at one point, my core. As this energy filters through my greater demon's core, it comes out the other side as a cool and refreshing counterpart to the violent burns of the raw energy. It is almost like crystal clear chilled water from a faucet flows through me now. It glides down my arms and into both blades as I swing them across my body to collide with the archdemon that makes its final attack. Its glowing white eyes meet mine as our blades clash. Mine are cloaked in dense black energy, without any trace of magic and undetectable by any means except a refined demon monster's hyper-Zen focused senses. We collide. The expression on the overly confident archdemon's face changes from pure joy to absolute terror as yellow and white sparks begin to fly. I hardly feel any pressure from the impact. Cool streams of energy leave my fingertips and become amplified by the swing of my sword. I'm not controlling it at all, merely letting waves of it flow from the air through my body and out my sword and dagger in a more condensed form the moment it leaves my blades and touches the demon's silver sword. The energy completely closes its form and splashes out onto my incoming target. This is what activates an incredible light show. The violent crackling and popping expands exponentially, reacting with what I can only assume is its manids and imbued aura and shielding. I'm unable to sense any of it in this state, but I jump to the side and run as fast as my base stats can take me. A monstrous roar comes out of the demon's mouth. It is one that sounds more like a dying monster than the intelligent creature I was talking to moments ago. It turns to follow me. I grit my teeth and deactivate my demonic energy manipulation skill. Simultaneously, the creature speaks through the link in an urgent and malicious tone. Demonic energy, a human wielding the pinnacle achievement of demonic power. You've just ranked up Teeds, and this is impossible. The furious voice in my head turns to a tone of confusion and fear as the world around me begins to become much more vibrant and colorful again. The hot and cold sensations of demonic energy entering and leaving my body have completely vanished, and the buzzing of mana returns to my ears. As I start to reactivate my buffs to outpace the demon, it becomes clear this won't be entirely necessary. The chain reaction of jets and black energy covering its full body and eruption of sparks explodes outward over Woomy eaters on all sides. The loud crackles almost drown out the violent hums in the rest of the boss room. Its two body doubles turn toward me. One of them raises its sword while the other stands silently with its eyes closed. The main body still screams in agony. A purple dungeon walker portal opens next to one of the doubles, while the second lunges at me with alarming speed. I grit my teeth and channel mana into my sword and dagger to block the incoming attack. Following a loud clang, the demon speaks up again. Its main body falls to its knees a distance away, and its other clone disappears through the portal it created. The archdemon's voice is slower, but still steady. It is coming to terms with the reality of this situation. I've lost. I've lost to a human. A message has been sent across the abyss to the superior archdemons. They will know your battle style and all of your skills. You've bested me with your filthy imitation of demonic energy control, but this is as far as you'll go. I power through the body double's defenses and slice it in two. The main demon's body begins to fizzle out and the crackles of sparks cease. It leaves me with a final remark. You cannot stop what is already in motion. In time, your world will be ours. The sparks stop and the arena falls silent. All that remains is a melted silver sword and a pile of black ash. Level up, 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 level up. Use absorption skill. Body double, special grade. Yes, no, bonded. Familiar skill link. Use absorption skill. Combat magic, advanced ice summoning. Yes, no 7 multiple lines of text. Hover over the archdemon's remains as I eye my status screen, reading out level Wu Yao Si. I choose yes on both options, and 2 new skills enter my skill slots. The Frost Dragon dies once its master ceases to exist. Bonded demons and dragons seem to share an essence upon death. I whisper under my breath in confusion, sporting a wide grin. It is over. Usually, battles like this end with me critically injured or unconscious when I try out a new skill, or last Dan resort option to defeat a truly superior opponent. I assumed today would be no different. The body of the enormous ice dragon falls from the sky, and Ember hovers above the mountain, flapping his wings. I gulp, taking a step forward as the remains of the final boss begin to dissolve. Before they do, a small yellow glimmer of sparks glisten from the tips of my sword and dagger. I feel a sharp pain in my chest. Then my vision pulses to black and white. I gasp for a breath of air and fall to my knees. Zian Zian Zian, Chapter Art C. Art Zian Zian. After what feels like a hot sword thrust through my chest and an electric shock rippling through my body, I hit the ground struggling to breathe. Shock and confusion fill my mind as the room's colors fade to black and white again. Dull, Yu Zhan, what is going on? The last few seconds of this battle are mostly a blur, but I'm positive I won. I defeated the archdemon, and it told me everything I wanted to know? This doesn't make any sense. Actually, now that I have a moment to think, nothing that Demon said makes any sense. It is sending a message across the abyss. Demonic energy being the pinnacle of Demon's power. The king is trying to take over this world? Also, the fact that I wasn't able to sense any mana while wielding this new skill and defeated a Labyrinth Guardian with a single attack is mind-boggling. With so many unanswered questions swirling around in my head, it makes it difficult to focus on the real problem at hand. The grip on both of my blades loosens, and my knees rest on the cold, hard floor of the boss room. Yellow and white light still crackle from the tips of the two weapons. My eyes widen as the reactions slowly start to grow. It looks exactly like the result of mana and demonic energy canceling each other out. Clink pre. In the same moment, a palmed and sized black sphere falls to the floor in front of me out of a dissolving pile of ash. Blue text hovers above it. Archdemon's Core. Baifenjung Ibai. All stats letting go of my weapons. I grab the orb, and it instantly sinks into my palm, just like the previous one I bonded with. The stat boosts are immediate, and the natural perception additions are very noticeable. Before I can enjoy this moment in my dazed state, the sharp pain in my chest comes back. This time around it is even more intense. I can feel a headache coming on too. I rest both hands on the floor and watch another dark black line appear on my other forearm. It winds up to my shoulder and curves to my chest. I can only assume my eyes have grown much lighter after this core absorption too. My gaze darts back and forth as I try to catch my breath and stand to my feet. The sword and dagger I left on the ground are crackling and popping with sparks. The reactions are only growing, so all I can think to do is open my item storage system and put them inside. The white spatial magic portal opens, and a voice enters my ears as Ember flies down from the sky with a shiny silver amulet hanging from his mouth. Stop. I look up and appraise the item he is holding on instinct. Platinum Amulet of Frost, Baifenjung Ibai Senjutsi Mental Strength, Baifenjung Jiushi. Ice magic, the sharp pain in my chest returns, but bear it without falling over. It keeps coming back every time I use magic. Ember keeps speaking. That was horribly reckless, but I believe it may have been one of the best options to secure a guaranteed victory. I grit my teeth while nodding and look up at the enormous ranked Denup dragon that lands in front of me on the hard ground. He is excited about this new upgrade, but the worried expression tells me now isn't the time to celebrate. I use self-regeneration on my full body and dump out an HP potion from my item box to attempt to heal whatever is making this horrible pain. Once all the shimmering green liquid from the bottle disappears, I feel as good as new. Sporting a grin, I let out a sigh and use telekinesis to grab the swords on the ground, as well as the golem cores I disconnected from during my match earlier. I'm all right. I open up my storage portal wide. Come on, the transfer magic will activate soon. It is best to Zan again. The world around me puzzles back in white and I fall to the dungeon floor. Ember speaks. Demonic energy poisoning. You've given yourself demonic energy poisoning. I slowly struggle to stand to my feet, then see the black lines that run down my wrists start to glimmer with the same yellow and white glow as my swords. My heart skips a beat as I piece together what is happening. I whisper under my breath. There is no way to stop this, is there? All I get in silence in return? Ember nods slowly as my mind runs wild. I quickly open my status and scroll through my new skills. Ice magic is great, but it can't help me right now. Self-Zan regeneration and HP potions won't help so. Lifesteal is a dud too. Body double Zan. The body double skill allows the caster to create an exact copy of their being up to Baifenjutsi of the mana control and Baifenjutsi of the level and natural stat capacity of the original form. This double will obtain every skill the original body possesses, but none of the active buffs. Magic items will also receive a doubled form, but cannot be transferred to any other being. Once a double is killed, all items and the essence of the doubled being will dissolve into pure mana. No experience points can be earned from killing a body double. The special grade perk allows the caster to control doubles while asleep, unconscious, or in suspended animation indefinitely. Up to 2 body doubles may be controlled at once. Grade, special grade, upgrade. I scan this new skill, and ideas start churning. Ember's voice echoes in my mind as my wrists begin to crackle and spark with very visible light now. That is right. There is no known cure. I've heard of skills that dull its effects, and certain monsters that can cut off their magic supplies to pause the reaction, but the process has already begun. At this rate, you'll be completely consumed in less than Wufenjong Yutes. I will too. I grit my teeth and respond. I'll find a way. Ember smiles and gives me a slow nod while closing his eyes. I keep scrolling through my status, then come across a skill I didn't think would be useful. Ember's words repeat in my mind so many times that I speak them out loud. A cure! Hibernation info. Hibernation allows the user to fall into a deep slumber and cure any curse, disease, or illness given enough time. Hibernation costs a set amount of MP upfront, and the user will not require food, water, or excess mana until the process is complete. If awoken before hibernation is complete, progress will be Baifunji negated. The effectiveness of hibernation is greatly decreased if a curse or disease inflicted on the user comes from a being of significantly greater mana control or level. It may take significantly more MP to complete a difficult request. The user's defenses will decrease by Baifunji during hibernation. The user's defenses will decrease by Baifunji for Sharsaushur. Hours following hibernation. These deads and buffs may not be completely removed by any skill below the mythic rank special grade perk. Hibernation time is decreased by Baifunji and upfront MP cost is reduced by Baifunji. Post-hibernation deads and buffs may be reduced by up to Baifunji with specified MP cost depending on the severity of the ailment cured. Grade, special grade, upgrade. My eyes open wide as another blue text box shines in front of my eyes. Use hibernation, cure, mana fatigue, J Soju, demonic energy poisoning, J Soju, flame emperor's sword, wind tyrant's dagger cost. Wu by Arshasender Nundu K MP time, Judir Ardes yes. No, I got it. If I accept right now, odds are I'll be incapacitated before being transported back to Solara. This doesn't seem like a good option to me. It is not that I don't trust my team. It is just that I'd rather not bet on chance when there is a much better option in front of me. I walk over to Ember, making contact with him, and my two blades, Dungeon Walker. Using the minimum amount of MP possible, I teleport us back to a dungeon that I conveniently made a transport point to not so long ago. A wolf dungeon in the cave system where the lava salamander creatures lived. It was either this or the rat dungeon. Teleporting back to the capital may be too risky in more ways than one. I think about the Titan's domain. Using a time dilation would make this a lot quicker, but I'm not quite sure how that much mana would react to demonic energy. Today isn't the day to find out. Rocky and grass, Dan-covered ground spreads throughout a mountainous forest, Dan-like Idzan-class dungeon, I've teleported to instead. Ember speaks as the lush trees, and warm air contrasts the labyrinth's freezing cold boss room we just left to the most extreme degree. He raises his head. Master, what is the plan? I fall to the ground as the mana usage blinds me. The sparks on my forearms are only growing in size. I need to finish this now before I pass out or worse. I reply through a clenched jaw, body double. Just like the archdemon, a flash of white light and sparks create a second copy of my being. It hurts, but this needs to be done. Now I have two simultaneous perspectives. I gulp, then fall to the floor with my main body and activate hibernation. More and more sparks climb up my arms every second. Use hibernation cure, mana fatigue, J Soju, demonic energy poisoning, J Soju, flame emperor's sword, wind tyrant's dagger cost. 752.89KMP time, 14.4 days. Yes. No. I choose yes, and activate my plunderer's skill to feed it every last drop of mana it requires without a moment's hesitation. The MP needed and time required has risen since the last time I checked. The reaction has become worse. This all makes sense. A few seconds pass as I take in mana in the surrounding dungeon. Then, my main body's vision fades to black. From my double's perspective, I watch my body fall limp, and the violent sparks cease to climb my arms. I'm surrounded by a very light green aura, and blue text hovers above my body. Hibernation activated time remaining. 14.4 days. Dan. Chapter RT Sen Dan. It is a very odd feeling, looking at my own body lying asleep on the rocky floor. I peer down at my wrists and see that the sparks have completely stopped for this body too. However, I feel completely normal. I open my item storage, and all of my items are there. including the exact sword and dagger on the floor by my feet. I'm level Sito Benchend, and my mana control is much lower than it was moments ago. Even so, it is still much higher than it was before I ranked up. These items are just Mana Zan imbued copies and will disappear once my cloned body fades, and this temporary power debuff will leave soon too. They look and feel exactly the same as real items, even with my perception skill activated. I can't tell a difference. It doesn't matter at all what happens to this body. Even if I'm killed, I'll still wake up in my original form in our weeks. After letting out a long sigh, I look up at Ember, and he is already speaking through our link. A new trick saves the day again. How interesting. We make eye contact, then both stare at my body on the floor for a few seconds. The realization that the labyrinth is collapsing as we speak comes across my mind. I need to teleport back there, or my teammate will think I've died. I open the link with Ember. This is urgent. I have to leave. Just Shasid days. I need my body kept safe for our weeks in this dungeon while it is being healed. Absorb all the mana you want, and take out monsters too. Just no killing humans or being seen by anyone. And don't collapse this dungeon. He nods. Understood. Be safe. I grin, nodding back. I will. See you soon. I Dunagon walk back to the boss room, and just in time. A celebration with Ember would have been nice, but there is no time for that. I tested a new dangerous ability, and my gamble paid off. There are consequences to playing with the odds. Sometimes, not everything falls in my favor. Then again, maybe it does. My feet hit the cold ground. The boss room is empty and silent. There isn't even a hint of a breeze to push the remaining snow back onto the naked mountains or rock-covered battlefields. I do a quick scan of my surroundings and confirm all my senses and skills work fine. I reach into my item storage and even pull out a copy of my sword to check it again too. Its buffs have dropped down to the equivalent that they were when I was at level Sidoar before. With my Conceal Skills special grade perk, I hide my new black tattoos and glowing white eyes, reverting my appearance back to the normal human state. Even my demon's cores were replicated. Almost Wooshimouse econs pass before the world around me fades to white, just in time. It is over. The entire labyrinth fades into nothingness and transports all its participants back to the small Mana Zan shielded room where the entrance portal stood spinning just a few hours ago. The hunters that were guarding the Shiba TH and Shujut TH floors must have left. I don't sense their presence, and there is no way they could have managed to climb any higher to help us out. Once the bright flash of light clears and the buzzing sound of shielding fills my ears, I see all Wu of my teammates in front of me. They're all breathing heavily, some covered in sweat, and all of them exhausted. My main body was on the brink of collapse before I used every last bit of strength to activate my hibernation skill. My doubles body that I'm currently using is seemingly fine. The first excited laughing voice I hear from my left side is Maria's. Her wide smile, blonde hair, and bright blue eyes are the first thing I see once my feet hit the solid floor. We did it! In record time, too! Good job, guys! She jumps around glowing light blue as Abby starts to make her rounds, healing everyone up from mana fatigue and checking for any extra injuries. Both Aerie and Fisher are practically leaking with new power. My eyes widen as I start to speak up to ask a question, but I get my answer as the water wielder speaks first. I finally ranked up. He smirks, looking down at his body, then back up at all of us with a confident stare. I got an awesome new water defense buff, too. Nothing can get past me now. I'm on a whole new level. I'm easily on par with you now, Lydia. He turns to the white Zan-haired mage with his arms crossed. She gives him a thin smile and replies in a sarcastic tone. Yeah, maybe. She practically ignores the blue Zan-haired hunter and eyes me up and down curiously. She starts to walk over. You defeated the boss room quickly, in less than Shifanjong Yutes by my calculations. That is very impressive. I can't say I wasn't doubting you. She gulps, still struggling to understand something as her eyes scan my body up and down faster and faster. The mage tightens her lips, unable to piece something together, then speaks up again. You seem stronger, too. Congrats on the rank up. I nod, understanding there is something more she is trying to say, but now isn't the time. Thanks. Then look to Aerie. He seems completely distracted by his open status, so I don't bother. We'll have plenty of time to show off our new skills later. I speak up. Let's get out of here. Our mission in the Dark Continent is finally over. The city of Solara is safe. A round of smiles and laughter follows, and we start to climb the Manads and imbued stairs up to the surface. The closer we get, the darker the mana shielding around us becomes. I don't remember it being this color on our way down. I activate my perception skills, and am shocked to find I can't sense anything outside of this structure. At first, I just push through thinking it is a side effect of my weakened state, but the harder I try, the thicker the walls seem to be. Hey, this shielding is a lot different than when we entered, isn't it? The smiles and cheerful conversations stop as everyone else begins to notice too. Lydia speaks. You're right. Her expression darkens. This looks like a Zan rank graded shielding. I didn't know they even had this kind of supplies out here in the desert. I clench my jaw, assuming the worst. Fisher rolls his eyes. They thought we would fail. That is it, isn't it? There is nothing to worry about, guys. The Solarans just wanted a failsafe for their city if we all died. He lets out a sigh, then yells up the last flight of stairs as we continue forward. Real nice of you all. Appriacte the faith you put in your saviors? He smirks. I don't buy it, continuing to expand my perception range, but an impossibly dense wall of pure magic blocks me. The particles are so thinly locked together that it'd take me hours to see through. Then I feel a crack in the shielding just Shirumi eaters ahead. The entrance door opens for a split second, allowing me to feel the entire city outside, then slams shut with a loud thud. I'm cut off again. A loud bang shakes the floor, and a strange cloud of invisible manads and imbued energy shoots out of it. I can only barely sense it with my skills, and utter out a few words before the wave of bizarre matter hits us. Watch out for Zan the Zan-A. My thoughts go blank as soon as I'm enveloped in the invisible silent cloud. My vision goes blurry, and all of my skills automatically deactivate as I fall to the floor. It feels like electricity is shooting through my veins. The Wu teammates around me falling in a similar fashion to my sides is the last thing I see before everything goes black. Is this the Solaran government? The association? A team of rogues? I can't figure out what is happening. And for some reason, my poison resistance nor any of my other active skills are activating. I manage to swing in and out of consciousness as a team of men in jets and black hazmat suits open the locked door of the special shielding and take our bodies away. The light outside is bright, but it is impossible to make out where we're headed before I pass out again. My head hurts, and my body is numb. I desperately attempt to move my limbs or activate my telekinesis, but something is interrupting my ability to cast magic. None of my skills work at all. There is a horrible ringing in my ears that makes it impossible to keep my thoughts straight, and the rhythmic pounding of my heartbeat is only getting louder. As I wake up again, it is unclear how much time has passed. I know one thing for sure. I'm being carried down a flight of steps. It is dark, and the ringing in my ears has only gotten worse. This time, unbearable. I pass out again. Everything goes dark. I wake up a final time, and the ringing in my ears and pain in my temples has finally subsided. I'm sat in a chair, and my wrists are both cuffed to a table. The space around me is dark, and my mouth is dry. All I hear is a woman's voice echo from the darkness at the back of the ominous underground cement Zan-walled room. Congratulations on clearing the labyrinth. Welcome to your debriefing. Zanzan Zan, Chapter RTC Zanzan, tall woman in dark clothing, walks out from the shadows in the back of the room. Her voice echoes as she gets closer, and my eyes slowly adjust to the dim yellow Zan-tinted lighting coming from a single flickering bulb. Short blonde hair hardly reaches her shoulders, but covers her face enough so that shadows hide all of her defining features. The woman wears a tight black combat suit with silver daggers, and assorted magical items on her midsection and tied around both thighs. I gulp and squint my eyes, attempting to activate Inspect and Appraisal, but they won't turn on. My cuffs tighten around my wrists even more, and I feel a wave of fatigue pass over me. My eyes widen more as her footsteps get louder, and she continues to walk forward at me. Her face is becoming visible now and isn't familiar at all. The woman has mature and stern features, but they're symmetric and devoid of any imperfections. Her hazel eyes glimmer in the dim light as she speaks up again. Now across from me at the opposite edge of the table, less than Liao Mi eaters away. Good to see you're finally awake. She crosses her arms and a silver badge on her chest shimmers. It is Sen numbers on a small pin labeled Lin Yun Wu. My gaze tightens as I attempt to activate my skills and tear my hands from the black metal cuffs, holding me to the gray metal table. Again, nothing activates, and my muscles become extremely tired after attempting to brute force my way out. Just a fraction of a second worth of exertion feels like I just finished an hour Xianlong battle. The fatigue hits me instantly, and I let my head droop. I should be able to break through metal like this easily, but it gives off the same odd feeling as the gas-dan-like substance that was used to knock us out. I let out a sigh, raise my head, and reply, "What do you want with me?" She tightens her own gaze in response, and a corner of her lip turns up. "You're cool zen-headed now, aren't you?" "No, where am I? Who are you?" She leans in over the table and her grin widens. "Most of your friends had a much more aggressive response when waking up, especially that green Zan-haired girl. She was a nightmare." The woman chuckles. I clench my jaw and scan the room as my eyes adjust more, and it gets much clearer than moments ago. There is a heavy metal door at the back, no more than Wumi eaters behind the blonde. The walls are made of pure cement with no decorations or even windows. The floor matches the dull gray coloring, and it is damp covered in dirt and shallow pools of water. I'm sitting on a small wooden stool, and my hands are attached to a cold metal table by a pair of cuffs. That must be a magic dampening item of some sort. Dark lines come out from under the cuffs and move up my forearms. My conceal skill is deactivated. She can see my true form. I want to curse her out and break the walls down, but I swallow my words, not wanting to provoke this woman in this weakened state. There is not much I can do other than hear what she has to say for the time being. I'll say it again. What do you want from me? She continues to grin, looking down at my wrists, then up to stare directly into my white eyes. I want to know what you saw up there. It appears you're the only member of your squad that made it to the final boss room. I need a full report. I gulp again, staring back at her unwavering expression. The woman's outfit looks like a uniform, but has no branding or special marks to signify she is from the association. This could be a special unit I've never heard of that deals with hired Zan-level matters, or possibly a Solaran Zan exclusive organization. My last guess would be rogues, but to pull off a heist to this degree without fail, it is highly unlikely. I reply, I defeated the final floor. A flash of white light brought me back, and the labyrinth collapsed just like a dungeon. She rolls her eyes, then leans in even further less than half a meter from my face. I'm not stupid. You have two cores. This isn't your first time. I'm not sure how you managed to get away with collapsing a full labyrinth in the past without us noticing, but we have you now so crisis averted. I freeze up. She knows about the cores, which means she knows exactly how labyrinths work. The only other notable hunters I know that have this kind of knowledge are the Aidzan class, Rodrigo, and the regional director, Brutus. Who is this woman? Who does she work for? And what does she really want from me? I grit my teeth, but she speaks again before I get the chance to. Come on, spit it out. Was it an earth dragon? No, Lightning. It was a lighting dragon, wasn't it? It was a Zan. I cut her off. Tell me who you work for, and I'll tell you what I saw. Her expression completely changes. The air pressure in the room shifts too. Instantly, she reaches for the silver dagger strapped to her thigh and makes it glow white while pointing it straight at my throat. This isn't a negotiation. I ask questions and you answer. Got it. She thrusts it forward, stopping millimeters away. I can feel the thin layer of mana shielding react with my skin, but can't activate my own to protect myself. She is definitely an elite level hunter or higher, but without my perception skills, it is hard to tell more. Her expression grows more stern, and she takes the knife from my throat and stabs it straight through my right hand without a hint of hesitation. You singled and handedly took out an archdemon and successfully absorbed its core without suffering a single scratch or showing any signs of mana fatigue. This is a feat less than Baifinger Wu of elites ever reach in their entire careers. I roll my eyes, gritting my teeth and bearing the pain of a dagger through my hand dripping blood. I respond. I'm sure plenty of elites could have taken that demon out. She smiles, taking her hand off the blade but leaving it stuck through my hand and the metal table underneath it. The blonde crosses her arms and starts walking back and forth, side-Zan eyeing me. Good. Information. We're getting somewhere. She stops pacing. Now, what unique skills did this demon have? Blood flows from my hand as I stare up at the woman in anger. She is not going to tell me a single thing about her. The only clue I have is the number on her uniform, and the fact that she can wield mana shielding. Her fair skin makes it more likely that she isn't from around here, and most likely from outside the walls. Other than that, it is hard to tell anything else for now. I curse under my breath, then respond through a clenched jaw. Association, or Solaran. At least tell me that much. She smirks, grabs a knife from her other pant leg, and begins twirling it around her fingers. As I said before, I ask the questions, and you give the answers. This is how it is going to work. She points the knife to my neck again and asks the same question. What skills did that red Zan horned creature have? We know most greater demons have a teleport skill, but archdemons often have varied abilities. What did it have? I feel the tip of the cool blade touch the upper side of my chin and blood trickles down to make clinking sounds as it hits the metal table. I whisper through gritted teeth. That is it. It only had a teleport skill. Her eyes flash white. Then she stabs my left hand with the new silver blade. She gets close to my face again and yells with a twisted grin. Don't lie to me. I feel blood flow from my other hand as well, now as I feel her breath on my nose and mouth. The only way you're getting out of here is if you tell me what I want to know. Do you understand? If I kill you here and now, I'll take your cores and that'll be the end of it. So it is in your best interest to spill it. You may get a chance to walk. This time around, I don't even react. If she is really going to torture me until I talk, the best thing I can do is stay silent and think of a way to escape. If she kills me, those cores will disappear once my real body wakes up anyway. I tighten my lips and don't respond, deep in thought. She leans in even closer to me, less than a few millimeters away, and whispers, "No one knows you're here. No one is coming to save you. No one can Zan." I back my head up slightly, then swing forward and smack my forehead against hers, stopping her from speaking mid-Zan sentence. Pain splinters through my skull, down my spine, and makes its way through my full body, nearly knocking me out. The instant fatigue from these black cuffs hits as I exert any excess force, but it is worth the pain and energy. I let out a laugh as the blonde Zan-haired woman falls backward onto the floor, wide Zan-eyed with an expression of shock on her face. There is a light sloshing sound from a shallow pool of water as she hits the floor. My interrogator immediately scrambles to her feet, unharmed but covered in green and black grime and red Zan faced with anger. You want to play games? I can play games. I said I'd kill you if you don't tell me what I ask you. Do you not value your life? The woman puts her hands on her hips and stares at me. You asked for it. Her eyes fall to her soaked uniform, disgusted by the soured and smelling liquid covering her left side. You may be tough now, but let's see how you handle a few days without food and water. Those wounds on your hands won't heal easily without magic. You'll talk. They all do. I smirk, still amused by her fall. She turns around, unlocking the metal door at the back of the room and speaking in a lower, more serious tone. Really think about your situation. Just answer my questions and all of this can be over. I'm not an enemy, so don't turn me into one. I give her no response, and she slowly nods. Looks like you'll be difficult. Enjoy your peace of mind while you still have some left. She turns back to me with an indifferent look on her face, then slams the door. It echoes for a moment before I'm left with a knife in the back of each hand, sitting in a damp, empty room. Letting out a sigh, I talk out loud to myself. Well, that probably could have gone a lot better. Now, How am I going to get myself out of this one? Zan zan zan. Chapter artsy wu zan zan zan. My eyes dart around the small room, looking for any possible ways to break free, or even narrow down where I've been taken. Nothing appears after minutes of searching. I'm really just stuck in a bland, empty room. One thing I know for sure, once I get out here, I'm not going back to the association with open arms. This is all their fault. Withholding information and giving constant orders for worthless store credits was what I needed to do to get access to more powerful dungeons and learn more about the world. Now, getting involved with these organizations has proven to be much more trouble than good. I've grown exponentially, have teleportation access to the Vice City Labyrinth, and wield more than enough skills to blend in wherever I need to, whether it is finding a home in Solara or venturing out to one of the other regions other than Vice. They all seem much more pleasing than working like a blind slave moving forward. I take in a deep breath and talk to myself again. No more following orders, and no more helping the weak. Someone always takes advantage of my kindness. Sometimes I forget why I started all of this. I just wanted to get stronger and have fun doing it. This isn't to help people. I'm here to help myself. I only got involved with the association because I had to. Look what that has led me to. Handcuffed in the basement of some rival organization's lair. Or even worse, this could be the association's doing. There is definitely a chance I was betrayed by that Grades In-haired regional director. Whatever the truth is, I'll figure it out in time. Now, all signs point to getting the hell out of here and not looking back. But how? Sitting in silence, I try to activate my magic again. I scroll down every skill on my list and not a single one activates. Each time I try, not even a hint of magic is produced. My natural mana stores have been drained to lean, and these cuffs are blocking off any ability to wield or gather in more from around me. It feels like an invisible veil has been cast over my skin, blocking me from sensing or using mana. Breaking out with magic is not going to be an easy option. Next on my possibilities list is just sitting here and taking the beating for just days until my real body heals itself and wakes up. That woman says she'll kill me if I don't cooperate, but she wouldn't have gone through all this trouble to keep me alive and give me time to think if that was the case. Little does she know, killing me is my most sought after option. I shrug. I guess I'll wait. That is exactly what I do. An hour passes, and nothing happens at all. The room stays silent, and my mind keeps wandering to try and piece together where that woman could possibly be from. None of the clues given so far make any sense, and thinking about it more is just making my head hurt. Another hour goes by. The pain from the knives in my hands hurts, but the fact that this flesh is a meaningless clone mentally dulls the pain. 2 more long hours slowly pass. Footsteps come by my door, but trail away as fast as they came, leaving me in silence again. Looks like she really meant it. I'll be alone here for quite a while. I'll have to do something productive to pass my time. There must be something I can work on that won't waste these sure-see days of waiting. I let out a sigh. There is only one skill I haven't tried yet. The reasoning behind this is that it backfired horribly the last time I tried. Demonic energy manipulation. There isn't a drop of magic running through my veins. So if there was ever a time to practice, it'd be now. I take a deep breath and then activate the skill. Instantly, my vision goes black and white, just like it did back in the boss room. Back then, I could see and sense particles of black energy floating around the air very clearly. Now, I don't sense any at all. The only things perceivable to me while using this skill are my 2 demons' cores, and the thin pathways leading from my fingertips through my arms into my chest. The same paths leave my chest and are used to distribute this energy to my brain, back to my arms, and down my legs. These are the same pathways used for mana manipulation, but I don't often think about it much. Wielding magic is easier to use instinctually than focusing on the exact position of the individual particles. Maybe learning how these pathways work would help me improve in the future. Or right now, I get the faint sensation of demonic energy far up above me. It is difficult to picture the exact distance, but it seems to be over Wu Bai Mi Eater's away up and to my left side. It is the only hint of energy I can sense, so I latch onto it and pull it closer. At first, my weak pull hardly moves it, but the closer it gets, the faster I'm able to reel it in. The tiny wisp of black energy is minuscule compared to the amount I was wielding in the boss room. It'd take a few thousand of these strands to stack up to that energy I was handling earlier. It makes sense. I'm not even in a dungeon. There is hardly any natural mana out in the real world, so I'm lucky to have found any demonic energy at all. Its origins and exact properties are still a mystery to me, but I assume this must be some residue from the collapse, or possibly just natural demonic energy floating in the world. Either way, I'll absorb it soon. It takes nearly Wufenjong Yutes, but the small black cloud of twisting matter finally enters the room. It slides through the ceiling without any resistance and seeps right into my fingertips. I grit my teeth as it feels exactly the same as it did before. The sensation of boiling water makes its way through my veins and slowly flows toward my cores. The last time I tried this, I only had one core, the greater demons. This time, I have two. Although they're technically imitations, they work exactly as they should. The larger archdemon's core takes dominance and filters the dark Zan-colored energy. The moment it hits the small black orb in my chest, the cool feeling of fresh, natural flowing water pours out the other side. It starts to spread all throughout my body, and I stop to think. There are still small amounts of residue from the hot, raw energy creeping toward the core. The bulk of it is cool and flows easily. The refined energy is much easier to control. It is also what I use to attack the demon, if I were to expel this now. The trace amounts of hotter raw residue would definitely still be in my wrists and arms leading up to my chest. A grin of satisfaction and realization crosses my mind. If I were to activate my magic in those same pathways, while the residue is still present, it would create the same chain reaction I witnessed earlier. It all makes sense now. I focus on the tiny remaining wisps of black energy to filter through my core. Within a few seconds, just over 500 Josher of it is gone. After a few more minutes, I've squeezed almost every last bit through. It takes Arsher full minutes to double and triple Zancheck, that every last particle has made its way through. Now, the only energy that remains in my pathways is the cool and refined version. I think to myself again. This energy reacted even more extreme when it hit the demon's shielding. If my thoughts are correct, having any amount of even this refined demonic energy in my system when switching back to magic triggers the reaction. I decide to release an attack. Staring forward, I point my right index finger up in the air and let all of the power flow toward it. Instantly, a thin line of black light flows out and shoots up about a meter into the air. Moments after it leaves my hand, it disperses and loses its tight, thin shape, then falls to make a miniature puddle on the silver tabletop in front of me. It swirls around like heavy air. It wasn't much, and it all happened so fast. There is no magic for it to react to, so it just sits there for a moment, not doing anything. I stare forward at the tiny, thin palm, Zen-sized puddle of spinning black energy. The puddle starts to shrink. It begins to evaporate. I watch with eyes wide open in awe for a moment, then try to pull it back in toward my fingertips again with my manipulation skill. It doesn't budge. So interesting. There is still about 500 Shur of the refined residue still flowing around in my pathways. After careful manipulation, referencing the ways I tried to move the raw energy around, releasing the last bits of refined energy through my fingertips only takes a few minutes. By the time every last drop is released, it all dissolves into thin air. I did it! Ember said it would take extensive training to properly wield demonic energy and filter it through a core. He is right, but I have a loophole that will make it much easier. I'll master this new skill. These magic dampening cuffs are a blessing in disguise. They may seem like an effective way to trap an elite Zan-level hunter in normal human restraints, but in reality, whoever put me here has given me a perfect training ground to perfect my demonic energy manipulation. I focus on my surroundings and search for more. Using this skill actually causes me quite a bit of fatigue, but it is combined with the fact that I'm locked to a table in a dark room without food or water. At this rate, I'm sure I'll be fine for a few more hours of training this new skill. A few hours pass. I'm able to find semi-or similar Zan-sided clouds of demonic energy, all hovering around the same general area. just over Wubai Eaters away. I've come to the conclusion that I'm about Ibai Eaters underground, and a source just under half a kilometer away leaks out a small amount of energy every liu shu to Jiushifenjong Utes. I still can't tell what the source is, or why it is only coming from one direction. But that doesn't matter much to me. All that does is I'm now able to filter through all of the raw energy in just Shufenjong Utes and expel pure demonic energy up to about Baifenjushu on the first try. Slowly dripping the rest from my fingertips takes under Liangfenjong Utes in total on the last attempt. This is a huge improvement from my first, but there is still a lot of work to do. Unfortunately, I'm exhausted after a long day of training. I deactivate my skill and rest my head on the cold, hard table between my handcuffed arms. My stomach growls and my lips are dry, but that doesn't stop me from falling asleep just minutes later. Everything goes dark. Time passes. I'm not sure how many hours exactly, but it feels like almost half a day goes by before the loud sound of banging on a metal door wakes me up. It is followed by a familiar blonde woman's voice. Rise and shine, demon boy. Let's see if you feel like talking today. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter R. 76 Jian Jian Jian. As my eyes adjust to the dim yellow light again, after a long night of rest, the metal door at the back of the room swings open. The short, tan-haired blonde walks in with 2 new silver daggers on her thighs and a leather pouch over her shoulder that seems to be some variation of an item box. She sports a wide grin showing off her annoyingly symmetric pearly white teeth. The woman takes a few steps forward and then reaches into the item box to pull out a small wooden stool, a long leather whip, and a silver key. Next, she takes out a small brown box and a crystal clear bottle of water. The scent of spices and hot food fills the air. There must be food in that box. She places all of the assorted items on top of the small stool, similar to the one I sit on at the back of the room as the door slams shut. The blonde gets close, but far enough away this time that I won't be able to reach her with my forehead. She speaks while grabbing one of her knives and twirling it around. How was your night? Any trouble sleeping? I bet you're feeling more talkative today, aren't you? She smirks, but my eyes are more lively than yesterday after the great night of rest I just woke up from. I reply, looking at her, then moving my gaze to all of the gear she brought in. Just fine. What is on the menu today? My mouth is dry and my stomach is empty, but oddly enough, it is not as extreme as I would have expected. This may be a positive side effect of using a body double skill. These clones may need less food and water to exist than a regular person. I'm not positive yet, she replies, ripping out both of the knives from the back of my palms with her free hand in one rough motion. If you cooperate, maybe you'll find out. It is all yours if you talk. The bloods and soaked blades hit the ground behind her with a clang and a splash. Crimson liquid starts to leak onto the table again as she has reopened my wounds. Now, where were we? The woman looks up at the ceiling and then back to me. What unique skill did that demon have, and what element did its dragon possess? She puts a foot up on the table and continues spinning her blade, then takes out her other one. My eyes gloss over and I just stare dully ahead while replying in a monotone voice. It is just going to be the same as yesterday, isn't it? She angrily reacts. Yeah, and worse is you keep that attitude. She points the blades to my fingers. We'll do 1 nail for every hour you don't cooperate. She turns to the pile of gear, pointing out the whip, then move to more extreme measures if you still have nothing helpful to say. I still don't budge. I'm unsure if the fact that I know nothing that happens to this body matters is the main component of my calm attitude right now, or if this woman is just imperfect at her job. Telling your captive exactly what you're going to do to them isn't exactly prime torture tactics. Thinking about my situation even more, with a single release of demonic energy while she has her shielding activated, it would most likely be more than enough to take her out. However, if pushed hard enough, she'll leak information of her own. Playing along for now may be beneficial. Returning my gaze back to her, I reply, do your worst. She does. 5 hours pass, and my entire left hand's nails have been taken. But I don't react much to the pain or the situation of guaranteed demise I'm trapped in from her perspective. Every time the woman asks what power the demon has or the element its bonded dragon wields, I continue to ignore her. Occasionally, I'll return some questions back to her. Who do you work for? Maybe I'd be more inclined to answer if I knew where this information was going. All I get in response each time are slashes to the arms from her daggers and threats to take off my fingers instead of just the nails. I don't react. 3 more hours pass, and I can tell she is getting much more frustrated. After a bloody barrage of attacks followed by an indifferent, dull response from me every time, I hear her curse under her breath as she paces near the back of the room. If only it wasn't for these cuffs, I could use mind magic on this brat. I need to figure out which one came back. I raise an eyebrow, then show a grin. This is the first bit of emotion I've shown all day. Mind magic, huh? Why can't you use it now? What is so special about these cuffs? Take them off. Try it out. The most interesting detail that piques my interest is her last line. She needs to figure out which one came back. Which what? Archdemon, dragon type, or something else. She scowls and grabs the whip at the back of the room, letting out a fit of rage. They said you'd be a special case and not to take those cuffs off for any reason for the chance that this special investigation would all be compromised. Crack! The lash hits me across the chest. Gritting my teeth and exhaling loudly, I reply through the stinging sensation that rips my shirt. I mock her words from yesterday. Good. Information. Keep it coming. Now we're getting somewhere. I chuckle. This only pisses her off more, leading to more cracks of her whip and bloody mutilation from her daggers. The remark and info gathered were worth it. 2 more hours pass, and we're both exhausted by the end of it, possibly her more than me, both covered in blood and sweat. She decides to end today's session here. The one thing that irks me a bit is the satisfied look on her face. With a smirk, the blonde opens the door and turns back to me. Now you understand what the next few days will be like? I can do this for as long as I need to. It is best you cooperate. If not, tomorrow will be even worse. She slams the door shut, and I let out a long sigh while placing my head down on the blood-and-soaked table. My entire body burns with gashes from that whip, and my hands can barely move from the knife marks and lack of nails. I take a deep breath in and out, then begin my demonic energy manipulation training without a moment of hesitation. The small trace amounts of black wisps continue to spawn every centrifugal or so, just woo-by-me eaters away. If I don't grab onto them within a few minutes of them spawning, they float away. I manage to filter the energy 2 times this session. Even though I'm on the verge of exhaustion, it is much easier to manipulate the black matter this time around. By the time the Sensauer hours of training are up, I'm able to filter the raw power through my core to Baifinji by refined energy in under Liangfinjong. Expelling it in a single thin blade Zan-like line has become easier too. The initial expulsion uses up almost all of the energy, and I can propel it all the way to the back wall of the room. It hits the metal door, but doesn't do any damage and hardly makes a sound. It still takes Shu-Miao-Sequence to drip out all of the remaining matter. The refined demonic energy dissolves away without a trace. Good progress, but I need to get better. The fatigue catches up to me, and I begin to drift off. Before I can attempt to tamper with these cuffs or make an attack on the woman, I need to get more proficient. Plus, every day I keep her talking will potentially bring me more information. My goal is to absorb, refine, and expel demonic energy almost instantaneously before attempting an escape. At first, I just thought I'd just let her kill me and forget about all of this to go rogue in silence. But the more she tortures me, the more it seems she is enjoying herself. It doesn't matter if she is just a hired grunt, or doing all of this by her own free will. I'll get revenge on this woman no matter what. My new mission is to make her suffer the same fate as she has given me, then burn the organization that trapped me here to the ground. Everything fades to black as I fall asleep. Many hours later, I wake up to the sound of loud metal banging and the woman's voice as she barges in through the door. Today, I have a new plan. Jianzhen, Chapter R Cici Jianzhen. Rise and shine. Today's the day you spill it. The woman comes in with her usual food, water, and torture weapons, wanting to know more about the demon and the dragon I fought. She is much more straight Zan-faced today and doesn't fold under any of my initial questions or tauntings. I lose a lot of blood from deep lashes, and she even tries cutting my fingers rather than just the nails. Her newest method is a torch soaked with a flammable substance that she continuously uses to poke and prod me while asking questions. I don't even flinch from the heat, so she stops this after just a few hours. My months and long training sessions of solitude and battles with ruthless monsters have been much worse than this. I can handle a few cuts and burns from a human. My physical appearance, on the other hand, tells a different story. This only works in my favor. The woman's cooler demeanor flips back to the same hint of rage I witnessed yesterday. What is with you? Is this information really that valuable that you'd rather die than give it away? Instead of my usual silent or dull generic one-Zan word answers, I decide to entertain her now. Last time she was in this state, she leaked much more than intended. The woman tightens her lips while taking a step back. I respond with a smug look on my face. Is the information that important that you'd waste days down here instead of killing me? I get another angry lash across the chest as her eyes glimmer with rage. I'd face a worse fate than you if you died before giving me any information. Then another. Crack. She keeps yelling. You're just a nutcase. It has been 10 days since you had any food or water, and your mutilated bay owing repair. Yet you're smiling, like you have the upper hand here. I cough and spit out blood, showing her the grin that she despises. So you can't kill me until I talk. That is good to know. So, Crack, her face goes red again, and any hopes of a conversation dwindle. Another long day of torture continues. However, I'm not sure who is in a worse position. A few more hours pass before she has had her fill of action. The anger, frustration, and rage have turned into maniacal laughs while she continues using every torture trick in the book. My questions and taunts aren't getting through to her anymore. She doesn't reply with anything meaningful. She just keeps asking the same questions in response. A few hours later, the blonde tires out and begins to pack up to leave. Before doing so, she force Dan feeds me half a bottle of water, then walks out the door with a final line. That is so you don't die overnight. You were correct. I can't kill you until I get what I need, but you'll wish I could. The metal door slams closed, and I begin my demonic energy manipulation training almost immediately. I don't have a status screen that gives me the exact amount of energy I'm wielding, so to make things simple today, I decided to name each individual wisp of energy as E unit of demonic energy. They're all roughly the same size, so it makes things simple. The unexpected cool liquid refreshment gives me enough energy to train for Wu Sao Shirar's straight. I managed to refine Zhou wisps of energy and make a very intriguing discovery. I can achieve complete refinement in just over Yifenjong Yut per try. It is some improvement, but not nearly as fast as I would have wished. It has been mostly muscle memory and perfecting the flowing movements, not an innate power Zen up. So, I may just need much more practice and possibly more levels to get faster at this. Expelling the energy, on the other hand, has managed to become nearly instantaneous. I've figured out a method to speed up this process. If, while absorbing the demonic energy in the surrounding area, I don't allow it to leave my core after being refined, I'm able to keep this refined black swirling matter inside my core and not touching any of my pathways. When all of the refined energy is released at once, directly from the core, to whichever part of my body would like to release it from. Baifanji Bai of the matter is expelled in a single shot. On my Zhu Tiats and final attempt of the night, I managed to hold the demonic energy inside my core, deactivate my skill, and confirm that it remains refined even Shufenjong Yutes. Later once, I activate it again. The energy shoots out all the same, creating a thin black blade Zan-like shape before hitting the door in the back of the room with a loud clang. I fall asleep from the fatigue after this. Everything goes dark, and then my day of torture starts up the moment my eyes open again. Rise and shine! I hear her voice ring out after the metal door swings open. There is already a twinge of anger and frustration in her tone as she walks in. This is a good sign. I'll just say quiet today and see if she lets anything out during her moments of rage. 1 or 2 more training sessions will be enough to start tinkering with the cuffs and planning my escape. The woman begins her punishments. An hour or so of the usual goes by. Then she tries a few different tactics. Don't you want to see your friends? Tell me what I need to know, and I'll let you all go free. The woman takes out the silver key that she flashed to me on the first day as well. There is no need to be stubborn. Drop your pride and choose to survive. I'll unlock your cuffs. I roll my eyes and don't give in. Although I'm jumping with excitement on the inside. There is a small hole in the metal linking the black cuffs together that looks like a key could fit inside. I wasn't sure if that silver item was used for the cuffs or the door outside. Now, it is very clear to me. She taunts me more about my teammates, and her eyes get wider and crazier. I don't bother reacting. I'm busy thinking about other things. Whatever is happening to my squad is beyond my control at the moment. Based on her previous actions and statements, it seems like there isn't anything they have that she would want to know. I have no reason to trust this woman, so there is no point in worrying about them now. I'm solely focused on myself. She can't believe this lack of reaction, and the torture just gets more violent. Eventually, she says something new under her breath that piques my interest. Everyone else is done with their interrogations, but I'm stuck working overtime for you. Crack. I get hit by her whip again. I decide not to push her over the edge. The last time I did, she gave me the silent treatment. The fact that she isn't working alone is news to me. Now I know this is an organized operation. She is working overtime. Instead of making a smug remark, I let my head and full body go limp. If she is already talking to herself, I might as well let her keep it up. She murmurs inaudible curses while continuously asking about the demon and dragon again, but gives up about Centrifugong Utes later. She lets out a long sigh and lifts my head by the air while staring into my half-zanned, open bloodshot eyes. Looks like you're too worn out for the day to be of any good use. We'll pick this up tomorrow. She lets out a chuckle and forces a small amount of water down my throat. I don't react, acting as unconscious as possible in the hope she lets another thing slip. The woman packs up her gear and opens the door. Her next words make my heart skip a beat. She murmurs under her breath. Brutus could have given us more information on this bunch. I can't get a word out of this brat. It is going to be a long week. The moment the metal door slams shut, my blood begins to boil. Brutus. The regional director has something to do with this. I don't know if she is a private CENRD party hire, an association secret branch, or something different altogether. The only thing I know is I'm getting out of here tomorrow and getting to the bottom of this. With a clenched jaw, I begin my demonic energy training. Another breakthrough is necessary today. I managed to refine E-unit of energy, store it in my core, deactivate, and reactive my skill to expel an attack 10 times. Each time, I would wait increasingly longer in between reactivating the skill just to make sure there is no time limit. By the CENRD time, over an hour goes by while deactivated, so I'm fairly positive I can store this energy indefinitely. Next, I'll find out how much I'm able to store at a time. Over the next Launsauscher Rs, I absorb 10 units of demonic energy into my core all at once. I turn off the skill, then turn it back on, allowing me to expel the energy in the same fashion nearly instantly without any issue. The form of the attack is a bit more distorted and imperfect, showing similarities to the blob of black energy I released on the Archdemon by the time it reaches the back wall. However, for the first few meters, the energy stays in a very concise and sharp-knifed Zan-like form. I take Liaomi or hours to try it again. This time, I hold Sen full units in my core and release them in Sem S Eperit Zan unit attacks. Each is much more stable for longer than the full Sen Zian unit strike. This will do. I'll have to train more another time to perfect it, but it is not necessary right now. I absorb and refine Sen E war units of energy, then wait with my eyes wide open until morning. My heart beats out of my chest and the final words that blonde woman said repeat in the back of my head over and over, keeping me awake and alert. Only Sissauscher Rs pass before I hear her voice ring out as the door flies open. I fake raising my head and show a disoriented squint. Rise and shine. Looks like you're feeling much better than last night. Shall we get started? She smirks, taking out her gear and placing it at the back of the room. My jaw tightens and I stare forward at her with built-in-up anger, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to make my move. She picks up on my tension and takes advantage of the situation. Would you look at that? Finally realizing I've got you exactly where I want you, huh? It is pointless to resist. Tell me what I need to know. She shows a devious smile with her eyes lock on me like she is eyeing her prey. With her hips swaying back and forth, the woman walks over while reaching into her item box to pull out the silver key. She starts to spin it around her index finger as she gets closer and closer. Just one word could set you free. Come on, I already told you, I'm not the enemy. These may be harsh methods, but I'm on your side here. Trust me. Her footsteps get louder, and her voice gets muffled in my perception as she continues to talk. All I can see is the key. She leans over the table, dangling the silver magic item right in front of my face. The woman is taunting me again, saying something about my teammates, and how long I'll be in here if I refuse to speak. I can't make out the full sentences. I'm much more focused on my demonic energy manipulation skill activating. I take aim and prepare to attack. It is time to make my escape. Jian, Chapter Art Siba Jian. It all happens in an instant. I shoot a thin black blade of refined energy from the tips of my fingers out of my bloodied right hand. It flies up in the air, heading straight for her left shoulder. The woman's expression changes to disbelief, and she activates her mana shielding before the collision. She is an elite Jian level hunter, so even when completely caught off guard, her shielding activates for protection. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to her, this is the worst move the blonde could have possibly done. She lets out a scream as yellow and white sparks fly. Her mana shielding gets sliced clean through, and her left shoulder takes the brunt of the explosion that follows. With no way of avoiding or blocking the incoming attack, this results in a loud thud and clang as her disconnected arm hits the table in front of me. The rest of her body is blown backward from the blast of expelled mana shielding. The silver key falls from her fingertips into a puddle of blood on the table between my cuffed wrists and chest. I tilt my head down and grab the key with my teeth, craning my neck forward to position it toward the keyhole during all the confusion. Her disconnected arm rolls off the table to hit the floor, and the woman looks at me from the other side of the room in utter shock. Her wound is dripping blood, but more importantly, crackling, with yellow and white sparks on the parts exposed to my demonic energy colliding with her shielding. Even her disconnected limb is crackling and slowly dissolving into a pile of ash on the floor. As I finally manage to get the key in the small hole, click, I deactivate my demonic energy skill, making sure the only remaining R units of matter are locked away in my core. The cuffs both open at once, and I feel the world around me begin to come back to life in full color once again. The mana in the air is very weak, but it is more than the lean MP I've been subject to for the last few days. I immediately plunder just enough from my surroundings to use self-regeneration on my burns and scars, while Reedzan growing my fingers and missing flesh. The silent shock turns to screams of horror from the woman sat in the back corner of the room. She just speaks in a frightened tone as I get up from the table. Zan no. Jen Hao. I use inspect and appraisal on her to make sure I'm not in over my head here. LV Senyor active items. Golden amulet of protection. Baifenjijeng t-shirt. Defensin's golden ring of power. Baifenjijeng. Liushiwu strength. Zhengwu mental strength. High Jian grade. Bijian class shielding artifact. Ibai. Finger Senshi. X active skills. Lie detector. Legendary grade, dagger mastery, hund of red flags pop up in my mind. Her level is way too low to operate mana shielding. But there is an artifact in her status that somehow allows her to activate an artificial one. The Ibaifinja Senshi must be an amount of uses remaining, but the Issy is a mystery to me. Her top skill, on the other hand, I've seen it before, just not a legendary Dan grade version. The director's assistant has the same one. It makes sense someone with a similar skill would be put in a position like this. I make a mental note and take a step forward. She speaks again. T-Zan, this is W-Dan, what power did you just use? I-Dan, impossible. Even a Dan class hunters can't use magic in those cuffs. It is not Zan. I roll my eyes and cut her off while reaching into my item storage to take out my imitation sword, letting it flicker with flames. Enough talking. I'm in charge now. I ask the questions. I turn my gaze to the remains of her severed limb as it has almost entirely turned to ash. If you don't want the rest of you to turn into that, I recommend you do as I say. She gulps, shedding tears while frantically looking at her wound and trying to use mana shielding to block out the reaction. I watch the artifact tick down to 120, then 129, and finally 128 before she stops. Every one of her attempts only makes the sparks fly even higher, speeding up the effect. She replies, "Yijian, you can stop it, can't you?" I smirk. "Of course. I'd just like you to answer a few questions first, then I'll stop it and let you go free." My version of stopping the reaction is killing her and letting it fizzle out on its own. Other than that, I'm as clueless as she is. There is no way I know of that can stop this reaction once it is started. Again, the short, Zan-haired blonde weighs her options. But the sparks growing closer to her vital points only get worse for every second she stalls. It seems my twisted version of stopping the reaction is enough for her lie detector skill to believe I mean it. She nods. My questioning begins. Who do you work for? How is Brutus involved? And why do they want this information about a demon and a dragon so badly? She starts to speak, but swallows her words. I light my sword on fire and point it at her while gritting my teeth. You have less than 7 to live if that reaction continues. I suggest you speak now. This is also true, based on my experience. This is about how fast the sparks spread. She wipes her eyes with her remaining good arm, takes a deep breath and replies, "Tizian, the inner circle." I raise an eyebrow as she shudders before continuing. "I'm just following orders. Zand. I don't know why they want this information." Zand and the regional director was just our information gatherer. He told us exact times, dates, and your physical descriptions. She gulps. "Enzan now, please. Make it stop," I yell back. "Who is the inner circle? Where can I find them? Does the director run this group?" Her face goes white. "Zan, I don't know. I just follow orders. I don't know anything." Zan, please help me, Zan." I cut her off as the sparks start to spread to her chest and lower torso. It seems I've already hit a dead end here, so some more urgent questions are necessary to answer now. "Last one and I set you free." Her eyes widen with hope as I continue. "Where are my teammates? How many others are working here? And who is in charge?" The yellow and white crackling light particles move up her throat and down to her legs as she replies, "They stand 3 floors up. Your teammates are in the cells unit. Right now they're Ba followers like me on duty and E inner link. That is William Zan, mean number Yi. He is Dan He Zant, H Zant." Her words begin to fade as the dazzling light show takes over. I nod and sigh, then point a finger at her forehead while acting my earth magic, as well as my conceal skill. With the special grade conceal perk, I shift my face, body, and even clothing to look exactly like the woman. Her black combat suit and daggers are replicated perfectly down to the silver pin labeled Leaning Wool. Her eyes widen as she realizes exactly what is happening. I shoot a small stone projectile through her forehead, setting the woman free as promised. Use absorption skill. Lie detector legendary grade. Yes, no. I choose yes as her remains sizzle away in a final violent display of sparks. Even the magic items get destroyed in the reaction. I was looking forward to checking out that unique artificial shielding item. It is a shame. But on the bright side, I got a new skill out of all of this. I checked my status to see more details. Han, lie detector info. The lie detector skill allows the caster to determine if the words an enemy speaks are true or false while making physical contact. The perk granted for surpassing the special grade rank allows the caster to use this skill on any words they hear. It doesn't matter who speaks or what distance they speak them from. The caster will know if it is a truth or a lie. The legendary grade perk allows the caster to know if the inner thoughts of a person are true or false with physical contact. It is reliant on audible answers. But if the truth is being bent, the skill can tell. Unique perk, telepathy holder. Physical contact is not necessary if this skill is paired with the telepathy skill to temporarily perceive an enemy's inner thoughts as spoken word. Only mana control of a significantly higher power can block this perk from activating. Grade. Legendary grade upgrade 2 incredible. It is an amazing skill, but I have no time to worry about this now. Left on the woman's wooden stool, there is a cold bottle of water and a box of steaming hot food. I gladly accept both offerings and store the rest of her D and C class magic items in my item storage. Then, I turn to the black metal cuffs and silver key still resting in a puddle of my own blood on the table in the back of the room. Curiously enough, the cuffs never turned on or off. Even now, I don't feel any magic power coming from them. To me, they just seem like normal metal even while using my all-Dan seeing eye. I walk over and try to pick them up. The second my finger touches the cool black metal, all of my magic senses shut off in an instant. I pull my hand away and they turn back on. I attempt to put the cuffs in my item storage by leaning the table forward and letting them fall into my portal. But the moment they touch the white spatial magic, it disappears, and the cuffs hit the ground with a clang and a splash. I let out a sigh. I guess I can't have everything. If I can't transport this item without deactivating my magic, it is best I leave it be. The key, on the other hand, I grab and throw in my storage just in case I do a scan of the room. Making sure I've taken everything I can, I double and check my concealment disguise and confirm I still look like a perfect replica of the woman labeled Number Wu. Then, begin walking to the metal door. After a deep breath in and out, I open it up and walk through into a narrow cement, sand-walled corridor. It is dimly lit with the same flickering yellow bulbs as the room I just left. The crimson liquid staining the floor and walls behind me turns it into more of an orange hue. Closing the door behind me quietly, I turn right while activating my enemy detection skill to scope out each floor of this underground lair. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter R, Qijiu, Jian Jian Jian. My footsteps echo in the hallway and the flickering yellow lights above mask. The grime that covers the gray walls, ceiling, and floor. There are metal doors, every sure to Shuumi eaters, that lead into similar Zan-sized rooms. But the long curved hallway seems to go on forever as I make my way forward. My enemy detection skill only shows one other person on this floor, and they are still rather far away at the end of the hall. It is a level Ardeen R with a swordsmanship skill, as well as that same Haidzan grade shielding artifact activated. It must be something their boss hands out to each of them. However, a defense item of this class can't be cheap. As my footsteps echo further and further down the hall, a raspy middle-aged man's voice eventually calls out. Number Wu. Back so soon. Did the kid finally talk? I don't respond, but pick up my pace slightly to see who made this remark. My appearance may resemble the short, tan-haired blonde woman, but my voice is still the same. Responding would not be the best idea. I turn the final bend of the long, narrow corridor to see a mean Zan-looking man whose appearance is exactly what I'd pictured. Dark eyebrows and a buzz cut with poorly inked tattoos on his visible skin. 3 bottles of alcohol are all half empty on a small table next to him, along with a few piles of paper and a pen. He crosses his arms and raises his head as we make eye contact. Come on, it was that bad again. You were hardly gone a few minutes. The boss is getting restless, you know. We have another job to tend to 10 days from now, so you better hurry it up. I tighten my gaze and keep walking toward him. The rough Zan-looking man has a silver pin on his shirt, too, labeled Lin Liun Do. I get within semi-eaters and see a stairway leading up to the next floor on my left side. He speaks again. What is with you today? You're acting differed Zan. Before he can finish speaking, I get close enough to the man that he starts eyeing me up and down with lust-filled eyes. Reaching out my right hand, I activate my newest ice magic skill and freeze him solid before he even knows what hit him. I let out a sigh while manipulating the mana within my ice to fish out the labeled pin. I shatter him to pieces without a second thought and stare down at the small silver item using appraisal. Haidzan grade Beadzan class shielding artifact, E-Bifengerlucia. It is exactly the same as the one this woman was wearing. I throw it into my item storage and begin walking up the industrial Zan grade stairs without another thought. They're split into Liaomiao sections of Charmouse steps, sturdy enough for dozens of people to walk on at the same time. This place must have been built and used by a large organization a few decades ago, but seems to have been forgotten by time. All the rooms are empty or filled with old tables and chairs. They've been stripped of their valuable items multiple times over. The next 2 floors turn out almost exactly the same as the first one I just left. Each of them consisted of a long, narrow corridor, abandoned rooms, and a guard watching the stairs leading up to the next floor. Number Ba and Number C are levels Arsiwu and Arliujiu respectively. They each have mediocre combat skills and the same enchantment shielding artifact linked to their numbered pins. I put each of these items into my storage after leaving them on the ground in pieces. I move up to the next floor. This is where my enemy detection skills start to act up. I sense Ba people on this floor, but only some of them show their status. The first one I meet is level Arba Bashado, number Liu at the top of the stairs. Unlike the floors below, it seems this one has heightened security. The skinny, red-Zan-haired man with a stealth skill doesn't stand a chance and is taken care of before he can say a word or even realize what is going on. I take his pin and walk down the hall slowly toward the Tsi people remaining on this floor. One status holder stands at the far end of the hall, while another is in one of the rooms about halfway down the long passage. They're only level Sensen-Si, with a body-hardening skill, so I open the heavy metal door without a moment of hesitation. A short, brown Zan-haired man with freckles and a scar across his cheek shows me a smug look as I walk in and close the door behind me. He sits at the back of the room on a wooden stool, reading a newspaper while jingling a ring full of silver keys. A pin labeled Lean, Lean, Sig glimmers on his black combat suit. To my left and right side, there are thick metal bars blocking off the sides of the room into 2 separate cells. It only leaves a Shu Zan meter by R Zan meter Zan wide walking space in the middle of the dimly lit room. My eyes widen as I see exactly what I've been looking for on my left side. It is very dark at the back of the cells, but I can see a faint outline of green hair on a short woman sitting against the wall. As my eyes adjust even more, a blonde is sat next to her, and the tall archer lies flat on his back in the same cell. Another faint outline of the blue Zan-haired mage rocks back and forth a few meters beside them. It is my team. I quickly turn to the right side, as there is one more presence in that cell too. I assume it must be Lydia, but the man speaks before I get a closer look. I turn my head back to him to hear what he has to say. Finally, did that brat finally talk? You killed him so we can go home and get some rest, right? I clench my jaw and don't respond. My eyes dart back and forth as I slowly walk forward. They meet both Abby's and Maria's. Each of them looks angry enough to kill me on the spot if they had the chance. With sharp eyes and gritted teeth, they haven't lost their will to live one bit. Both of them wear the same black metal cuffs as I had on earlier. This explains why I can't appraise or sense their magic at all. I'm happy to see them alive and well, but I can't celebrate just yet. I bring my eyes back to the short man and nod slowly a few times. He smirks, responding immediately. Excellent, excellent. Wait, in that case, why are you here? Why not just go directly to the boss Dan, raising my hand in the air? I activate my earth magic and shoot a stone bullet through the man's forehead before he can finish his final question. His time is up as well. I've killed a lot of people today, but they all know too much and have hurt my teammates unprovoked. They deserve worse. I'm doing them a favor by making it quick and painless. His eyes go blank as he stops mid-Zan sentence, and the ring full of silver keys falls to the floor with a series of clangs. I hear gasps from my left side while I lean down to grab the pin and keys before turning to the cell. I walk over still in full disguise. The sight before my eyes is horrendous once it comes into full view. It makes me want to look away immediately. Each of them looks like they went through similar, if not worse, torture than me. They're all covered in burns, gashes, and clothes stained with blood. In the cell, Maria, Abby, and Ari are sat together with Fisher shaking and looking at the floor a few meters away. He is alive, but in the worst condition out of any of them, pale as snow from blood loss and shock. The women both stare at me with the same angered expressions, while Ari looks up at the ceiling calm and deep in thought. I take another step closer, then speak in my undisturbed deeper Zantone voice while deactivating my conceal skill and tossing the keys through the metal bars. Sorry for the wait. Let's get out of here. My appearance shifts back to my original form, minus the white eyes and black arm tattoos. I smirk while watching both Abby and Maria shift their expressions from anger to joy. Even Ari sits up, realizing what is going on. His indifferent gaze turns to curiosity. But still, something seems very off. Fisher doesn't budge. He continues to stare at the floor, murmuring something to himself. I turn to the other cell, expecting to find Lydia behind bars once the yellow light illuminates the back of the room. Unfortunately, I'm mistaken. An old man with a long gray beard stares back at me with cold and tired eyes. He doesn't say a word, just lifts his cuffed wrists up toward me. There isn't anyone else in his cell. The white, sand-haired mage is nowhere to be found. Zan. Chapter Arbatin Zan. Despite the happy sounds of my teammates unlocking their cuffs and slicing through the metal bars of the cell behind me, there is still a major issue to still be solved. Lydia is missing. The other presence on this floor that was masked by the cuffs happened to be this bald and bearded old man. Not the white Zan-haired katana Zan-wielding mage I expected to see. My mind races, and I activate my enemy detection skill along with my other perception perks to scope out the floors above me. There isn't any sign of her, only more enemies. I scoff and curse under my breath. The old man speaks as I start to turn away. Please, if you would be so kind as to free me too, young man. I look him in the eyes, and he stares back with the same cold eyes, now with a glimmer of hope at the back of them. His wrists are bloodied and bruised, but it seems they've healed many times over. There is food and water near the back side of his cell, I respond. Why do they keep you around? It seems like you've been locked up for quite a while. He gulps, giving me the hint of a thin smile. Wrong place at the wrong time, I suppose. I scrunch my eyebrows and tighten my lips, questioning his statement. A loud clang sounds behind me as the last portions of metal bars crack the cement floor, and my teammates start walking out. White and green light casts a glow that reflects off the old man's face. Abby is restoring everyone's wounds. I respond, intrigued by the old man's words. What for? There is a lot of things that aren't quite adding up here, he replies. I was doing research on the abyss. That is all it was. Unfortunately, a northern section of the city links to the source. A man named Number Yi found me while I was doing a few tests. He wanted my data, and I I believe you can infer the rest. I try to activate my lie detector skill, but it doesn't give me any readings. My eyes shift down to the magic Zan blocking cuffs that must be the cause of the interference. I want to believe what he has to say, but the easy thing to do would be leave him behind and not carry any extra baggage. My teammates are the only people I care about right now. Before I make my decision, Maria hugs me from behind. I knew you'd come. I knew you'd find a way. She is half crying and half laughing. I forget about the old man for a moment and turn around to hug her back. Abby gives me a smile and mouths a thanks, but is still busy working on Fisher's wounds. Ari walks up stretching his arms with a calm expression. Thanks for the save, but this is no time to celebrate. You know better than I do. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Not a single one of us is safe, and I don't even know who the enemy is. I grit my teeth, holding Maria even tighter. It is everyone, the association, Solara, whoever this damn inner circle organization is. Plus, where is Lydia? Could she be tangled up in this mess too? Silence fills the room. Maria steps back, catching her breath and putting a more serious look on her face. No. You may not know her as well as me, but Lydia wouldn't betray us. I'm sure of it. I nod slowly, not wanting to doubt her words, but the passive perks of my lie detector skill activate, and a soft green light envelopes her body. It fades soon after, and based on everyone's lack of reactions, it seems I'm the only one that can perceive it. It isn't blue text like my other skills, but I can instinctively comprehend that these words are the truth in Maria's mind. I nod. I believe you. I'm just laying out all of our options here. A muttered tone escapes Fisher's lips. She is right. Lydia is as loyal as they come. That woman puts up a cold front, but I've teamed with her for years. She'd die before selling us out. He coughs blood as Abby continues to restore him. The same faint additional green glow confirms these words are the truth. My thoughts start racing. Every second that passes in this escape plan of mine is making things more and more complicated. I don't necessarily care for her as much as my teammates that I've grown with. It is just that I hate not knowing the full truth. It makes me very irritated. Being manipulated and deceived left and right by hired Xan-ups and organizations that are supposedly stronger than me is not something I can put up with any longer. I grit my teeth, trying to think things through before I can piece anything new together. The locked Xan-up old man's voice echoes through the silence of the cell. Your white, tan-haired teammate. I believe I know where she is. All Wu of us turn his way, and I raise an eyebrow. Okay, go on. He lifts his hands again. Please, help me out of here and I can lead you to their boss room. The man with the pin labeled number Yi on his suit. I've been there a few times in the past, and I saw a young woman with white hair being brought in as I left just a few days back. She was yelling about how they regret this when her teammates came to save her. I thought it was a hopeless threat, but it seems what she has said will come true. I look down at his cuffs, then back up at the man. Fine, uncuff him. We'll give this guy a chance. I'm sure I could make it to the boss's lair myself, but just to make sure it wouldn't hurt to have someone lead the way. Plus, he definitely holds resentment toward this organization, same as me. For now, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Abby throws the keys into his cage, and I use sharp manads and imbued earth magic stone fragments to slice an opening in the metal bars. I use my perception skills to watch closely as the man's black metal restraints fall to the floor with a clang. LV Bashiju. Active items. None. Active skills. Appraisal Theinbun. I activate my conceal skill immediately, changing my status to read that of an average-level Senbai Wushisausher Unter with only swordsmanship and the earth summoning skill that I've shown already. I'm almost positive appraisal skills, not of the special grade can only identify item stats, but it's better safe than sorry. I speak. Any suspicious movements and you're dead. Got it. He nods as I continue. Now, confirm everything you've said to me so far is true. I point an earth magic-imbued index finger that just cut through steel bars at his forehead, but all the man can do is smile. Of course it is true. Please, let me lead the way. His demeanor flips from hopeless to joyed and filled and helpful, despite the deadly weapon pointed straight at him. He walks out of the cell and begins making his way to the door at the back of the room. The same light green glows around his body, then dissipates just as fast. The man is no more than Ibai Wushinimi tall, just a bit shorter than Abby. He walks with a limp on his left leg, but the speed at which he hobbles toward the door makes it almost unnoticeable. He doesn't speak another word before making it to the exit. The Wu of us stand in awkward silence as well. He speaks again while turning back to me. The name's Chester, by the way. You've saved a stranger's life on a gamble. Now I must do the same to pay you back. Please, allow me to help you find your friend. His eyebrows shift up and down as he is clearly thinking deeply about something while struggling to keep eye contact with me. His attention darts around the room, but the genuine smile stays on his face. Technically, from his perspective, this is true. In reality, I saved him because I'm curious about a few things. What kind of loot this bossman may be stashing in their office is first on the list. A close second is finding and saving Lydia. Third is one other thing that won't stop lingering in the back of my head. It is the question of what research this old man was doing on the Sodzian called Abyss that was so important that he was locked up for not sharing his data. If I had to make an educated guess, the Abyss is the blank energy reading that stretches out from the northern border of the city. This is what I sensed days ago upon our arrival, but haven't gotten a chance yet to check it out. As odd and awkward as this man may be, he holds the key to many answers I seek. I reply with a smirk. I'm Jay. Nice to meet you too. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Arbayo, Zan 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 Chester, makes a quick glance at each of us. I'm fully on board with following him for my own selfish reasons, but I'm unsure exactly what my teammates think of him. I'll accept your help, but I will have a few questions for you once we make it out of here. I give him a nod. He returns one. Then, I shift my gaze to my teammates to see their reactions. To my surprise, most of them are hardly paying attention to our deal at all. They're all more worried about getting out of here and thankful to Abby for restoring their horrendous injuries. Fisher stands up, looking a lot better but still as pale as a ghost. He is the first to speak. Let him lead the way. If this is our only clue, then so be it. Now that these cuffs are off, we can actually think straight and defend ourselves. Maybe our gear is locked up in that office too. I examine all of them more closely, realizing their item boxes and magic items are all mostly stripped from their bodies. A few rings and pendants remain, but their weapons have all been confiscated. My sword and dagger are kept in my dimensional storage, so I didn't think much of my replica item box being stolen from me. The contents of these storage pouches are much more valuable to them. Here, these should be enough for now. I take out a few higher Zan level long swords and daggers from various high Zan grade C Zan class dungeons for them to arm themselves in the meantime. Ari and Abby seem to agree with Fisher's earlier statement. They look ready for war. I'm not quite sure what they've been through over the last few days, but I get the feeling they're looking for revenge. Each of them takes a pair of silver daggers. Unfortunately, I don't have a bow for the archer. Maria stays close to my side and nods while picking up a long silver sword from my loot pile. It is all right for me, whatever is fastest. I just want to save my training mentor. Thankfully, her cheerful attitude remains. Fisher finds a long sword that suits him and I place the rest of the gear back into my storage. We all walk through the metal door and out into the hall. I shift my appearance back to the blonde Zan-haired woman who tortured me. If we'll be facing the boss, I might as well get some information out of him if possible. He is expecting Number Wu to report, so it would be an immediate red flag if anyone but her shows up. I take the lead while scanning the floors above. The old man quickly follows on my left, while Maria stays close to my right. Abby, Fisher, and Ari trail behind in a triangle formation. There are a lot more enemies that pop up on my radar. Dozens, in fact, just on the floor above us. The odd thing that sticks out to me is that there only are of any considerable fighting status. One is on this floor, and another is 2 floors above. Various level Wuxia to Arbai workers are scattered across the upper Sen floors. It doesn't make much sense to have guards at such a low level when one elite would do the trick and probably cost much less to manage. However, who am I to judge the inner workings of an enemy organization? It takes less than Senchamelth econs before the guard at the end of the hall shows his face. With tan skin and short black hair, a muscular grunt pulls out a white, glowing dagger. He is level Senden to Sti, has the build of a man who weighs twice as much as me. Using appraisal, I find he has a wind Zan summoning skill and carries a bonded blade. The silver pin labeled Li Nin Sen shines on his shirt collar. As we turn the winding corner, the man stares us down with anger and surprise in his eyes. He begins to swing his glowing white weapon immediately to stop us from approaching. He yells, "Number Wen Gongxing Ti are you doing? Bringing the prisoners here? If they make it up to the next floor, we'll be in big trouble." "Have you gone mad, Zan?" I cut him off. By propelling a single mana Zan-imbued fragment of stone, a hole in the man's forehead materializes before he can even warn us not to come closer. The grunt falls to the floor in a pool of his own blood. It seems there are actually some highly skilled hunters working here. I haven't met a wind summoner before, but our meeting didn't last too long. It is a shame that dagger is worthless. Once bonded with another human, it is not like anyone else can use it. I speak up to my teammates while collecting his pin. We have to be very careful moving forward. There are dozens of guards up above us. I grit my teeth. They're low-leveled, but they still may know too much. It is best we take care of all of them. Before stepping onto the stairs, Chester interjects. As far as I know, the only ones who are in on this operation are the numbered guards with pins. I doubt those innocents know you even exist. The next floors are much different than the ones you escaped from below. I tighten my gaze, not fully grasping his statement. I see the wisps of green energy shine from my lie detector skill all the same. He knows something we don't, but I'm still not going to trust these words blindly. I'll see for myself. We walk up the stairs, and the sound of a moving crowd conversations, and even laughter start to fill my ears. This set of stairs is painted white, and has newly installed handrails attached to the walls on both sides. There is a bright bulb at the top of the stairs that lights up the area more luminous than I've witnessed in days. Once the Lu of us get to the top of the second flight, a shiny silver double door waits for us to open it. It has a series of mana and imbued locks that would keep almost anyone below elite status out from the other side. I mutter to myself, "This doesn't make sense." Why would the boss have his room so close to the surface and neglect the floors below? Footsteps are walking by, and the presence of weak E and D Zan class magical items is much more apparent now. Chester replies in a hushed tone. The floors above are even more concealed than the floors below. Hiding in plain sight is what these crooks do best. I raise an eyebrow, but am more focused on the passing hunters on the other side of this door. When old ones leave, new ones keep coming. Some go upstairs while others come down from higher floors. Half of the hunters on this floor are just standing still. None have the shielding artifacts or any identifiable features I can pinpoint. They're all just low Zan level grunts. Letting out a sigh, I come to the conclusion that I won't find a moment free to make my way through the door without being noticed. I slice through the locks with a thin strand of manipulated mana and let the door slowly swing open. Chester speaks again while I do. Welcome to the bottom floor of the unofficial Solaran Black Market. The voices, moving magic items, and abundance of low Zan level hunters finally begin to make sense. We all walk out onto the floor, and it opens up much wider than the corridors below. Turning to my left and right, I see a few vendors with mana crystals, potions, and low Zan class gear lining the walls every few dozen meters. They have small wooden stands and bright Zan-colored blankets on the floor, with their best Zan-selling items on top to attract customers. The floor is made of hard concrete, but the lighting systems are more modern, making it brighter up here. There is enough room for all of us to walk side by side if we wanted. It is far less cramped than the dungeon Zan-like environment below us. There is a curved nature to this floor structure, based on the mana signatures of people moving around. It feels like a massive circular loop. Like any good shopping center, the customer can wander around and look at the selections forever. It is similar to the underground market in the Vice region's capital, just much smaller and less populated. A team of men in red robes walk by and point their heads to the floor to avoid eye contact. Everyone here would rather not be seen. They aren't guards, they're just citizens in the market. Chester points to the left as each one of us walks out from the silver double door. The fastest path to the second floor is this way. That is where we'll find the boss. Zan Zin Zan, Chapter Arba R, Zan Zin Zan. I do another quick scan to find that including the floor we stand on, there are only Seni ore to the surface. Just as Chester said, there is only one hunter of any power level, even close to ours in the immediate vicinity. Considering this, another issue comes to mind. The numbered badges on the agents that I've been killing have only been rising. The last one on the floor below was number Sen. If this were to follow any ordinary pattern, there should be at least Laomi ore left, number R and number Yi. Plus, I can't sense any other presence near the high Zan level hunter on my radar. Maybe they're more skilled at hiding than I thought. I speak up in a hushed tone to Chester as we begin to walk. So, do you know anything about this guy? What is the point of having a black market in a city like this anyway? Isn't the entire desert its own off-Zan the Zan grid market, isn't it? He chuckles. Right. You all aren't from around here. I never mentioned that to him, but maybe given our circumstances, it is fairly easy to tell. So, I don't mind his whispered statement. The old man continues as we pass the first concentrated region of merchants that chirp at us with prices, but stop as soon as we show our disinterest. Chester ignores them entirely. Your intuition is correct. There is no real reason to have a black market district in a settlement like this. The tax on dungeon loot is so low and rarely enforced that there isn't much of a market difference between selling on the street or here underground. I nod slowly as we pass silver doors, similar to the one we walked out from, and step over old wooden crates that must have come from makeshift stands or raw materials being sold here in the past. The old man keeps talking. I listen with interest. Still, this isn't a lawless city. There are government officials in charge, and basic human law must be followed or it'd be utter chaos. Even if we are disconnected from the outside world, that doesn't mean the hierarchy of power structures change overnight. There are always people that want things done without those above knowing about it. I smirk. Yep, understood. Paranoia runs deep everywhere, even if the association isn't in control. Some citizens don't want anyone messing around in their daily lives, especially their money. No questions asked. It makes sense. Chester shrugs. Sure, that may play a role. More importantly, special artifact crafting orders are placed here. It is known that for the right price, anything can be bought. Nothing is off limits, not even items or information from the outside world. When a problem can't be solved by regular means, most come here to get it solved. He pauses. Confidentiality is tight as well. No one knows who runs the place, and no one really bothers to ask. No matter the request small or large, as long as you have enough money, it is always completed, and no one will ever know you asked. We round another bend, passing a few groups of men and women in robes and cloaks that hide their faces. Occasionally, the familiar Zan-looking silver doors that are usually tightly fashioned to the walls are missing entirely or severely damaged. Some lead down flights of steps, just like the ones we came up, while others show wide Zen open warehouse den-like rooms. On even rarer occasion, there are deep holes in the floor dropping further down into the shadowy depths of more abandoned underground hallways and dark rooms. The underside of this city is larger than I'd ever imagined. Everyone following is tense. I can feel their mana flowing through them at a much faster speed than its normal resting rate. They're on the verge of activating their skills at any sign of trouble. I'm the only one here that knows a major threat isn't nearby. I speak up as a large opening in the cement wall shows a sturdy Zan-looking staircase up to the next floor. Stay on guard, but there is no need to be so nervous. The boss isn't a high Zan-level elite or anything. I'm sure any one of us could take them on alone. If he was powerful enough to take us on, I'm sure he would have cleared the labyrinth himself and wouldn't have been in this mess. The grips on their weapons loosen, and I feel the hot churning mana in my teammates' veins being too slow as they realize I have a good point. We walk up the flight of stairs to the next floor. This section of the market is segmented out into more district regions. Every vendor has their space, and it is marked off by a straight black painted line, every sure to Arshimi eaters. The gear is more organized and of much higher quality. There are long tables, white cloth coverings, and even multiple workers at some of the stands. There are full businesses down here. It is mostly high Zan grade D Zan class gear for sale. The perfect balance of affordability for the common hunter and increased quality to drive a high and consistent price. Chester speaks while pointing down the hall. It is this way. I can take you near, but I don't know how I'd possibly get you inside. You'll have to figure that part out on your own. I nod, extending my perception's range to find a level rating over Sipai behind a few odd-maneds and imbued barriers. They seem like more than enough to keep out a B-Zan class threat. The unique structures are a similar strength to the mana shielding in high Zan grade training rooms, possibly even greater. Plus, there is Sen layers of them. The readings are no more than Laumbai meat eaters away, and hardly Shuwu meat eaters off from the main path. I'd like to get a closer look to see exactly what these barriers are. This boss is hiding in plain sight, yet he is behind a fortress in the center of a black market that is more secure than most government training facilities. I grin interesting. Chester looks at me with worry in his eyes. I reassure him by pointing to my face. I'll have an easy enough time finding a way in with this disguise. Don't worry. We make our way down the brightly lit hall until the buzzing sound of mana is audible. The vendors thin out around this section of the market, and most hunters that are shopping walk around the loop in the opposite direction, so as not to come in contact with this dead zone. The black lines that separate the hall into sections stop, and the area is empty. The lights shine white instead of their usual dull yellow. The concrete walls and floor are clean, like they were scrubbed clean with water magic recently. It is the polar opposite of the site we just left. I speak. It may be best if I go in here alone. I'm sure it would only lead to an instantaneous fight if you all showed your faces. If only I show up, there is a possibility for me to scrap some more information. After a few murmurs and back and forth, they agree. All wool of them step back as I walk forward into the buzzing and empty section of the market. The curved nature of the walls makes every step forward feel like I'm walking much further and faster than I actually am. My teammates disappear behind me, and a squared Zan-shaped silver door, almost twice as tall as me, appears in my field of view. It looks like a bank vault, and hums loudly, even shaking the floor with its power. The metal wall is thick and reinforced with mana shielding on both sides. There is a thin Zan meter-wide gap between two more vaults Zan, like doors of the same caliber stacked behind it. I'm curious to know if a fully powered fire Zan magic-imbued slash could make its way through. They may pose a challenge if I have to break in with force. A voice rings out from a small black box above the door before I have the chance to test out my curiosity. It is a woman's voice. This surprises me. It is not the black market warlord of a man I was expecting. Her soothing tone echoes through my ears. Number Wu. Back so soon. This must mean good news. Please, come in. The circular handle on the front of the vault turns on its own. Swings open toward me reveals the pictured and perfect copy of a door behind it. A moment of silence passes, then the second metal door's handle spins, clicks, and swings open, just like the one before. The last door opens in the same manner, and I begin to walk forward, accepting my invitation into the boss's lair. Zan Zan Zan, Chapter Arbasen, Zan Zan. The silver doors slowly open, and I walk through as the woman's voice from the black box stops. The buzzing sound of ambient mana surrounding me is very loud. It only gets more violent the deeper I walk through. A glowing white light distorted the air in front of me, but using my perception skills I can tell there is a room just woomy eaters ahead. There is another odd barrier that connects the Senardi door to the room before me, but I sense no ill Zan intent or powered Zan draining abilities attached to it. It is light gray and would not be perceivable without my all Zan seeing eye. The odd energy is in the shape of a small dome surrounding the person inside. I step through. The buzzing stops entirely. The bright white glow of mana shielding fades away behind me too. The room is silent. All I'm left to see is a fair Zan-skinned woman with long black hair and violet Zan-colored eyes. She sits in a tall black chair behind a mahogany desk. The room is circular and feels like a private study. The walls around me are covered in artifacts, colorful paintings, and intricate maps of the desert. Beautiful furniture lines the walls and are separated by tables, covered by velvet cloths and lush green houseplants liven up the mood. There are potions and colors I've never seen before, and weapons that must drop from monsters I've never fought before. The floor beneath my feet makes an eyes-catching pattern of red-yellow, an orange material to create an extravagant Zan-looking carpet. I try my best to keep my eyes facing forward, acting natural as I'm in disguise, but the room around me leaves me in a state of awe. The woman in front of me pays no mind to my wandering gaze and continues to speak in the same tone as she did over the black speaker. The boss is out for a while. He left for important business late last night. Whatever news you're here to tell him is going to have to wait. A shiny silver pin labeled Leaning R is on the upper portion of her tight black combat suit, raises more questions. I use Inspect and Appraisal. LVCLC. Active items. Platinum Amulet of Protection by Finjajung Bashawu. Defense Golden Amulet of Strength by Finjajung Tsisher. Strength Golden Ring of Magic by Finjajung Liushawu. Mental Strength Silver Ring of Protection by Finjajung Sishawu. Defense High Zan Grade A Zan Class Shielding Artifact Shifinja Si IT Active Skills. Hush Legendary Grade Stealth 10 Day. She has an upgraded version of that shielding artifact, and her hush skill must have something to do with the lack of noise in the room around us. The woman continues as I come to a halt, less than Laomi eaters in front of her desk. He is obsessing over those black stones that elite mage had on her. I raise an eyebrow, thinking back to Lydia telling me she would collect more drops from those demonic energy-wielding knights. I haven't fully examined those stones myself yet, but it seems their boss is taking an interest in them. The woman sees my confusion and continues. I don't get it either. That ice mage wouldn't say a word, so he has taken her to the observatory for a private interrogation. The boss knows best, so we shouldn't question him. I nod slowly. Still examining the room around me carefully, I spot a collection of item boxes at the back edge of the wooden desk in a small open Zan-topped black box. The woman sitting down gives me a glare and changes her tone. Yeah, these are the captives' items. Don't get any bright ideas. They'll be going up for auction later this week. I tighten my lips and gulp. She chuckles and continues. Anyway, how is the interrogation going? Will you be ready to present him and that old man by sunrise and Sundays? We'll have the crafter bring a once and time-use artifact to scrape any leftover information together that your lie detector missed. I stand in silence, thinking to myself. Everything she is saying is clicking together like a puzzle in my mind. The observatory must be where the old man was doing research and was kidnapped by this organization. The stones Lydia collected are drops from monsters wielding demonic energy, and they're somehow related to the Abyss. Lastly, the labyrinth and archdemon are connected to all of this too. But how? I need to know more. The woman's voice enters my ears again, interrupting my racing thoughts. Hello, is everything okay? Did that association hunter finally break you? You didn't kill him, did you? The boss would not be happy about that. She is waving her hand in front of my face, waiting for a response. The longer I don't give her what she is expecting, the more suspicious she'll become. I set out a sigh. It seems like this is all the information I'll be extracting today. She knows too much, but luckily she has given me many clues to help my hunt near its end. Just one more after her, it seems. I begin charging up by absorbing the mana in the air from the doors behind me. In one swift movement, without changing the expression on my face, I grab my sword from item storage and swing it across my body at her, at point blank range, to release a wave of pure pink mana. I would have used fire magic to ensure a quick victory, but if anything were to go wrong, the entire room would go up in flames, and that could lead to many other problems. To my surprise, she reacts quickly, her eyes open wide while activating her shielding artifact, while jumping to my right side out of her chair. Her easygoing, smug expression instantly changes to cool and calculated, killing intent. An explosion of white mana vibrates through the air as my light pink crescent of pure energy collides with the shielding. It holds up for a moment, but cracks under pressure, and my attack manages to pierce through, leaving a horrific gash across her body. Although a Zan class in name, I have my suspicions the craftsman who made these items is overhyping his work with the artifact names. The B Zan class shielding from earlier grunts was sliced through, like it wasn't even there. And this A Zan class is hardly on par with a ranked Zan-up boss monster. Still, it is impressive that a magic item can replicate such intense mana control without a competent wielder using it. She dives to the floor and reaches her hand to the underside of the desk while boosting her shielding artifact again. I hear a click. Then she rolls to the floor away from the wooden table and black armchair. Another layer of mana envelopes her. Fractions of a second later, it pulses again. Another layer forms, and the protective white glow around her only gets thicker. I throw another bright pink mana Zan imbued slash at her while she activates stealth and tries to evade my vision. Unfortunately, it makes no difference at all. I can see her as clear as day. The attack hits her straight on and destroys both new layers of her shielding, but does manage to slightly weaken the brunt of the blast. I grit my teeth in annoyance and throw another. You put up the best fight so far. I'm looking forward to meeting your leader. The final attack finishes her off. I don't give her the chance to respond. A series of blue text pops up over her body. Use absorption skill. Hush. Legendary grade. Yes. No, I choose yes quickly. Collect the artifact labeled Leaning R from her body, and then run over to the desk to store the item boxes of my teammates in my item storage. Before I get a chance to look around the room for any more clues, I hear a loud thud. It is followed by the splintering and cracking of wood. Then, another loud thud. Then, another. The heavy metal doors that were previously open behind me shut one by one in rapid succession. On top of that fact, the walls and ceiling start to slowly close in. The magic items and paintings on the wall shake and rumble as the room begins to shrink. The loud buzzing sound of mana creeps back into my ears from all sides as the woman's hush skill is no longer active. She lies in a puddle of blood with dead eyes and a wide grin. Her final gaze points toward the glowing red button she pressed underneath the boss's desk. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Arbas C. Zan Zan Zan. She triggered a death switch. That red button activated a security precaution to destroy evidence and trap any intruders inside if their room is compromised. I've got to give this woman credit. She caught on to the situation pretty quickly and reacted in a professional and timely manner. Nevertheless, I have to focus and get as much gear as I can. Then, get out of here. My eyes dart to the other side of the wooden desk to see a bundle of mana crystals and 2 piles of potions. One half of them glows bright white and the other glows gold. Without thinking twice, I open my storage and let them all fall in. The buzzing mana shielding from the doors begins to spread throughout the outer walls of the whole room as they shrink toward me fast. I take out my blade and begin to charge up an attack, but hesitate on going all out. There is an entire floor above me, not to mention an entire city above that. If I damage the structural integrity of this marketplace, I'll be in a much bigger predicament. I don't mind killing those who get in the way of my freedom, but innocent bystanders don't need to get hurt if I can manage it. I release a refined strike of pure pink mana at the silver door. It is similar to the strength I threw at the woman earlier. A loud crack and buzzing sound splits through the mana shielding and leaves a thick cut on the hard metal. But my slash is stopped by the next layer of shielding behind it. The energy dispersed from the blast makes the walls and ceiling above me shudder and creak as they close in at a steady rate. The shielding on the door regenerates almost instantly, bringing me back to square one. Rolling my eyes, I mutter under my breath in a sarcastic tone. Great! I react and try to let out a mana blade with Bifenja Arsha Womb Eor power. On impact, even more white energy erupts from the broken shielding and the ground shakes. The blade slices through the first door's front and back shielding, but gets blocked by the R&D. My jaw tightens as the room shakes and deep cracks start to form in the ceiling and walls. Small bits of rubble fall, and the sound of heavy metal support beams around me quivering and bending at odd angles makes me start to rethink my approach. To make it through all Sen doors, it'll take a full Zan-powered strike. But the backlash will surely take out everything above and below me for at least Shuwu to Arshimi Eaters. There is only a single layer of shielding behind these walls, floor, and ceiling. It is a weaker point than the door, but attacking it directly would end in a similar result. If I don't destroy this shielding mechanism entirely, it seems it will regenerate indefinitely. Blasting it to pieces could work, but it may be futile as well. An act of mass destruction may just be for nothing. It would be best if I avoid that option. My eyes dart around the room as the tables and small dressers begin to tip over. Painting and magic items fall off the walls. One of the works of art shows a man in a silver suit of armor holding a golden sword on top of a green hill. He is facing off against a black dragon with a red underside covered in dark flames. I turn to the other wall as one of the large trophy cases full of jewelry, daggers, and sword starts to tip over and fall. The front glass rattles as it falls toward the floor. Fractions of a second before it hits, I open a spatial magic portal below it, and dozens of items and artifacts fall into my storage. Might as well take something if I'll all just be crushed or destroyed anyway. I step back, bracing myself against the mahogany desk. Then something clicks. Right, if it were destroyed, I deactivate all my active skills and place my blade back into my storage system while expelling any hint of magic in my system before attempting my next idea. The room around me goes black and white as my demonic energy manipulation skill activates. The buzzing noises stop, and all my mana sensory shuts off too. It is still a strange phenomenon, but familiar enough now that I don't hesitate to eject a full unit of demonic energy from my core directly at the door. The second I do when my pathways are clear, I deactivate my skill and reboot my mana senses. I don't dare activate my shielding. The color splashes back into my vision as the crackling sound of mana forcibly being destroyed in a violent chain reaction fills my ear. The entire front door of the chamber door bursts into sparks. It spreads around the outer layer of the room and seeps into the doors behind it as well. The overwhelming power of the shielding was a burden when trying to slash through it with brute force. But it is a blessing in disguise when reacting with this dark foreign matter. The stronger and faster the mana flow is, the quicker and stronger it burns and crackles away. My eyes open wide in awe as the violent sparks engulf the doors and the entirety of the room in a matter of seconds. The walls continue to close in as the sparks get more and more violent, making it hard to even hear myself think. From the data I've gathered so far, as long I don't use any mana shielding, or directly touch the sparks while using an active skill, it will not harm me. I stand my ground and wait as the display of light hits its climax. The walls around me are covered in yellow and white miniature explosions, and any magic items with enchantments or pure mana flowing through them get completely destroyed on the spot. It is a scary sight, but I trust my intuition. I grin as the reaction starts to get quieter. As it does, the moving walls around me come to a halt, too. Whatever magic mechanism was pushing them toward me has been destroyed. After just Mouse econs, the entire room is left in a state of dust and ash. A few sparks crackle here and there. Then, they all go completely dark. The 3 sets of silver vault, Zan-like doors have crumbled to pieces, fallen victim to my unique attack. Other than the small cracks and falling dust from the ceiling, the room is silent. All I can hear is my heart beating and footsteps crunching the decimated furniture, art, and magic items as I walk out the front door. I take a right turn to make my way back to my teammates, but the sound of running footsteps tells me I won't have to wait long. All wool of them come running around the corner with weapons in hand and stern expressions across their faces. Even Chester trails behind, keeping up with the other as best he can. However, they slow their sprint and power down their skills as they see me walk out from the blackened doorway completely unscathed. No one says a word. They just come to a halt. I'm alone, not with our teammate that they all expected me to rescue. It is clear there was a power struggle that just took place, and I appear to be the lone survivor. I let out a sigh and put on a confident smile. Don't worry, it isn't as dire as it seems, though. I've got good news and bad news. Silence fills the well-lit hallway as my words echo through their ears. The final charred remains of a structure fall over in the room behind me, making a loud thudding sound before I continue. It only heightens the suspense. The bad news is, the boss wasn't here. Neither was Lydia. The good news is, I believe we have more than enough information to find out exactly where they've taken her. To find our teammate, we'll have to venture near the abyss. Zan, chapter Arba Wu Zan. It is not urgent, but we have some work to do. We'll save Lydia in 10 days. The meeting at sunrise in 10 days is supposed to take place at an observatory by the abyss. This is where I'll be able to find this mysterious boss, as well as a new hidden variable. A craftsman capable of making mind Zan reading items. The exact location of this hideout is still unknown, but at least we have a reference and some very solid clues. We may be in a rush to get information, but the immediate threat to Lydia's life has been averted for now. I reach into my dimensional storage and take out the pile of item boxes that were lying out on the desk before the room was completely destroyed. Here, I managed to find all your gear too. My teammates pause for a moment, still taking in my words from earlier and staring at the sight before their eyes. The burnt and decimated remains of the office behind me raise too many questions to ask, so they just take their item boxes and sort out which one belongs to each of them. Eri speaks up first. I think our best plan of action is to get out of here. Then everyone can share their findings once we have a safe and secure place to talk. I nod, agreed. My gaze travels left and right while I scan the marketplace, finding the point nearby on this floor where most people are traveling upward. I point in that direction, but the old man speaks while facing the same way before I do. If you need a safe place to stay, my home may suffice. It is small, but not near the center of the city. I'm happy to let you stay for a while. Plus, now I feel obligated to help. I had no idea you were heading to the abyss. Abby looks hesitant and speaks while tying her item box around her waist. What is the abyss? Zan, and how can we trust him? Won't an old man just slow us down? The green Zan-haired healer has been in a very bad mood ever since we were released, and rightfully so. I understand why she is pissed off, so I respond mid-Zen sigh, trying to de-Zen escalate the situation. We can trust him. Chester is as much a victim as all of us. He actually has the key to solving the final clue in finding Lydia. We just need a moment to talk without wandering eyes. I look around the corridor, implying that anyone could be watching. Abby begins to interject, but decides to nod and tighten her lips. Maria chimes in. I'm exhausted and starving. I think we're all in the same boat here. Both Airy and Fisher shrug and agree. The archer looks like he is thinking deeply about something still, while the water mage appears paranoid and pale in the face. Hopefully, a hot meal will get his color back. I turn to the old man with a smile. Great, it is settled. Lead the way. He happily agrees, and we make our way through the next section of the black market. A few heads turn as we walk out of the marketplace's dead zone, especially following the loud clang and explosion that could be heard throughout the entire floor. A few lights flicker, and it is clear we were up to no good, but we run into no trouble while getting to the surface. We keep our heads down and mind our own business. I've reverted back to my original form, but keep the picture of the number Wu and now number R agents clear in my mind. I have a feeling their appearances may come in handy moving forward. As the Liu of us make it up a final flight of stairs, two oversized and under-Zan-leveled guards open the silver doors to the surface. They're both between level R by Wushen and Senbei. They don't say a word, but nod and let us by. It seems they're just put in place for appearances, to make sure no troublemakers act up down here. For all I know, they could be grunts for the Inner Circle organization too. But with no identification pins or acts of hostility, it is very unlikely they're high up enough in Tay chain of command to know who we are. Once we walk through and set foot on the street outside, I'm surprised to find we're in the middle of the city. The blue sky and golden sun are directly overhead. It must be around noon. I put a hand in the air and squint as everyone else follows. The high Zan rising silver towers shoot up from the earth all around us, and the Solaran dungeon hub is nearby too. Less than Wu Bai Mi eaters away, in fact. From a quick deduction, it is clear that that was the source of my demonic energy absorption while locked up. One of those dungeons is giving off more than just excess mana into the environment. Other than these few landmarks, I'm completely disorientated. This city is a foreign place to me. I'm sure I could find a place to eat and sleep on my own given enough time to wander around. But taking one good look at my party, they're beyond tired. It wasn't as clear to see down in the cells or open market, but they've taken a serious beating and need a place to rest as soon as possible. I take a deep breath in and out of fresh air, then speak up with a smile. Chester, take the lead. We make our way through town following the old man as he confidently makes sharp turns and weaves through the busy mid-Zan day city streets. We pass the towers, then walk through a high Zan tech training and magic item marketplace, then a middle Zan class residential area. The Liu of us take a quick detour as the old man stops to go into a grocery store at the edge of this district. We spot him a few silver coins, and he does a bit of shopping before finally leading us to his neighborhood. We're on the northeast portion of Solara, and apartment buildings, along with small single Zan person Zan-owned homes, are much more spread out. Some even have small front yards. There are little to no shops, and hardly any people walking out on the streets. It is not a poor area, but not a rich one either. It is just an oddly undeveloped outer region of the city. Some of the empty lots are covered in sand as they haven't been cleared after the last sandstorm. No residents care to clean up land they don't own, and the Solaran government seems to neglect this part of town more than its richer areas. The old man's home is cozy and compact, but much larger than I expected it to be. It is on its own small plot of land, with other similar two-Zan-story houses lining the streets nearby as well. He walks up the front steps of the porch and waves for us to come in while holding a bag of freshly purchased food in his free hand. Come on in. Please rest and make yourselves comfortable. I'll make us something to eat in the meantime. With the door propped open, each of us walks inside with curiosity. His home is covered in magic items and trinkets. There are maps and artwork on the walls of the main living room, even more engravement than the office I just blew to pieces. I assumed he was a researcher or a merchant, but this was not what I imagined at all. Chester walks through a door to the kitchen and points to the 3 long couches lining the walls of his wide Zan open living room. Some are covered in artifacts and magic item clutter, while coffee tables and dressers are stacked in between. I wasn't expecting guests. Feel free to move everything on the couches to any of the open tables. It is not delicate. Then, he points up a narrow flight of stairs. There is a shower upstairs and an extra bedroom on the right. Clean up and I'll have a meal ready for all of you soon. Then we can get down to business. As urgently as we all want to get to the bottom of this, Chester is right. We will all function better with full stomachs and some real rest. One by one, we agree, and clean up to change into spare clothes brought along in our storage. Meanwhile, the scent of spices fills the air, making my mouth water while waiting. Maria and I make ourselves comfortable on the couch nearest to the door leading to the kitchen, Ayer and Abby in the middle, then Fisher near the exit. Order up! The old man comes around the corner as we're all on the verge of dozing off to sleep. He carries steaming hot bowls of vegetables, meats, and soups, with rice and fresh fruits on the sides. He pulls up a small table and a comfortable Zan-looking chair of his own. With a quick thank you, we all dig in without saying another word. After nights trapped in a cell and chained to a table without food and water, it is hard to tell if Chester is a master chef or if we're just severely nutrient Zan deprived. Either way, Abby finally lightens up and speaks out loud what we're all thinking. This is the best meal I've ever eaten. Only smiles fill the room as we finish our food. But the threat to our teammate and the questions of the abyss still loom in the back of all of our minds. After a satisfying meal, we all sit back and enjoy our small moment of bliss. Zan, chapter Arbaliu Zan. All right, let's get down to business. After a nice meal and a hot shower, we are all aware that the nightmare of captivity and torture is over. Our new mission is to piece together every bit of information we have to save our friend. After my initial statement breaking our food coma, all eyes are on me. I look around the room a few times, then activate my newest skill. Hush! A near Zan invisible gray orb of energy expands from my index finger and surrounds the entire room. All sounds of the outside world completely vanish, and we're isolated by an impenetrable sound barrier. It doesn't hold any physical mass and can be walked through without any external sensation. Unless you're of an elite level mana control status, it would not be possible to detect. My teammates' eyes begin to wander, so I explain. It is a sound barrier, a new ability I picked up recently. Ari, Abby, and Maria are used to my random odd new abilities, but Fisher and the old man look amazed. Still, they let me continue in the silence. Let's recount the last few days. Mention any slip of the tongue from the guards, or even a painting on the wall that you noticed off. Anything and everything helps. All extra information is good information. Our first priority is finding our teammate. But there is something much bigger at play here, too. With a round of attentive nods in my direction, I begin to recall the events of the last few days. I start with the pins that act as shielding, then the name of their organization, and finally, the ranking system they seem to follow. Placing the silver Lininar badge on a small coffee table, I look over to Chester. What do you think? I've never seen a shielding artifact like this before. It is easily on par with ranked Dan-up bosses. He examines the pin as I continue on about the short, sand-haired blonde's torture techniques, and how she mentioned Brutus giving up information on all of us. Abby gets red Zan-faced at this point and interjects through gritted teeth. So they were involved. That is the final straw. Ever since I joined the association, they've only treated me like a well-Zan paid slave. All of this information being held from us while we risk our lives only to be sold out to the highest bidder. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going back. I nod with a grin. Agreed. Brutus deserves a taste of his own medicine. I'm in the same boat, but for now, this isn't our top priority. Next, I carefully explain why they were interrogating me for so long and the reason for their questioning Lydia. While leaving out the part where I myself have the power to wield demonic energy, I explain how they wanted information on the final boss room, as well as details on items Lydia was farming on the floor below. Maria and Fisher are angered by this point. The blue Zan-haired mage is the first to speak. So that is what they meant. I raise an eyebrow as he continues. While I was being questioned, the guard wouldn't stop asking me about black stones. He wanted to know if I was hiding any over and over. He looks back down at his lap. We're known to party together, so maybe they had some past intel and wanted to be thorough. He mutters to himself, and blue light flickers in his eyes. I'll make their leader pay. They have no idea who they're messing with. My gaze turns to my right as Maria begins to speak, adding to his frustration. I just want to get Lydia back and make whoever took her away suffer. A cool sensation fills the room as her ambient ice magic drops the temperature by a few degrees. Eri doesn't seem too concerned with the current matter at hand. He speaks up, piecing together a separate matter. The Abyss? What do you know about the Abyss? I sigh, turning to Chester. Not much at all, actually. I was hoping our researcher here could fill us in on the details. Their number R in charge said they would be a meeting at sunrise in 10 days at the observatory near the Abyss. With enough Aldzan seeing eye and enemy detection, scans of the city with days to do so, I'm sure I could find this place on my own. However, information from this source may give some extra insight. He chuckles. I'm just an old curious merchant. Researching the old artifacts I've collected over the years is more of a hobby than an official title. But I'll gladly take the role. He smiles and holds the silver pin up in the air. First things first. This is a fascinating piece. It is made by a craftsman on a level I've never witnessed before. There are no items like this available on the open market, and it is man-made without a doubt. He sighs. With that being said, the organization we've made an enemy of is one that has been running the underworld of this city for quite a while. Their leader is slick and elusive, while the underlings are killed, captured, and swapped out often. There have been a few occasions in which average Solaran hunters turned in the Inner Circle's thugs. We all stare at him wide-eyed, keen to hear what he has to say next. It is known that a near-impenetrable base was operating in the black market, but not even the Solaran government cared to step in. Sometimes, when they have a task too heavy to handle, they'll ask the Inner Circle to get it done. Silence fills the room again. I speak up with a suspicious tone. So these guys are well known. So much for a secret organization. Chester laughs. No, you've got a point. They're only well known in the higher circles. I would never know much about them if their underlings hadn't come to my old pawn shop for rare items every once in a while over the years. I'm retired now, but I've watched this city grow along with the people in it. I'd be blind to not know how things work around here. There is a long pause. Then he stares me in the eyes. I know you're strong, stronger than any hunter I've ever met. In fact, just know, if you make an enemy of the Inner Circle, you'll either die or be forced to see how deep the rabbit hole really goes. Another long pause follows as I ponder the old man's words. Then I respond. I understand. I'd like to know everything. A thin smile curls onto the corner of Chester's lips. Then he gets up from his seat and starts to head upstairs. One moment. I have exactly what you're looking for. Less than Senchemel Econs pass. But the building tension in the room grows, making it seem like an hour passes before he finally comes walking down the creaking wooden steps holding a stack of papers. Here. Everything I know from researching the anomaly known as the Abyss. Chester places the papers on a center coffee table, and we all lean in to take a look. There are illegible scribbles and drawings of the city within the desert with red excess around its borders, labeled with dates. I'll start from the beginning. The more context you have, the more this will make sense to you younger ones, he explains. Out in the Dark Continent, each sector has a major city capital with a labyrinth attached. This is Sector Si, technically the weakest region of them all. We all nod, not wanting to miss a word. Just like major countries outside the walls, the more magic energy enters the labyrinth, the bigger it becomes. He swallows. If you don't mind me asking, how many floors did this one have? I reply. Arshadu. Chester thinks for a moment. Interesting. Considering that the vice region capital you all came from has well over sheer times as many inhabitants and divers that we have here, it is safe to assume it has woosher or more floors. Fisher interjects. So what? The floor number doubles for the increased population of a region for every power of sheer. This isn't secret information. What does that have to do with any of this? The old man chuckles. It has much more to do with it than you may think. The Bami Ajor powers partnered with the Association rule the world in modern times. The Vice region may have one of the largest economies and highest populations today, but many forget about the capital city that stood here in the Jotiace region before the war. The old man takes a long breath to cool his nerves. Deep within the Abyss, you will find the greatest forgotten labyrinth of them all. 简简简. Chapter 2. 八气. 简简简. I whisper under my breath. No way? Of course. Chester smiles and points to one of the more precisely drawn maps on his notebook papers, happily eyeing me as he realizes I'm piecing together the puzzle on my own. One of the papers has a ring separated into Sia sections, labeled Yi Jiansu, and a black void in the center of it. He moves it out of the way and points more specifically to a detailed map of Sector Su with detailed markings. The drawings show the city of Solara, then a series of structures with notes and descriptions right between the city and the approaching black void. One of the structures is labeled the Observatory. There is a small map key that outlines the rough distance between points. It is about 2 kilometers off the northeastern border. So, about a few-hour Zanlong trek at a moderate speed. He speaks. This right here is the region I was doing research on over the last few weeks before I was kidnapped by the Inner Circle and questioned for days. There is an abandoned stargazing observatory that is atop a large cliff right on the edge of the incoming abyss. Eri interrupts. Incoming? What do you mean by incoming? And northeast? Chester interrupts. Yes, northeast. This is the closest portion of the city to the abyss. With every surge, the darkness grows closer. It has only gotten significantly worse over the last few months. Most of the neighboring villages outside the city were evacuated. Chester pauses? We have no idea what happens once they're swallowed up. Eri keeps his cool, calculated expression, seemingly not disturbed by this news, but thinking hard. The old man goes on. Most of the tests I've been doing have been to find the best way to reverse its spread. But the matter is impossible to manage and has a violent reaction to any magic that interacts with it. The most fascinating discovery so far is that if a person doesn't activate their magic skills and carries no enchanted items, they can walk through like it is heavy air. I nod, realizing exactly what this substance is. He continues. It isn't harmful to humans as long as no mana interacts with it. Actually, if we take sight and touch out of the equation, the substance is basically not even there. It doesn't show up on any radars and gives off no heat or energy readings no matter what I do. The only problem is the darkness and increasing density the further we travel in. There have even been rumors of monsters that lurk deep within the abyss. No one has managed to kill one yet or directly prove their existence, but I've heard one roar with my own ears, just a few nights back before I was caught. Chester stops talking, giving all of us a moment to digest everything he has just said. To me, it sounds like this abyss is refined and used up demonic energy. The properties he has described and the inability for me to sense or absorb it add up. This is the excess energy that is produced from some reaction that happens every time there is a surge. The monsters he talks about, on the other hand, confused me quite a bit. For a monster to survive or even thrive in an environment like this, it would need the ability to control its mana output and not react with the energy around it. Meaning they're all at least ranked up beasts. Or, an even more interesting idea, they're not wielding mana at all, just like the Black Knights, demonic creatures. I point down at the map and finally speak up. The corners of my lips turn up with curiosity. So it'll be quite simple. We show up at their meeting spot and rescue Lydia, just like that. If their underlings were this weak, I'm sure the wool of us can handle their leader. This is the main plan, after all. I'm just more interested in what lies beyond. Chester nods slowly, looking down at the silver Linear pin that is still in his hand, then up at all of us. I wouldn't be so sure about that. As I said before, his underlings are merely pawns in the operation, considering the rare gear I've seen move through Solara over the years. And the equipment that man had on the one time I had the chance of making his acquaintance, I'd say he is at least on par with all of you. There is a long pause before he continues. Plus, whoever made this artifact must be on another level altogether. It almost feels mythical. If you're positive, they'll be at this meeting too. I'm sure they will not go down easily. This pin is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to their potential power. My heart skips a beat at his wording. I interject. Mythical. Why use that term? I swallow as he shrugs and replies. No reason. I'm not sure. I've just never seen an artifact of this caliber, It feels as though it is a natural dungeon drop, but it is clearly man-made. The Inner Circle branding makes that known. The craftsmanship of an item like this is second to none. That is why. He looks up at me, but changes his tone when he sees my confusion. All I'm saying is, it is best not to be overconfident in a situation like this. The Inner Circle is known to never fail a request, so don't take them lightly just because you're elites. This organization is much larger than just Sector Sis. There are powerful people in every region of the Dark Continent, more powerful than you. I'm sure of it. I nod with tightened lips. Understood. The rest of my teammates take his warning to heart as well. We all shift to a much more serious and strategic conversation. The Liu of us begin to devise a simple plan of action to follow over the next couple of days to prepare for our surprise attack, taking Chester's words into consideration. All Wu of us will use our strengths to ensure the success of this assault. We all have simple tasks to carry out. Maria and Abby will stock up on mana and HP potions in the city, while not being seen by wondering eyes. Their smaller frames will draw less attention, and natural charm may make it easier to interact with the public. They will spy on nearby mercenary bars, as well as government buildings to be on the lookout for association activity, Solaran guards, or any whispers in the underground market, just to make sure we're not being targeted or found out. Next, Fisher and Aerie are both newly ranked up, so they want to get some training in. Both of them have yet to see their full potential in combat, so the two of them will be training in shielding rooms, as well as the dungeons at night during their less crowded hours. Chester explains that it takes roughly Yi Bronze to enter an Yi Zan class dungeon, Sure Bronze to enter a Di Zan class, and Yi Mel Silver to enter a Si Zan class. These aren't exact prices because daily rates change, and there are no letter ratings out here in the desert. The rates are low, and the security is even lower. Their dives will be more than enough to turn a profit while training. The old man has a job of his own, too. I take the display case from the Inner Circle office out of my item storage with dozens of magical artifacts, items, and those odd Zan-colored potions. His task is to find potential anonymous buyers for all of it, and to make sure combat items helpful to us will be left behind for personal use. His appraisal skill may be at a lower rank than mine, but his eye for items and connections in this city are far greater. All items will be run by me before he places them up for auction. Just in case, finally, my job will be to venture out into the desert and use my Longzan range perception skills to keep an eye on the observatory. I'll be standing guard to see if anyone enters or leaves the general area. More precisely, I'll be doing some of my own research on the Abyss. I want to see this phenomenon for myself. If any unusual activity occurs or oddities in our assignments need to be made known, we report back at Chester's home every night and share our findings. After delegating responsibilities for tomorrow, all Liu of us fall asleep in the comfort of Chester's cozy living room. It is going to be a long 10 days ahead of us. But now we have a plan. Zan Zan Zan, Chapter Arbaba. Zan Zan Zan, the next morning, we all wake up at the crack of dawn. Falling asleep early in the day gives us more than enough time to fully recover. After a quick breakfast made by Chester, we all leave to start our daily assignments and agree to meet back before the sun goes down. My SID teammates head southwest back into the more dense parts of town to scope out the markets and get in training while Chester waves us goodbye from his porch. I make my way further north, bringing some extra food and water along as well as a detailed map of the region. Chester promises me he'll have all the gear sorted with reasonable price tags that he'll be able to auction them for. Knowing this, I leave with a smile full of energy. Less than Schiefenjohn, Utes of walking through the thin region of the suburb Zen-like residential area goes by before I met with the outer edge of Solara. The vast desert in front of me leads off only to the mysterious abyss. Although I can't see it from here, I can definitely sense its presence. I step off the stone road onto the cool sand. Then, activate my wind magic to start propelling my steps forward, to make my way northeast at double speed while gliding a few meters above the ground. The sun is still rising, and the desert is still not too hot from the midday rays. However, the blue sky and yellow sun are slowly making themselves known. It is just sand and rock, with the occasional rolling hill and valley to spice up the landscape. After almost an hour of travel passes, The sand below my feet is getting hot, and I'm actively using my new ice magic skill to keep my temperature regulated. The rising and falling dunes of sand don't change much at all, and the far Zenoff Mountains hardly get closer the further I travel. One thing that drastically shifts is the amount of open desert between me and the eerie blank spot in my perception. Just as the map lays out, I'm nearly sure kilometers in, and it is getting very near. What I'd thought was just a blank region of the desert a few days back now finally comes into view as I make my way over a hill of sand to look down into a deep valley. From over Babaimi Eaters away, it is very visible with the naked eye. A jet-zen black wave of fog looming far off in the distance is stopped at a halt just waiting to flood the desert. Eye's edge is flat, like a wall standing at least Arshawumi Eaters high, but squinting off into the distance, it looks like the black matter gets thicker and taller even farther out. I whisper under my breath, "This is definitely refined demonic energy." But why is it acting like this? There is so much energy in such a wide open space that it doesn't make a hint of sense. Whatever being or planetary disaster expelled this energy is capable of feats my mind cannot comprehend. My body lets out a reflexive shudder, but I take a deep breath and continue examining the landscape. I take a few steps forward to walk down the valley, but my eyes drift downward at the even more fascinating sight in front of me. Split in half by the edge of the wall of demonic energy, there are the remnants of an old town. It looks similar to the unnamed village my team stumbled upon when we first entered the Dark Continent. It was most likely home to just a few poor families sticking together, as they're not welcome in neighboring cities for one reason or another. The streets are sandy paths, and the houses are made from leftover wooden building materials, cloth, and stone. Less than Arshawan's and story homes are left sticking out from the black abyss. My heartbeats start to pound in my inner ear as my eyes scan the area carefully while moving forward on high alert. I've never seen anything like this. Far off to my left, the valley curves upward with a single path leading to a rock-sand-filled portion of desert. Its peak is only half a kilometer away. The orange rocky cliff hangs over to top of the black pool of darkness, and a white domed Zan-shaped building sits on top of it. My eyes light up. That must be the observatory. I activate enemy detection and inspect from a distance to see if there is anyone inside or nearby. To my disappointment, no one's home. There are hints of leftover mana residue inside from recent low Zan tier skills and item usage, but no actual people. I scan the rest of the abandoned village to find small hints of similar mana reading remaining from weak magic items and most likely healers or merchant skills. It is impossible to tell. There isn't any sign of movement or life. They must have all evacuated before the abyss got too close. I decide to walk closer to the village. As I approach, the wall of black mass seems to get taller from my point of view, and the darkness within is even more ominous. After a few quick sweeps through the streets and snooping through the open homes, I confirm to myself that it is really abandoned. From here, I can see the faint shadows of homes within the demonic energy. This is the other half of the town. The structures are not damaged at all, just engulfed in the energy. I let out a sigh, walking along the edge of the barrier. At closer inspection, it is clear to see that the energy is beginning to dissolve and float into the sky, dispersing in the air, just like the remnants of the energy I expelled while training in that cell. The only difference is that more energy comes flooding in from what seems to be an unlimited, undetectable source deep within the continent. None of my perception skills can tell the actual scale of this phenomenon. All I have to examine this mass are my eyes. After walking over Ibaimi Eaters from the town, I make some distance between myself and the wall of black fog to take out my sword and attempt some tests of my own. I believe everything the old man said. I just want to see it with my own eyes. Charging up a decent amount of mana into my sword, I swing it from a safe distance away and let the pink mana crescent collide with the black wall. It pops and crackles on impact in a violent yellow and white display, but is eaten by the wall of black mass in a fraction of a second. The sparks stop just as fast, like nothing happened. The desert falls silent. I can see some of the energy was displaced as the mana it reacted with mutually canceled each other out. Before I can blink, the damaged region is completely restored. I pace back and forth, trying again and again with all of my elements. No matter what, the same instantaneous reaction occurs, and the mana is swallowed up into nothingness while the barrier heals. Great! This confirms it really is some variant of refined demonic energy, as expected. Now, let's see what is inside the abyss. I put away my sword and completely rid my body of mana before activating my demonic energy manipulation skill. The world around me turns to black and white. All perception of mana residue in the nearby settlement disappears from my mind, and the only thing left before me is the abyss. Most of it is hollow and empty, unable to be manipulated at all, like toxic waste. However, to my surprise, there are small wisps of raw usable energy floating not too deep inside the black wave. Less than Wushimi eaters inside, there are nearly sure units of demonic energy swirling around a central point. I raise an eyebrow and step closer while attempting to pull the energy toward me. I can't visually see a thing, but my manipulation skill lets me feel that there is raw energy there without a doubt. There is only unit left in my core, so absorbing more when it is available in such high density is a great opportunity. As I pull E-unit toward me, the entire bundle of sheer drifts my way too. It starts spinning around a center point in an erratic fashion, but is still manageable to control and manipulate while reeling it in. I take another step forward, closer to the edge of the abyss, eager to absorb the energy, but now on guard because of the unnatural ease of extraction. The energy I'm pulling in begins to move toward me at a faster and faster rate the closer it gets. As I stare straight ahead into the darkness, two glowing red eyes appear staring right back. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Arbatio. Jian Jian Jian. A pair of crimson eyes peer at me from within the abyss. They're filled with the anger and killing intent of a wild beast. I jump backward at the sight of it. My vision is completely black and white, making this bright red gaze stand out even more to me. I can't sense any monsters nearby, but I begin to connect the dots while skidding to a halt on the desert sand, a ways back from the black wall. Expecting some horrific and bloodthirsty demonic creature to crawl out from the fog, I grit my teeth and deactivate my manipulation skill. If it is anything like the knights I fought on the Arshawu-TH floor, one solid wave of mana will take it out, no matter how strong it is. To my surprise, the moment I deactivate my skill, the glowing red eyes disappear from my vision. Golden sand below and blue sky above come back into full view, and the black abyss slowly churns lifelessly in front of me. My breathing is heavy, and my eyes shift back and forth. I'm positive what I just saw was really there, but now, it seems to have been an illusion. I use all my mana Zen-powered perception skills, but they do nothing for me. There is no level that pops up, no readings on my enemy detection radar, not a single bar of text from my appraisal skill, and most importantly, my all-Zan seeing eye draws a blank. I gulp, taking another step back, then reactivating my demonic energy manipulation skill again. A loud growl fills my ears and the crimson orbs stare at me from the edge of the black abyss yet again with unwavering resolve. The outline of a large wolf begins to form around the floating eyes. It waits patiently for me to approach, but doesn't show any signs that it will willingly walk out from the wall of darkness. Its eyes burn red, and the vague outline of its body from behind the black wall has sure units of raw energy swirling inside it. My mind begins to race at the thought that the only reason it let me manipulate its energy earlier was because it was curious to see what was greeting it from outside its domain. With this demonic skill activated, I can't use any of my magic. However, without it activated, I can't see or sense this creature at all. I have no gauge of how strong demonic monsters are, and I'm not sure if right now is the time to find out. Well, first things first, I'll need to check if you're working alone. Extending the range of my demonic energy manipulation skill, it can be used as a makeshift radar system. It seems like whatever this wolf creature is, they store raw energy deep within them. If there are any like it in the vicinity, I know exactly what to look for. After about Shuo Mouse econs of searching, send other similar bundles of roughly sure units of energy, just like this one, scattered around the edge of the abyss, waiting for something to draw their attention. Luckily, they aren't too close by. I let out a relieved sigh, powering down my skill to let mana flow through me again. Taking out my sword, I release a barrage of high Zan-powered attacks at the portion of the wall where the crimson Zan-eyed wolf stood moments ago. It may be invisible to me now, but if anything is caught in a chain reaction like this, it is as good as dead. As the sparks fly and the thin layer of black wall mends itself, I put away my sword and switch back to my black and white vision. The final remnants of the wall are forming back to their original form, but the glowing eyes of the wolf creature don't budge. It is wading too far into the abyss for an attack like that to affect it at all. I assumed so, but wanted to give it a shot. Its burning red eyes still stare at me from a distance, but it refuses to walk out from the safety of its dark protective veil. Curiously, I take a step forward, with only a handful of the monsters in the area, and just one within a range. I'd like to try another test. This one has a more promising potential outcome. Taking another step forward, I point a finger straight ahead. The closer I get to the red eyes, the deeper and louder the guttural growl becomes. With every step on the hot sand I take, the more clearly I see this beast for what it is. Less than woomy eaters from the slowly churning black wall. I let my final remaining unit of demonic energy flow from my core, through my right arm, and out my finger as a cool, dense blade. Unlike the magic from my previous attack, the thin crescent slices through the less dense, refined black energy and heads straight for the outline of the wolf's neck. At this close range, its eyes shine bright, and its thick black fur and muscular body become visible too. The creature stands nearly half my height and is over twice as long. Its claws dig into the sandy ground below, and its curved white teeth reflect the red glow from its eyes. As my thin blade of energy gets close to the beast, its gaze sharpens, and it twists its body away with a snarl. The energy hits the side of its body, missing any direct vital points, but leaving a heafy wound behind on its side. It is hard to tell exactly how badly it has been injured, but considering the eared and piercing howl it lets out, I'm guessing it is pretty bad. Great, here comes company. Not wanting to bite off more than I can chew, I do a quick scan of the environment to find the other creatures start running my way almost instantly. They're fast. I grit my teeth. Not knowing enough about the enemy is the most powerful advantage it could have on me. The only two things keeping me from running away are the desire to see what loot this monster drops, and the fact that they're potentially very easy to kill. I've come to this conclusion because an energy blade that hardly made a dent in my cell door a few days ago managed to critically injure this beast. It must either be much weaker than I first thought, or my energy attacks have a higher effect on demonic monsters than regular material objects. I'm hoping it is both. My look of concern turns to a confident grin as the essence of raw demonic energy, leaving its body, shows up in my mind's eye. Small black wisps start to leak out from its wound as the monster attempts to crawl away into the void undetected. Not so fast. With my same outreached right hand, I begin to manipulate the escaping demonic energy and filter it through my core. There is no resistance at all, and the whimpers from the creature get fainter and fainter. It never stood a chance. At the same time, distant howls from the wolves I detected earlier ring out in reply over and over while drawing closer. Almost half a minute goes by, and the wolves only get louder. All sure units of the fallen monster's energy reside inside my core now, and the wolf lies lifeless Shuwumi eaters away behind a wall of darkness. It is hard to make out its body, but I'm positive its red eyes go dark. 1 down, 3 to go. I raise my hands and get ready for another fight. The howls stop, and Lu Crimson Eyes appear from behind the fallen monster deep within the darkness. Zan Zan Zan, chapter Ardzorin Zan Zan Zan. 3 more demonic wolves slowly make their way toward me through the darkness. This time around, I'm much more confident in my abilities and have a core full of energy ready to course through my veins for a barrage of deadly attacks. Once the first pair of red glowing eyes gets close enough, I let my attack fly without hesitating for a moment. The thin blade of darkness cuts through the fog and ends in nearly the exact same fashion as its fallen foe before. The monster realizes it is being shot at and moves out of the way only to be critically injured before it is too late. It whimpers as it is thrown backward, and the 2 wolves behind it growl while speeding up toward me, jumping past their injured ally. I smirk, sending off another blade of energy at the next closest one to watch it swerve to my left and narrowly dodge a vital blow. It still skims its hide, but the wolf continues charging on with its remaining partner not too far behind. Another attack flies out from my fingertips, but the monster lunges to the right to avoid most of my strike. It gets hit again, but its speed doesn't slow. I clench my jaw and focus as the two remaining wolves start to approach the barrier between the demonic energy and the clear air of the outside world. Using both hands, I let out a dual attack to make sure no matter which side it jumps to next, the creature will be wounded. As predicted, the monster faces its final moments, just a few meters from the slowly shifting black wall of matter. The remaining wolf, on the other hand, seems to have different plans. It jumps over its fallen ally and breaks through the wall of darkness with a growl and pulsing red eyes. I wasn't sure if it was even possible for them to come out from the abyss, but it seems my question has been answered. The wolf creature is no longer just an outline of fur, teeth, and glowing red eyes. The monster looks like an alien being. This is no normal dungeon monster. Its thick fur gushes out refined demonic energy with every step it takes. Not much, but enough to notice that trace amounts of the raw material in its body are being used and dissolved into the air like a life force. It wasn't very clear when it was under a veil of black clouds, but out in the open, it is clear that there is a black and dark purple aura constantly coming off of its body. Saliva drips from its row of fangs, and the beast follows a random zig-zag pattern, kicking up sand as it runs closer. It watched me take down its friends and has already learned from their mistakes. I react by releasing Laomi ore waves of thin energy toward the wolf, but its erratic movements and sand in the air allow it to only be grazed by one blade. Again, I release two more as it comes closer and closer, only to hit its side, making a deep gash, but not slowing down the demonic wolf by any means. It jumps in the air with claws outreached and fangs ready to sink deep into my flesh. I release my final R waves of dark energy, and they impale its body from close range, one through the heart and the other straight through the underside of its neck to pierce its skull. I fall backward onto the hot sandy incline behind me, and the demonic creature lands with a loud thud as well. I let out a sigh, then chuckle to myself while standing to my feet. If I was in my normal form, not wielding demonic energy, these beasts would be a breeze. With their speed and reflexes taken into account, the wolves I just faced are hardly that of a level ye by me OB. I'm just not used to combat without using my manads and imbued items and skills. They caught me off guard, but I easily handled it before it was too late. Well, that is one problem taken care of, but my questions are not answered. In fact, now I have more. I put my hands on my waist and stare down at the lifeless wolf creature, pretending to wait for a response. Then, use my manipulation skill to refine the raw energy seeping from its fallen corpse. Not wasting any time, I absorb the energy from its two partners as well. Each of them has between Qi and Sploding inside them. The more strength and power they exert, it seems as though they would use up more of the energy, leaving less raw matter behind. As tested previously by the first wolf, the moment their raw energy stores run out, they die. It is their life force energy, but also their means to use strength and power. Even now, an odd phenomenon is taking place. The corpse of the fallen monster is beginning to dissolve into the air at a rapid rate, just like the refined energy from the abyss. It is being consumed and evaporated by the atmosphere, racking my brain for a better explanation than my loosely thrown Zan together. I deactivate my demonic energy manipulation skill to let the color of the world flood back in around me. It would have been a refreshing shift if not for the fact that the corpse of the black wolf disappears completely from my vision. All that remains in its place is a tiny black gem. Its glossy surface reflects the sun's rays. I gulp, walking over to it and switching my vision back and forth to see the monster reappear and disappear every time I change my skill. For every passing second, the remains of the creature get smaller and smaller in my demonic vision, while for some reason, I'm unable to see the beast at all while using my mana senses. It takes less than half a minute before the only thing remaining in both of my visions is the black stone on the floor. Picking it up from the golden sand and holding it in my palm, I can confirm it is exactly like the stone from the knights in the labyrinth. The only difference is their size. This gem is not even Wufinjiyi as large as the knights from the Arshawuti 8th floor. Still, it is a clue. putting the stone into my item storage. I think about whether or not I should enter the abyss to try and scavenge the remaining stones. For now, it is not a smart idea to step into unknown territory without more information. It is best I battle more of their kind at this lower level before doing anything rash. I begin walking along the edge of the abyss while scanning for more enemies. A few hours pass, and I repeat more of the same, using demonic energy as well as mana crescents, every Wubaimi eaters or so to attract trouble. A few low growls and glowing red eyes pop up in my vision, and a similar scenario plays out. If I release 2 slashes at once, I can take down the lone wolves without giving them the option to call for help. Aside from the wolves, the further from the city I get, the more I extend my manipulation sensors into the darkness. Deep within, it is harder to sense at this distance, but I feel the presence of a few creatures wielding well over sensu demonic energy in their bodies. This is another reason for killing my prey swiftly, is to not alert these friends. I'm curious to know what these powerful monsters are, but I'm unsure if my crude attacks will be as effective on them compared to these wolves. No more unnecessary risks. Today, I stick to what I'm good at. I managed to defeat Lumi Or wolves of similar strength and stature in total, but only Emi Or allows me to kill it outside of the abyss. While absorbing the last opponent's energy, my core nears Wuxia demonic energy units stored inside. To my surprise, I begin to feel an odd pressure in my chest. I begin to have trouble holding all of the refined energy inside. Trace amounts of black energy leak from my core, through my energy pathways, and out all my pores very slowly in a dark Mistian-like form. It is a cool sensation, almost invigorating. It doesn't hurt, but I don't like the fact that I'm not doing it on purpose. If I were forced to switch back to using mana right now, it wouldn't be pretty. Whatever is happening, it can't continue until I understand this better. I release enough energy from my core in thin streams from my fingertips to allow it to rest at a stable level. Around Sishawu units seems to be my max without it spilling out in an erratic fashion, or that odd pressure in my chest getting worse. With a sigh of relief as the oozing black energy stops coming out, I whisper under my breath again. That is enough for today. At this point, I'm far from the city, an observatory I was meant to keep an eye on, and over half the day has already gone by. These have been some interesting tests, and a great step forward in my research. I step away from the edge of darkness and begin walking back to the abandoned village.